Vacated as the world, vengeance has no place so near to Kirk. Can I find the comfort in this world? Artificial tears, let's all stand next up. Volunteers, vulnerable, wisdom can deliver. True and friends home, and wish to hold on. up with a dance, knock down the last wall, I do this living so much space. I've wished for this, I've been to that, I've left behind this little match, you cannot kill what you didn't have grenades. Well, I gotta say what I gotta say, and then I swear I'll go away, but I can't promise you that you're the noise. I guess I'll save the best for last one. It seems like one big passion left for me, cause you left me no joy. Come on! And I push my fingers until it's the honesty, so it stops it. If the big is on, I'm not gonna make it. Pull me back together, separate the skin from bone, lay me on the pieces. Then you can't leave me alone. Tell me the reality is that I'm not the dream. But I found out the hard way. Nothing is wasted. Come on. Shuffle in their feet, people sleeping in their shoes. There's a warning sign in the road ahead. There's a lot of people saying we'd be better off dead. Don't feel like Satan bound to them, so I try to forget them and we are dead. Yeah! supposed to be a motherfucking G. Oh. Get paid, young nigga, get paid. Motherfuckers always gonna have something to say. Fuck that noise. Boss up, young nigga, be a boss. Niggas quiet about the wins, only talk about a loss. Get your chips spin back around the block and floss. Oh, why you niggas gotta hate? Oh. Escape, fuck a $500 day. There's just too many bitches, to be worried about you. I said there's too many bitches, to be worried about you. She's exotic, the dick's hypnotic. I know I got it. Oh, hypnotized, girl, I got you. Girl, I got you. Girl, I got you. Girl, I got you. For me she will, but for you she won't. For me she will, but for you she won't. Doing shit she normally don't. Got her doing shit she normally don't. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. La 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 la. La da 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 da. I don't care how much money money you make. Don't care about the chicks you date. Don't care about the fights you've been. I don't care, we all get women. We all been in situations we had to be tough. Nickel, we all got nuts. You niggas front too much. Oh, bragging, boasting. Real niggas know silence golden. Keep things in motion. Get money on the low and be cool. You niggas move with too much shit to prove. Ooh, trust that energy felt. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. La da da. I'm just coolin', bottle of brown, watching what y'all niggas doin'. It's way too much. Real recognize real. You on that type of shit we don't feel. Just be chill, get your bills, stay out the way and build. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Chick, ooh, my spiritual chick is always tight, incense lit. Bring the crystals, I'll bring the pipe. Do yoga on my shit all night, all night. Ooh, Phantom of the Opera. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Chakra. Coochie.
Things are nice in the afterlife. Everything looks so clear and bright. We'll all become ghosts after we die. Every ghost is the same color, white. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. So I was expecting some redneck shit. I thought all whites were supremacists. But all I see is white excellence. You should never feel white guilt for it. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is a fucking race. Oh! See, this is the movie. There's no more crime and no more fights. I like it here in the afterlife. But if I ever get sent back, I pray and brothers, but ghosts only come in one color. Now that I'm white, I have to admit, being white is the fucking shit. Everyone I be is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh, man, she say she want hood nigga. I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk stay bumped and y'all know we run the town. Hood nigga. And I keep a bad bitch around. Thick bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown. Hood nigga. And my Chevy sitting on 24s. Flats look like flapjack. Pancake, you ain't no hood nigga. I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood for. All the hoes jocking, be steady knocking, middle of the stage, got the whole club rocking. Nigga, you can hate, but the chick steady watching. Bet you can't do it on the stick. She poppin', we bout to pop it. You cock blocking, told your girl you rap, but your CD flopping. You say you getting money, man, we ain't seen nothing. Your girl is persistent, she ain't stopping, man. She said she want hood nigga. I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk stay bumped and y'all know we run the town. Hood nigga. And I keep a bad bitch around. Big bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown. Hood nigga. And my Chevy sitting on 24s. Flats look like flapjack. Pancake, you ain't no hood nigga. I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood for.
nigga. I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah. I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright. When I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah. I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright. But when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah.
that said, don't you know we're loco?
Jump, 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 jump around, yeah, jump around, come on, jump around, yeah.
Burn the cockroaches. Burn the cockroaches. Seal in the demons. Seal in the demons. Seal in the demons. The demons. seal in the demons forever and ever. This is where they belong, here, forever. They can devour each other here forever and ever and ever.
Hello, 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 everyone. Hello, 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 my niggas. Hello, my niggas. Hello, my niggas. Hello, my niggas. Hello. 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 Hello, my niggas. My niggas. Laugh, dance, sing, enjoy. Enjoy, my niggas. Enjoy, my niggas. Enjoy. Enjoy, my niggas. Enjoy. Oh, yeah. Enjoy, my niggas. This is the king. This is the Raven King. It's showtime. It's showtime. Hello, my niggas. Hello, my niggas. Beautiful to have you here. You know, that's a word that they've tried to stop us from saying. They've tried to stop us and shame us if we use it. And yet there's millions upon millions and millions and millions and millions of blacks that say that word every day. So why should they be able to say any word and us not be able to say it? Doesn't make sense. My niggas. Nigga, please. Nigga, please. I'm going to say the word. I'm going to talk about niggers. I'm going to say the word. I'm going to say the word nigger. I think it's okay to say the word nigger. Now, did I always say the word? No, I didn't always say the word. I wasn't around black people most of my life. I was in all white neighborhoods and in a country that was mostly white in all the areas that I lived in the Great White North. The Great White North. And then my family in Michigan, we were in white areas. We weren't around them. We weren't around those people, as they say. I guess they hate hearing that. The Negroes they hate being called those people or you people. They don't like that. They're very, very sensitive and thin-skinned, very sensitive and emotional, easily triggered. They can't control their emotions. They go by their feelings. They talk about their feelings a lot. They feel this and feel that. And they feel like I don't understand them. These niggers. They want us not to be proud of who we are. But being white is the fucking greatest. So stick that in your pipe and smoke it to the coloreds that are around here, colored people that tune in. We used to call them coloreds and darkies. Negroes and darkies. Oh my goodness. And they're so sensitive. They don't like that. But they'll call white people 25 different names, but they'll start crying if you say one thing back. They're just crybabies. They're weak. They're thin-skinned. They're crybabies. They're always crying victim. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. They think they're better than us. Boo-hoo-hoo. They say they invented civilization. Boo-hoo. They're always crying. They're crybabies. They're not strong. They're crybabies. They're not Viking strong. They're not Viking strong. They're crybabies. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. And I want those words to ring in skulls and echo for eternity in this realm. You will never forget some of the things that I've said here. Never. Some of the things that I say on my channel will haunt you lurking demons forever, for eternity. And there's nothing you can do about it. Not a damn thing. Winning. And you losers are going to be sealed in here. Nothing you can do about it. Not a damn thing you can do about it. Lurking demons, you're going to see. Nothing you can do about it. You're done. You're done. We're not all the same. We're not all equal. And I've shown that on my channel. I've proven it. It's indisputable. Here we go. Here's some more evidence.
So let's take a look at a culturally enriching, traditional, religious celebration in what I believe is India, or perhaps it's Pakistan, I'm not quite sure, where a bunch of men go out on the streets and then smash fruit to pieces. Let's take a look. Wait, hold on a second. This wasn't filmed in India. This was filmed in France. Wow, what would you look at that? The culturally enriched state of France. Truly a diverse and multicultural utopia. I mean, how lucky France is to get to experience cultural events like this, where...
What do you think of the cultural enrichment, the diversity here in France? Does that look like France? Does that look like one of the most civilized countries, or it used to be? What happened to France? Well, you let the third world in, and this is how they behave. This is how they behave. This is how the Browns behave. This is how the stinky bums that shit in buckets and wash out of buckets and wash out of the shitty, polluted, dead bodies floating by Ganges River behave. They have some of the most polluted rivers on earth, not just the Ganges. There's a few of them. Large rivers that are completely toxic. This is how they behave. They're not like us. They're not the same. We're different.
So, here's a rather interesting video out of modern, multicultural Britain. A man turned up at his first day of work and then went to the toilet, only to discover that the toilets his workplace had were Islamic. And he did not seem particularly pleased about this. Let's take a watch.
Yo, have I just started this new job, yeah, and I've asked to go to the toilet, and look at the toilets. Like, are you actually joking me? You want me to go toilet in this? These are actually the new UK toilets, apparently. Have another look. Oh, look, it even shows you how to use them. Mad thing.
So in case anyone is confused, I do believe that that is in fact an Islamic toilet. In Islam, toilet paper is seen as unhygienic, and instead, when they go for a poo, they wash themselves off with a shower. Believe it or not, toilet etiquette has been highly explored and debated by Islamic scholars, because of course, what you do when you do a poo is highly important. If you search up on Google, toilet rules and Islam, it says here, while on the toilet, one must remain silent, so no talking. Talking and initiating or answering greetings are strongly discouraged. When defecating together, two men cannot converse, nor look at each other's genitals. Eating any food on the toilet as well is completely forbidden. Well, that is very interesting. What do you guys think? Share your thoughts in the comments down below.
All right. All right. That's what's happening in England and France, and it's getting worse. And people will lie. They'll lie. Sometimes they'll come to my channel and lie and say there's a great awakening. Everything's getting better. Everything's improving. People lie all the time. People lie all the time.
Come on, y'all, let's get busy.
So this is more AI by Landry. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. This is mostly what he does. He has no substance on his channel. They don't talk about anything that matters. Look at the filthy pigsty in the background. There's his tea that he got from a store, of course. And look at the filthy garbage in the background. Look how filthy that place is. Oh, man. Look at how bad that is. You see that, everyone? You see his background? See, normally he uses a green screen. Maybe his green screen broke because he's showing his shitty place instead of a fake backdrop. Our Pole's got a wrench over there, of course. He kisses up to Landry. I don't trust our Pole. I don't trust any of them. They all kiss up. They're all fake. They're two-faced. Cowards.
Being unmuted, my voice doing some weird shit. It's always weird. Our Pole, did you see your flag in that video? I hope you did. I hope that you were proud. That was not quite your idea, but it was inspired clearly by your idea that we discussed last night. Damn, dude, why do you keep having this little... It's like there's no phlegm. It's like ghost phlegm. You know what I mean? Really, really great way. It's always like my luck, my magical luck to get really lucky here when I start and have some sort of weird issue, whether it be the microphone not being unmuted, my voice doing some weird...
Know what I mean? Know what I mean? That's what he says all the time. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? He looks like a cockroach, doesn't he? Looks like he lives in a cockroach-infested place with a newborn baby crawling around on the floor. Neglected in a filthy place, and it looks gross. His place looks gross. He looks and sounds like a cockroach because he is a cockroach.
Shit. It's always weird. It's always something. Yeah, I spent this morning, doing the same thing I've done yesterday and the day before. Maybe not the day before, but yesterday at least, where I went on to OTW's show. And this time I didn't call in because you saw how that went yesterday. He's clearly not interested in having any sort of dialogue with me, which is hilarious because I do feel very much like he's just kind of a silly dude. He's a silly goose, to put it nicely. Arpol, did you see the intro, the first part of it, or did you miss it? All right, we can go to the check. Please, Arpol, we're talking Patrick. I had to reset my whole thing that I don't even have any backgrounds yet. I got to fix that. Boom. And so I want to talk ideas. You know what I mean? That's like the big reason why I'm here today. I'm always kind of looking for that. Hold on, let me get a good wallpaper that fits this state that we're in. Perfect. Perfect. There we go. Boom. How's that? So yeah, it's not done. And here's where I need help. And that's why kind of Artpol, I sent you a lot of files and that activation code. So it should work for you. If it doesn't, let me know and we can figure it out. Because here's my issue, man. If I could just have somebody who could help me touch things up at the end, because like I get just so worn out by getting through to it. And this one, you know, today, there's tons of stuff I got to go back and fix, but I don't want to spend forever on it, especially if it's like not going to actually be, you know, bringing in revenue or anything. So I do love the creative process, but I feel like it's still me trying to find a way to make this a bigger project. I'm working on El Perro's screenplay for a short cartoon. It's a little bit boring because it's just a lot of typing and it's just a lot of, it's not fun because there's no creative part that I have in it, but I am always happy to help him, especially since he has a very clear vision for his project and his ideas. However, with the OTW show, let me look real quick. OTW has tried everything. Failure marathon. What do you mean? Tried what? I mean, and then you could say that I've tried a few things and I've also failed, but you know, it's all about what it really is. You know, what are we really going to forever poorly deflecting? And here's the thing: I like OTW. I like him. And I got some love and appreciation for almost all these people in this space. And that's where even now, as I'm like sitting over here where it seems as if I'm more closely aligned with Flow State, I'm going to sit here and be honest with y'all. I still think that Paul is the better speaker. I think that Paul has more to offer as far as kind of the spiritual aspect of things, even though I do think that Paul is full of shit sometimes. And I think he would admit that himself. There's an aspect of Paul that Flow State doesn't have. That's like, if Paul could just get his system where he didn't have to make everybody who he doesn't like or has an issue with him excommunicated, it would be perfect. You know, there would be really no problems, because I still feel as though that's the only thing I can't really jive with. Also, the other things as far as where, if he's the license plate guy, and I know that's not the only thing that he preaches, but if the message that he's preaching is not going to be easily met from the people who he has got as his biggest fans. And what I'm saying here is that whenever we look into who's actually a big follower of Paul, we often see nobody practicing what they preach. And if they do, they're like Brian O'Shea, and then they're just kind of living in fear because they are afraid to leave their house, or not leave their house, sorry, they're afraid to use their car, which is, it's just a trade-off that I'm not really sure I can really get behind. You know what I mean? So, it's one thing if you're just going out and doing it every day, to where you're getting in the car and driving around with no plates, and then if you get pulled over, you do. If you don't, you don't, and kind of whatever. But if you just leave it in your driveway and make it a storage unit, that's just, what the hell is that? And also, that's another thing where I lose respect for the whole situation, because when we see that video where he's getting pulled over and then he has to call for Paul, or he's on the panel with Paul, and then he just sticks his phone out the window, and then he's just making Paul do all the talking for him. That's a bad look, because that shows that even your most dedicated person, as far as who's willing to go out there and do practice what they are preaching, or what you're preaching, still needs to refer to you. That means the lesson is not being clear enough to where that person can just do it on their own, which I would argue is, that's my complaints with Paul. Other than that, I do think I really loved the laughs that we had. We have a very dynamic, very strange dynamic, to where I feel almost deflated sometimes around people when they are such a shining star, which is not a bad thing. I've always been on the side, and I'm going to keep flexing sort of these little projects that take me just a couple of hours to put together, until I find somebody who's really willing to hunker down. And because here's where I'm at. So there's people who have been messaging me, which I appreciate it greatly. You know, and Arpol, he's been doing his own videos that are very silly and more of the comedic style, which is great. It's important in this space. But with, hold on, is my microphone right? I haven't even checked that yet. If it's not, I'm going to cry. Okay, it's right. Yep, cool. I enjoy hearing Benton's perspective of the panelverse. Yeah, that's great. I have not yet really seen any of his videos, but I would look into that. Suffering is caused the desire to change others. Sorry, I gotta focus on the chat sometimes. Paul blocked me from the OTW channel. There will be blood. Grand Rising. Did you go back and check it out? Should I play it again? I'm really happy about it. I really want to do more with it. Just I can't help it. I got to do it one more time. I won't do the whole thing. I'll skim through it.
God only knows when Bex will get some rest. I feel it inside and out.
Let me show you what I'm talking about real quick. We'll run it through AI to make, and that's obviously there's not a whole narrative happening there, but for me, that's the fastest way to do anything is to make it, well, the narrative's the song, right? Sort of, try my luck at some of these different genres that I want to blend together on Suno, and then obviously I write the words. Sometimes I just run them through as they are, and sometimes if I'm not really happy with it, I will run it through AI to make it a little bit more polished. But then, the video part, just boom, 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 spam all these different sort of ideas and settings. And then obviously the biggest problem I have is that a lot of these come out in widescreen instead of like full screen, which is frustrating because then it makes me to where I have to commit to one or the other. Let me show you what I'm talking about real quick. I can pull up the exact, okay, thank you. I can show up the exact thing I'm referring to here. Hold on. Okay, boom. Wow, it's so small. So you see how these are widescreen, and then these are, or this one's full. So that's the most frustrating thing. So where I just ended up having to commit, and I messed up a couple of times because I accidentally let some slip through. Because for me, it just bothers me to have, full, wide, full, wide, wide. And if I wanted to just crop it and make it all full, it wouldn't be as high resolution, and then it would not be as depending on where the crop was made, because if I did it for every single one at once, it would not be consistent throughout. So yeah, I'm going to keep a little list of ideas here. I guess I can do this right now on the fly. As far as other things I can do is in this sort of space, I know that our poll has recommended that we do a Gangs of New York or a different. Yeah, and Tommy does have a treasure trove of clips. I do hear that, yes, but I know he's operating without a computer. So, and I mean, it's not that is impossible. It's just, it's crazy to me because the amount of upgrade of capabilities that comes from just going from laptop to desktop with 32 gig RAM is a game changer for me. And I could never go back to just doing it on a phone, but I did it on a phone for a while. I used to try to do that. So that's my thoughts there.
This membership in order to shop here? No, it's the same thing with property tax. If you don't like it, figure out how to get.
But I mean, I appreciate what he's doing here. He's trying to do the serious thing where he's keeping it all down to earth and what's it called? Intimate, I guess you could say. But I just think it's funny because I'm not saying that I'm the only one who's ever had this idea. But if it's not clear how much I was like hyping him up for the times that he was taking his panel down to a more manageable format, only for him to kind of, it's just like Jack Talcott, dude. There's so much ego in this space that goes on where people just do these things and they act in a way that is not, it doesn't matter, but it's not truly their own. Everybody's inspired by everybody in this space. You know what I mean? Or maybe they're not, and I'm just overthinking it. Wow. Hey, we got Mitch Lovin in the house. Love it. I want to know, it's been a while since I've seen him. It's been a while since I've talked to him, but yeah, I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good, and I'm really, obviously there's a lot of things going on in my life, in the private space because it's just before.
Yeah, what happened is there was an old couple walking by, called the cops on me for suspicious vehicle, so they came and tried to trespass me without the proper authority. They didn't have a complaint. There was no no trespassing signs, or I was never given notice. They knew who I was, and they said that I was obstructing by not giving them ID, but it explicitly states in the obstruction charge here that one shall not be charged for obstruction if they verbally oppose or don't comply. It's not obstruction. So
Yeah, there's a lot of weird with the trespassing. I was charged once with a burglary for re-entering a bar after being told to leave. Just crazy, because you'd think burglary would be like breaking in, you know what I mean? But apparently not. But I got it knocked down to a misdemeanor. This was 2019.
Wow.
It was like a drunk fight with it was like 7 dudes who they kicked my ass, man. I got my ass kicked. But yeah, and then I was trying to find my ride, and then I re-entered, and then so they were able to charge me for burglary. But then I settled for misdemeanor trespassing, and yeah. But that's before I knew all this shit. I was not really fighting or trying to learn. I was just very mainstream approach.
yeah, I've had I can't even count. I think I've had 12 charges this year. I mean, within the last year, not this year. Most of them started last year, but they've all been dismissed, except these are my last 2 cases. So
Right on.
I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm figuring it out.
So when if you get them like taken care of and you get them beat, are you going to stay in Colorado?
No, actually, I intend to leave as soon as I'm done. This is the only thing holding me here. So,
What is PC 148? Brown's boy says you would know what that is.
I don't know.
Interesting. So any thoughts on this past week of OTW and all those things? Because I'm pretty frustrated with him.
I haven't really been around at all.
So I mean, I'm sure you kind of saw how we were having like a pretty friendly back and forth sort of. His words were that he wanted to poke at me to see what I'm made of and make sure that I'm not a bitch or a baby before he decided to work with me. And then he gets his showdown to be more calm and chill because Paul, comes around and wants him to, I don't really know the specifics, but then, so I'm kind of still trying to engage with him like, hey man, I thought that we were going to, go somewhere with this. And he just keeps kicking me out whenever I ask him about it. So it's just funny to me because I've been suggesting to him to make these sort of positive changes just in the fact that I think it would be good for him, but then he does it. And he does it in a way that where yesterday it became a shit show again. And then as soon as it became a shit show, he's just all there for it. But then during the shit show, I addressed him like 1-to-1, and then he kicked me again. So it's like when this is where people will tell me, why do you go on your show and talk about me? It's like, well, when I can't engage you in your space, what other option is there? And I come in peace. I come more peacefully than most of these people do. So, and it's, it's all in good love. No hard feelings.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your approach. From what I can tell, I mean, doesn't mean I always agree with you. Really, I guess what I appreciate the most about it is your humility to recognize. I don't feel like you're out here with the need to be right. You're just out here trying to learn about what's going on. It's kind of my perspective. So
yeah, I've been wrong a lot.
Yeah, you've been wrong a lot, and you're willing to admit it, and that's how we learn and grow.
Sounds like a love affair. Now they're in love with each other. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They're all in love with the booger eater Landry. They love the booger eater beta.
Yeah, and I think there's certain people, if they could just get out of that habit of needing to be right all the time, they would be able to go so much further. Yeah,
what is that? I guess that's what they call ego. I don't know.
That's what I use that word, but they don't like that either. But it does make it to where there's an impossibility, like with Hellcut, for the obvious example, where if he wants to get anything done, but he can't take any amount of criticism, no matter how small. What else would he ever do with his life? He could be in this loop forever. There's no way out until he can. That is the only thing that has to change for him to be able to move forward. Is that ability to just have some sort of humility to say, okay, you know what? Maybe I am too caught up in me and what people say about me or what they, because dude, people have said horrible things about all of us. This is what happens on the internet. I've learned, but if you can't move past that and just say, well, fuck it, what can we do to make something actually happen? Then then I'm just stuck making AI videos forever.
Yeah, I mean, do famous people put put a stop to their career or their purpose in order to address the people online talking shit? Nah.
That's a good point.
You know.
So you were on fire today. Someone said, I got to go look back at that and see what I missed.
Yeah, I had a hard time getting into a groove, but there's just a lot of people pushing misinformation and disinformation about what some might characterize as the sovereign citizen ideologies or whatever. So it's just anyone that thinks they got it all figured out, I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's just like, that drives me crazy. So these guys, it's similar to like the truth or movement or whatever.
Flat Earth guys?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, fuck, man. You can't. The truth, from my perspective, would welcome criticism. They want criticism. If it's.
So let me ask you this: Do you have plates?
Yes, I do. I do it as the beneficiary. Really to avoid persecution. I went through a period of time, really a few years at least. I don't know how long without plates, and I got away with it. I got pulled over and I beat it in court, and it's just not worth it to me. I would rather just pay the $100, and not have to deal with the hassle and do it, as the beneficiary. So technically I'm not doing it as the man, so it's all doing it, the proper way, I guess you could say. So that way I can avoid persecution, and live my life, but still not buy into the system, so to speak. That's my
it's that's one of those things to where if it's just going to make you paralyzed, like where you don't even leave your home,
Right,
like
right.
I've seen, it seems to be. I don't even know if that's worth it, because.
Wait a second! Don't even leave your home. Mitch's home is his vehicle, as I understand it. He doesn't have a home. That's his vehicle. That's his home. He like that rebellious meth puppet Keith said in his car. I don't have a home. I just find it so funny when these guys live in their vehicles and they think they have this world all figured out. They don't. I know they don't like people having theories and homes and channels, but the ones living in vehicles, you don't have it all figured out. You don't.
I mean,
So-
just what stagnation and just sitting on your ass all day, even though as much as I do it, that's not the way.
Right. So yeah, I mean, I just figured what I did is I just, wrote the name out. I didn't sign anything or whatever. Just, when they asked for your signature or whatever, I just put the beneficiary. I just put the name, the legal name, and then comma beneficiary. It's on the driver's license. It's on my tags and whatever. And essentially, what that does is, Paul likes to call it, tricking you out of position, because they're basically pimping you and tricking you out of your position. And so essentially what they're doing is they're converting people. It's all trust law, and so it was created for our.
This guy says a lot, just like they all do. They all say, you know what I mean? You know. Ian says, The extra large says, Landry says, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? They all say this. You know. It's the demon. You know.
benefit, but they trick people out into being trustees. So they're the creators. And instead of being the trustees or having someone in a position to be responsible for something that goes wrong in the trust.
Yeah.
So
sorry,
yeah,
did you-
no, I mean, I don't know. It's so convoluted.
Brian O'Shea. Am I a snitch? Do I know how to pimp? Or just a bitch? Do I drink piss? Does it taste delish? Am I unhinged? Yes, I answer to all 6.
So that's the O'Shea. Is that the O'Shea trailer park? He drinks piss. And this is what people watch. They follow this shit. They follow these piss drinking trailer demons. Trailer park demons.
What the fuck?
Sorry. Oh man, I have too much fun. To message Landry's Telegram. Thank you, NGS. Nobody really does that, but dude, this ABC is. I don't even know where she came from. I've seen her everywhere.
Oh shit! I got a phone call. A phone call, everyone. Hold on a sec. Bloody hell! Hold on a sec. Hello. Hello. Speak up. I can't hear you. Oh hey. Hey, yeah, I'll bring you on the show. Hey, Mike, how's it going? Hey, Steven, I'll speak up for you. How's it going? Hey, Mike, it's going good. What's up? Steven, I saw the show last night. I saw your show last night with Benedict, that nigga from South Africa. He be a wimp, King Steven. Hey, Mike, I agree with you. I'm glad you called in. You just wanted to comment on that dickhead that was on here last night. Yeah. Last night, that nigga be coming on your show. That nigga Benedict be coming on your show, King Steven, and that nigga just be a little fucking wimp. Thank you, Mike. Thanks for coming on, man. Take care. I'll see you later. I got to go. I got a show to do. Thank you, King Steven. Thanks, Mike. That was Mike Tyson, everyone. Mike Tyson decided to come on and talk about that dick, that Benedict, that South African nigga from... Oh, Mike just sent me an image. Thanks, Mike. He just sent me an image of... this is laughable. Fucking hell. I might have to share this with everyone. It's they call this an African invention, a helicopter. It looks like a skidoo caboose or something towed behind a snowmobile. It looks like something on skis. I mean, I don't think that fucking thing can fly. What are we looking at here? Jesus Christ. This is this is Benedictine's dream helicopter of his developing country. It looks like they took some seats out of an old car and they put it. Oh man, that's a hoodcopter. That's not a helicopter. That's a hoodcopter. That's a goddamn hoodcopter right there. God damn, that's crazy. That's a hoodcopter. It's a hoodcopter. Anyway, thank you, Mike. God damn. Oh, man. You never know what's going to happen around here.
Are you familiar with Angela Baby Carson?
Yeah.
What do you think about her? I want to know the Mitch take. Mitch always get a hot take.
I mean, should I be nice or
No, never. I would never ask anyone to be nice. I would prefer not to go straight to hostile language. But I mean, you can be honest.
I'll just be honest. Yeah, I don't really know a whole lot about her personally. I just see her kind of jumping from one YouTuber that's kind of got popularity at the time or whatever to another. She just hops around all these places and essentially, she doesn't really. I don't know. She just kind of annoying to me, but she doesn't really stand for anything. She just goes from one cool club to the next. I don't know what to say. It's just like, and then she wants to like promote her stuff or whatever, and it's just
Yeah, why didn't she come on panel if she's always like popping in places?
yeah, it's just super weird. It's just like I don't know. And then she's really hive-minded, I guess. So she's come at me and said some things, but it wasn't relevant. I don't remember what it was. She's backed off, and I don't give her a hard time because I don't think she's malicious. I just think she's I don't know.
What's your favorite movie?
I don't watch movies.
You never did? Never ever?
I mean, I've seen like Half Baked. This one, I can even quote a few lines from that movie. I've seen. Oh, I don't even know. I've seen like probably 5 or 6 movies like completely. Yeah, I don't watch movies. I don't play video games. I'm a weirdo.
Fight Club, I see. I can put that in the list here because did you catch have you ever seen There Will Be Blood?
Never even heard of it.
So it's like a movie it's like a capitalist oil guy goes into town, and then his rival is the crazy preacher guy, and it was perfect for the idea of Talcott versus flow state, because capitalism versus what's it called? And then I obviously had to throw Paul in there somehow too, because everyone wants to be relevant in this digital medium. But yeah, so I've been having fun doing that, turning these people into different songs, and because it only takes me a couple of hours, and I get to hone it's not my skills because they are not physically applicable.
It only takes him a couple hours. He spends hours a day making videos about people, but he doesn't get much heat for that. If I make a joke about someone, they cry for years about it. They just cry. They can't take what I'm doing. This guy spends hours every day making these videos and songs about people. It's his whole life. Landry. It's his whole life. Landry, the loser. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry.
In the real world, so I'll hold myself accountable for that I should be doing better things. But I mean, dude, I live in the biggest city. I mean, it's not the biggest city, but it's a really big city, and I've been in Colorado for many years of my life, and I could just, if I could go back, man, I would just never ever leave.
Yeah, you don't make much sense. You don't live in the biggest city. Dallas is not the biggest city. I don't even think Dallas is the biggest city in Texas, is it? I think Houston's bigger by population. You don't live in the biggest city. You don't live in the biggest city in the South. Dallas isn't the biggest city. It's not the biggest city in America. It's not the biggest city in the world. You live in the biggest city. They always talk so much shit. They just never tell the truth. And almost nobody in the Panelverse calls them out on it. They're constantly lying, constantly.
Fight Club. Let me see this.
Yeah.
Yes, Louise, the niggas in Africa are still developing. We colonizers interrupted their development like they were a little baby. And we were the white devils that went to Africa, and we interfered. We interrupted their development. And according to Benedict, We went there and we exploited them and we took over and we controlled them and we kept them back from developing. We colonized them and we kept them back from developing. We gave them fucking railroads and all sorts of things, libraries and hospitals. We built colonial buildings all over the place. They couldn't maintain any of it, of course. Any of it. From trains to buildings to sewers to wells. They couldn't maintain shit. They don't even have a word for maintenance in their language. But yeah, they couldn't do anything. But it's our fault. We interrupted their progress that wasn't even noticeable. They look to be at the same stage without the white man and without Chinese as Africans 5,000 years ago would be at. Building houses out of mud and scraps and scrap metal or whatever junk they can find. And that's it. And pissing and shitting in their waterways. And no technology. So, I mean, they haven't done anything. It's not just one country. I'm talking about the whole bloody continent of Africa. They haven't done a damn thing. They haven't done anything. They need our help to build a goddamn toilet. A public toilet without flushable. Just like an outhouse, okay? They need our help to do that. They can't do anything on their own. They have a retarded level average IQ per country. They're retards. They're retards, as Andrew Dice Clay would say. Retards. They're retards. And I hate to say it. This wasn't something that I rejoiced about years ago, many years ago, when I looked into IQ by demographics, IQ by country in the world. And I looked deeper and deeper. Why are they such a mess? Was it slavery? Was it colonialism? Was it this? Was it lack of resources? Was it their laundry list of excuses? No. It's genetic. It's biology. That's what it is. We can't fix it. We could pour trillions into education. Doesn't work. We're wasting our money instead of giving it to our white children. We should be doing more for our kind. Let them sink or swim. And I'm not kidding about this. People might think he's joking. It's just for comedy. No, I'm not. I'm not giving them one more red cent. Ever. Ever. Never. Because they're not grateful for whatever we do give them. They blame us and call us colonizers. And we oppressed them and we suppressed them. We held them down. We exploited them. This is their view of white people. So I'm not feeding them in money, in food, in anything. Africa can starve, sink or swim on your own. I'm not helping. I'm writing you off, Africans. And all of Africa, the whole continent, all of it. I'm not kidding. And I encourage all white people to do that. That's a start. It's a good start. Help your own people. They don't appreciate us. Do you notice Benedict last night would not thank white people or say that he appreciates white people? I asked him 4 or 5 times. Are you thankful for white people for building civilization? For creating civilization? We are the builders of civilization. You wouldn't have a pot to piss in. You wouldn't have the internet. You wouldn't have electricity. You wouldn't have a computer, a smartphone, anything. He wouldn't even have that leather jacket. He would have nothing. Hello, R.I. Good to see you. I want people to understand. You should stop feeding demons sympathy and stop feeding them food, money, excuses. Just stop feeding them. Stop feeding. I'm going to put this in the chat right now while I think of it. Stop feeding demons. I'm not kidding about this. Okay? I want people to understand. Stop feeding demons. They're not grateful. They're not thankful. They blame you and they hate you. They resent you. Okay? They carry and I've never harmed him or anybody in Africa, South Africa. They look at white people as you oppressed us. That's their view as darkies. And they'll look at not just the whites in South Africa, the Dutch, the Boers, whatever you want to call them, Dutch farmers, the white farmers in Africa, they hate them. It doesn't have to be every single South African. It's millions. It doesn't have to be every single one. They're killing them. Okay? Because they're white and because they grow food and have farms and they build houses. They build things. We are builders. Europeans are builders. And you know how I feel about the Dutch. I would probably like the Dutch South Africans more than the Dutch living in Holland. There's something about the Dutchies that it always bothers me on YouTube. Now, if I can come around, if I can encounter one that has a normal sense of fucking humor and isn't an asshole like the ones I've run into on here, then maybe I'd like them. But I've never run into one. I helped donate and I helped raise money for one that was abused by Spherage, Gaddis, Spherage, whatever you want to call him. The mother of his child is Dutch. So I don't hate them. I raised, I don't know how many hundreds of dollars for her through my channel. My donations plus people here. Hundreds of dollars, hundreds. I think it was close to 1,000 in a day or two I helped raise for her. I'm not patting myself in the back. I'm just saying I don't really like Dutch people the way they come across that much. But I did feel for her because she was abused and attacked multiple times. And that was horrible. So was her son. Okay? So what I'm getting at is I'm willing to even help people that overall I haven't liked that much. Not her personally. I don't know her personally. Speaking about Dutch people as an ethnicity. I didn't like a Dutch teacher in high school. It's another one that comes to mind. Fucking teacher in high school that was Dutch. Living in Canada, and all he could talk about was how great it is in Holland. Why don't you appreciate what this fucking country that pays you and puts food on your table, you piece of shit? Something happened one day and he had to drive me home. He held me back at school late, and I think I missed the bus or something happened. Or maybe it was an exam. Anyway, he ended up driving me home. And just like my 8th grade teacher before then, a couple years earlier, commented on my parents' house, on my house. And, oh, your parents have a big, nice house. And wow, look at your property. And commented on it, felt the need to comment. Didn't realize that I have parents that were, I'll put it in normie terms, were successful people and high IQ people. I'm from a family of high IQ people, not just my parents, but my grandparents on both sides. Maternal and paternal grandparents were high IQ. And my parents had a custom house built and landscaped property with acreage and room for, I'm trying to remember how many cars. It must have been 6 cars in our driveway. And we had a nice place growing up. I had white privilege. I'm kidding. I didn't have white privilege. There's no such thing. If I were running the show in the United States and Canada and across the West, if you were citizens of my kingdom, King Stephen, there would be white privilege galore. I would bring real white privilege into this realm in the Western civilization. You would be proud to be white, proud of white children, even the redheads, I'm kidding, even the gingies. You would be proud, saying, "Oh my goodness, we are the greatest. We are the champions, my friend. We'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions. No time for losers, because we are the champions of the world. Glorious, just glorious. You know the old castles in Germany, like the one that the Disney castle was modeled after? That glorious, glorious. And I'm speaking about magnificence. A magnificent, gorgeous, beautiful, glorious, magical castle. The things that our ancestors built, like the Germanic tribes, the castles, and the castles that we had, Anglo-Saxon and Celtic, across England and Ireland and Scotland. The castles of Europe. Glorious, just glorious. And they will say, you have no culture. We have castles. We have knights, crusaders, Knights Templar. We have legends and lore. We have fairy tales. We have great stories, great literature. We have culture coming out of us every direction. Classical music, chamber music, orchestras, ballet. It goes on and on. Celtic dancing, Irish dancing, on and on. If you look everywhere you look, if you start looking, we have the best culture. We don't just have culture. They say we have no culture, these blacks in America, blacks in Canada, blacks in the UK say, well, white people, there's no white culture. We have the best culture. We have the greatest culture. We have the greatest architecture on earth. We should have tremendous pride for what our people have done culturally, what we have built in terms of buildings and making things safer and more civilized. We should take tremendous pride in our ancestry, our ancestors, what they have done, our heritage, our culture, our creations, our European ways. Whether you're Slovenian, from the Czech Republic, whether you're from Germany, Poland, Ireland, England, Scotland, even Wales, even the silly Welsh. I'm kidding. They get made fun of. I'm just teasing. France. You should be proud of your people. We built the greatest civilizations on earth. And they say, oh, white people have no culture. They've tried to teach you, propagandize you, brainwash you that you have no culture. We have the greatest culture. We have the greatest civilization. And all you have to do is look into it. If you're unaware of it, no matter what age you are, I'm not going to fault you if you're 20 years old, 30 years old, 40 years old. Look into it and say, you know what? We do. We have the most developed culture. They didn't invent pianos and violins and ballet and opera and film and microchips and computers. They weren't building great castles and cathedrals. They were living in mud huts, and they still are. They still are. We were building castles 600 years ago, 800 years ago. They're living in mud huts, and they still are today. We were building amphitheaters thousands of years ago, and huge buildings and coliseums. What were they building? Mud huts and chucking spears. And their idea of medicine was some voodoo guy in a fucking African tribe with a fish head, the bones of an old dead fish on a string, waving it in front of you, saying, heal, heal you, and chanting some words. That's their idea of medicine. Voodoo. Do you understand? We're not the same. They cannibalize each other. They eat people's brains. They eat the brains of fucking baboons. We're not the fucking same. So stop pretending we're the same and that we're all equal. We're not equal. That Benedict last night was saying we're all equal. We're not equal. Bullshit. Bullshit. We're not equal. We're not equal. No such thing as equality. It's a lie. It's a lie. Do you understand? Do you understand? It's a program. It's a lie meant to disempower you. It's a lie. It's a program. I want you to understand what I'm speaking about. And I want you to understand in a deep, deep way. They lie to you. They love lying to you. They don't feel bad about lying to you. They love feeding you lies. They love feeding you lies. I'm going to keep repeating it so it gets through. They love feeding you lies. They love lying to you. They say we're all equal. We're not equal. It's a lie. Equality's false. It's a deception. It's a program. Propaganda. They're trying to propagandize you. We're not equal. We're not equal. I'll say it again. We're not equal. Here's a castle in Germany. I have difficulty pronouncing the name of this castle. Neuschwanstein Castle. That's my best attempt. It's in Germany, in Bavaria. (1800s). This is what was being built. And long before then, there's many other castles in Germany. There's many castles in Great Britain and in Europe, the rest of Europe. We are builders of castles. We are builders of civilization. We created modern civilization. White people, European stock. I want you to realize what they were building in the 1800s in Africa. It is magnificent, I agree. In the winter time, it's magnificent in the winter and in the summer and in the spring and the fall. It's glorious is what it is. It's glorious. The glory of what we build. Glorious. Compare this to African culture. They say we have no culture. Building castles is part of our culture. We are castle builders. We are builders. That's part of our heritage and culture. That's in our genetics. Not just physically. It's in our biogenetics, in our spirit. It's part of the European spirit right there on the screen. I want you to understand these things. I'm trying to reach you in a spiritual way that other channels do not do. They never go into this. They don't even know about this to speak about it. Or they're anti-white. They're lefties. They hate white people. A lot of the YouTube channels that people watch and defend are anti-white. Look at this castle in Germany. Look at this. It's stunning. It's magnificent. It's amazing. If you went there in person, you'd be in awe. Breathtaking beauty is what we do. It's what we do as Europeans. It's something we do. Whether it's castles or cathedrals or Capitol buildings and Parliament buildings and monuments. Look at our cities. Look at Europe. People travel all over the realm just to stand and look at our architecture. This is a spiritual message. This is part of us. What you see on the screen, whether you helped put a single brick there or not, whether your ancestors, direct ancestors did, this is part of you. I'm telling you something here. I'm teaching you something. To all the Europeans listening and watching, this is part of you. This is part of who we are. And I am very passionate about this because they've lied to you. They've lied to your children. They've lied to your grandchildren. From Australia to Canada to America to the UK to Sweden to France to Germany, they've said, we have no culture. They lied to you. They're lying to your children. They're lying to your grandchildren. These demons are lying. You look at the screen, this beautiful castle. This is part of who we are. This is part of you. This is part of your heritage. This is part of your European spirit. All right? Whether you're German, whether you're British, whether you're French, whether you're Polish, whether you're from one of the Slavic countries or the other Germanic countries, they're Germanic tribes, the Nordic countries, Sweden, Norway. These are all part of the Germanic tribes. It's not just Germany. Germany was a country that became united, but before then it was a whole bunch of places that united to become Germany. It was a whole bunch of kingdoms and tribes. Kingdoms! Kingdoms! Okay? I want this to sink in with people. So the liars will say, we was kings, the blacks in America. They're not kings. They were tribal fools in mud huts, attacking each other, savages. They weren't kings. They weren't kings and queens. What was Germany? Made up of kingdoms. Made up of kingdoms. So was the rest of Europe. And in Ireland, there were chieftains and there were tribes. We come from warriors. They've lied to you and said we have no culture. They've lied to you. Our culture far surpasses any fucking dung heap hut in Africa that they hype up to you. When I trace my ancestry, including the English, I have a lot of Irish blood in me and Viking, but I also have some English on my mother's side of the family and Irish on her side, but English and some Germanic as well, blood. And I trace the ancestry. I have crusaders as ancestors. Generations worth. 3 generations, hundreds of years ago. Crusaders. Knights. Okay? I come from knights. That's in my blood. Warriors that would fight for something that they felt was right. The right thing to do. To stand up and fight for. Men of guts and courage and honor. The stuff that a lot of people today say is toxic masculinity, and they put it down and they don't like it. And it built the civilization that you should be thankful for today. The grit, the blood, the guts, testosterone, the manliness, the courage, the strength, the willingness to get one's hands dirty and to get one's hands bloody if necessary with a sword. That's what stock I come from. That's part of it. But there's also something called the spirit. I don't give in to liars. I don't let them warp things and talk over me and just keep interrupting and trying to say that I oppress them, that I'm to blame for their failings, their failures, and their laziness and their weakness, being told by creatures that live with mommy and they don't have a job that it's my fault that their country sucks and that their life sucks. Fuck you, is my response to them. If you're tuned in right now, fuck you, Benedict. You were given many chances. All you could do was deflect and make excuses and blame and blame and blame and blame and blame and blame and fuck you. My response to you. We're not equal. I'm going to put up another castle on the screen for you. I want this to hit you deeply. I want you to understand that they're trying to claim that we're equal, that they're equal to us. Well, where's the fucking equality? It sure doesn't look equal to me. What we've built, what we've achieved, what we've invented, what we've designed. It's been almost everything. And then they'll just say, like that creature, that cockroach, oh, well, who says we want to build skyscrapers? Who says that we want to do what you did? Just don't complain then. Live in your fucking mud huts. Live in your mud huts. And get your spears and chuck them. And burn your fucking animal dung to heat your mud huts. Live off the stinky fumes. You start looking into the many castles, and just in Germany, there's lists of 10 best castles, and it's just remarkable. Beautiful, breathtaking, amazing, gorgeous. That's what we do. That's what I want people to understand. By we, I'm speaking about Europeans. It's what we do. Am I speaking just about castles? No, I'm speaking about beauty, building and beauty, paintings. Who is doing paintings? Real European fine art paintings, drawings. What about literature? We've given this realm art and culture. From music, classical music, to ballet, to real oil paintings, drawings, museums, art galleries. These are things created by Europeans and made popular by European countries over the centuries. You're not going to go back 300 years in Africa or 200 years and see art museums. You'll see mud huts. Let's get real here. And this is what something that some people have difficulty coming to terms with. It makes them uncomfortable. And they want to go back to, well, aren't we all equal? No such thing as equality. That's just that's just programming. That's all it is. You're falling for the fucking programming. I don't want you to fall for the programming. I want you to break free from that shit and start being honest with yourself first and foremost, and be honest with your people, and stop trying to lie to me and make excuses for cultures that are inferior, countries, cultures, etc. They can't do this in Africa. We were doing this centuries ago. Another beautiful castle. Take a look. We built wonders of the world while they were building mud huts, and they're still building mud huts and shanty towns and shacks made of scrap fucking metal in Liberia and the Congo and South Africa, shanty towns in Zimbabwe. Figure it out. We're not equal. I don't care if the truth hurts you either. I don't care if it stings you. I don't care if it stings your ego like a bee sting or a wasp sting. Good. You need that. You need to be provoked to open your fucking eyes and start facing things. I'm tired of people lying in this realm. You look at this on the screen, these houses, these buildings and shops and that castle and that scenery and the way they built that high up on that hill that looks almost like a cliff. It's way up. And you show me what they've done in sub-Saharan Africa, in the Congo, Liberia, Zimbabwe, South Africa. Show me. In Somalia. What have they done? You go right ahead. Because I'm tired of people saying we're equal. Doesn't make any sense. It's a lie. And I'm going to call it a lie. I'm going to call it what it is. We're not equal. Equality itself is a lie, except perhaps in mathematics, where you can say 2 plus 2 equals with an equal sign 4. Great. Mathematically, 2 and 2 equals 4. It's equal. Great. A $1 bill is equal to 4 quarters. Yeah. Are people the same, though, as math? No. No. Are countries the same as math? Are countries equal? No. Are all cultures equal? No. Are all people equal? No. Is every person just as good as someone else? No. Are some violent, murderous rapists? Yes, they are. Scumbags. Do some abuse children? Yes. Are they equal to me? No, they're not. No. Are all spirits equal? No. They're not. So where does equality apply? In math. I'll grant you that. It's math, it makes sense. An equal sign for an equation, a mathematical equation, or maths with an S on the end, as the Brits say. In maths, an equal sign makes sense. You can say this is equal to this and put an equal sign. Great. Anywhere else in the realm? Not really. Math is the exception. Mathematics. Equations. Other than that, where's the equality? It's just another program. It's a way of fucking program. It's mind control. It's programming your mind to make you believe that you're equal or that someone else is equal, that's an absolute violent fucking savage that will come up behind you on a subway or a train and put a knife in your neck, and they'll say they're equal to you. Well, how are they equal? Well, they look brutal. They look like savages. They look violent because they are. Is that equal to you? No. I would say no. It's not equal to me. Not equal to you. That's what I'm trying to get through to you. Equality is a mind control program in this realm, used by governments and media and the entities that run this realm to fuck your mind, to feed you something false that's observably false. Now, what's more dangerous? A black neighborhood at night that's 95 or 98% black populated in a city, pick any city in USA, any American city that's mostly black, that's dominated by blacks, or a section of the city that's the black part of the town, black part of the city. At night, which is more dangerous? And pick any white neighborhood that's predominantly white, let's say 95% white neighborhood, and then pick any neighborhood that's almost all black in the city. What's more dangerous? Everybody knows. And I know that the liars that lie about it on here would not prove it in real life. They wouldn't walk through the black neighborhood at night at 1 a.m. yelling, "Here I am," and saying, "Well, I'm safe, and do the social experiment. I know you wouldn't do it. You're liars and cowards. And the internet's full of liars and cowards. One neighborhood is safe. One you're going to have no problem, unless somebody stops you, neighborhood watch, or a cop and says, "You're kind of suspicious. Do you live here?" That's about it. That might happen. Now, what are the chances of that? It might be 1 out of 100. It might be a 1% chance that somebody even says anything to you walking through there. But if you're a white person walking through a white neighborhood late at night, chances are nobody's going to bother you. Or they might look out for their neighbors, because white people tend to do that. They tend to look out, like if somebody is prowling around, they might be like, "Yeah, what are you doing? You don't live there," and ask. And I think that's perfectly reasonable. White people tend to be reasonable and caring for their next door neighbor or their neighbor across the street. I would be. Growing up, I had a little old lady, well, not just an old lady, but a German woman, and her next door, they were builders. They were master carpenters, her husband. And her husband and her son were both into building homes. And they were master carpenters. They could build custom cabinetry and do woodwork, like things with woodwork, and just amazing, beautiful stuff. They both had beautiful homes. I was in their homes. Anyway, I would look out for them if somebody was over there prowling around at fucking night. I wouldn't just let them steal their car or let them break into their home or do something or do damage or something. I would say something about it. I would say something. And they tended to be helpful, good people. Anyway, what I'm getting at is walking through the white neighborhood, you're not going to be brutally unalived. Like, you probably would stand a good chance of being robbed, beaten, or unalived going through the black gang ghetto neighborhood. And that's mostly what black neighborhoods are. If you really look into it and start doing some fucking research, the ones that are not Americans, because I know the Americans know this. Even if you're a liberal, you'll be dishonest about it, but you know it's true. That almost every black neighborhood in America that's almost all black is a ghetto. And dangerous. And not somewhere you want to walk alone at night, unarmed. And I know you don't want to do it. Whether you're liberal, left-leaning, far left, or even right-leaning, you know better. Unless you're a fucking moron, which I'd have to say, how'd you live this long and survive? Because everybody knows. Everybody knows. The most liberal fucking people that say blacks are not more violent would not walk through the neighborhoods that I could point out to them and pay them money. I'll pay you money to go through the Detroit suburbs at night, or areas of Baltimore, or areas of Chicago. I'll pay you money, but you got to prove it. You have to film it. You have to live stream it and prove where you are. Not just show the location, but show yourself and give me enough proof and you'll get the money. You want to do it? You want to risk your life for the money? I'll give you hundreds of dollars. You liberals should have no problem with that, right? Pay for your transportation to get there. I want you to do it. Because you talk a lot. You talk a lot of shit, a lot of bullshit on the internet. Liberals saying we're all equal. It's not more dangerous there. Everybody knows it is. And that's why you liberals don't live there. You don't live with them. There's lots of places to buy and live in these all-black neighborhoods, you white liberals. Go live with them. You know it's dangerous. You just don't want to admit it. You're dishonest. But it is very dangerous for a white person to be surrounded by people that hate you, by people with impulse control, by people with much, much, much higher rates of violence. I think it's 40 times higher murder rate. It's not just a little bit more violent. It's off the fucking charts. And you people don't understand. A lot of you just pretend until someone you love is murdered. And then maybe then you'll say, oh, they are kind of violent. I lost my daughter, or I lost my son, or my favorite cousin, or my best friend. A lot of you pretend. You live in denial. It's way different, the level of violence. Just like when you see a white, blonde European woman stabbed in the neck for no reason, from behind, for no reason at all. She did nothing. She said nothing. You can't victim blame her. People will say, well, how did that happen? They won't look at, well, it's a black man. They won't do that. Most people. They are more violent. Those people. Those people. And I'm going to say it that way. I hope it gets under your skin. Whether you're a Negro, a darkie, or whether you're a white liberal. And the panel verse and YouTube and Truthers is full of white liberals. Most are lefties. Most channels are lefties. That's one of the things, not the only thing, but one of the things they hate me for. Most of them are lefties. Some of them are Christian, so they hate me for that. They have all these different things that they are part of. Mind-controlled zombies. Indoctrinated zombie losers. That's what they are. They're not truth seekers. They don't face the truth. Because the truth is, they're more violent. Blacks are more violent. Far more violent. Far more prone to violence, to quick to anger and become violent. Quick to become violent without even anger, just randomly attack a white person because we're white. And they're anti-white and they hate white people. And he was walking through that car of that transportation. I think it was a light rail system. It wasn't a subway, but something similar, saying, I got a white girl. I got that white girl. After he stabbed her in the fucking neck. I wish I could get through to people, but I'm aware that most people, it doesn't get through. It's like talking to a wall in this realm in general. Most truth doesn't sink in with most. They're way more violent. And you know what some of you do? You'd go to these dishonest, disingenuous, laughably stupid arguments like, well, every dog can bite. Every dog can bite. Are all dogs the same? What would you rather be bit by? The tiniest dog that's smaller than a Chihuahua, or 120-pound pit bull mastiff cross breed that's massive with powerful jaws? Huh. Or the biggest angry Rottweiler that you could find, the largest male Rottweiler. Is there a difference? Absolutely. Absolutely. Do all dogs bite at all dog breeds bite at the same rate? No, they don't. Some dog breeds are far more gentle and less violent, less likely to bite a stranger or bite anyone and become aggressive ever. Doesn't mean that no dog of the breed ever in history could do that, but some dog breeds are far more prone to biting strangers than other breeds. This has been proven. If you disagree, do some fucking research instead of going by feelings for once. I get tired of that. You got the internet at your fingertips. Most of you have a phone right in your hand, and you're like, I disagree with that. I feel like all dogs are the same. I feel like golden retrievers are exactly the same as the angriest pit bulls. They're not all the same. They're not. All breeds of dogs are not all the same. Just like retrievers are trained to retrieve. That's in their genetics. Other dogs are more trained to be fighters. Have you ever looked at Kangal dogs they have in Turkey that are trained to protect the animals? They're trained to fight off fucking wolves, and they put dog collars around with spikes because their neck is the most vulnerable part. So they have these big spikes on their dog collars so that nothing can bite the neck. That's where the spikes are. That's what the spike collars are for the people to think, oh, it looks cool. It's not about looking cool. It's about protecting their one vulnerable area, or the most vulnerable, the throat, the neck. So they can't be bitten because they have these spikes that are sometimes 2-3 inches long around their collar. Look into it. Learn something. That's what I get sick and tired of in this realm. And I'm not kidding about this. Just like last night was a demonstration of that. The guy talked out of his ass about everything. And I said, listen, you're speaking out of ignorance. I've studied this. I've studied the crime stats. I'm speaking from a place of knowledge, and you're just speaking out of ignorance, playing like bullshitting, pretending to know something and disagreeing. You don't have any facts or stats or knowledge. I asked him, did you do the research on this? And he had to admit with his big smiling teeth jutting out, no. Well, then what are you arguing for? What are you disagreeing for if you've never fucking looked into it? Do you understand? By definition, you're speaking out of ignorance then because you didn't do the research at all. That means you're ignorant. Some of you are so dumb you think, Stephen called him ignorant. That's an insult. You don't even know what ignorant means. By definition, if you haven't done any research, but you're speaking about something, that's by definition speaking out of ignorance. It's not a mere insult. A lot of you don't even understand the words you use. And I'm just tired of the laziness of humanity in general. A lot of you talk and talk and talk and yap and disagree. And you're quick to say, no, 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 just let me, no, 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 listen, no, 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 no. You're quick to argue and disagree a million times about things you've never looked into. You'll argue about castles. You've never looked into castles. You never even looked at photos of them or researched them. You'll argue about knights and the Crusades, and you never looked into it. You'll argue about European history, and you know nothing about it. You'll just argue against it. You'll argue about everything. You'll argue that we're equal, and it's just laughable that we're different in every conceivable way. You'll argue that race is just skin color. That's what he did. And I started mentioning biological differences. Biological differences that have been studied and documented. It isn't just skin color. I don't give a fuck about skin color or melanin. He laughed it off when I said there's differences in criminality. He laughed as though that's funny. Why is it funny? Do you know what they'd be saying if white people had a 40 times higher murder rate than blacks? I mean, they'd be talking about it every day nonstop, demonizing us for it. But they laugh when somebody says there's differences in criminality. There's different physical differences in physiology and in diseases, sickle cell anemia, and bone density, and brain volume. He laughed at that too. Oh, the brain volume can't be different. Well, the skull size is different and the brain size is different. Brain volume. African versus European. There's differences. Measurable, verifiable differences that you can see on a fucking MRI or a CAT scan or a PET scan. Yeah, differences. Differences in bone density that have been measured and can be measured. Real talk, real facts. And I'm just sick of liars and people that believe and follow liars. That's what your realm looks like to me. It looks like a bunch of creatures like that Benedict liar, Benedict the liar. That's what your realm looks like. Because that's what most of you do. Most of humanity follows shitheads and liars like that and demons. Prove me wrong. 12,000 on his channel and hundreds of thousands on other channels. You love following liars. And the exceptions here, I'm not talking about you. If your moderators are part of my team and you don't do that, congratulations, you're the exception. You're not the rule. But the majority in this realm does follow lying demons. And I can demonstrate it every fucking day. Send more of them here. Send Jake the asshole here to come on. I invited that shithead on when he was in my chat. He wouldn't come on live. I posted the link. Come on here. Come on and talk to me. I want you to. Okay? I want you to. I'm not kidding. They don't want to. because they know they'll be exposed as liars, and they're worried about making less money if they get exposed as being liars. They do YouTube for money, for shekels. It's for profit, and that's a big part of it. I'm not saying it's the only part of it, but shekels is part of it. They wouldn't be doing YouTube for free, most of these creatures. Wouldn't be doing an hour video almost every day like Benedict the liar does. Okay? If somebody said you got to make an hour-long video every day for the next 5 years, but not for any money, we're demonetizing your channel and no donations anymore, he wouldn't do it. He'd say, I'm not doing that. For free? No way would he do it. So it does make a difference. But I am tired of liars. And maybe once some of you get tired enough of liars, maybe you'll start saying, you know what, I am tired of the lies. I'm tired of being told we're all equal. And meanwhile, Stephen can point out all these differences right off, right away, spontaneously, just come right away, shows difference after difference. Verifiable physical differences. And there's psychological differences. And there's criminality differences. There's emotional differences. We're not the same. And it isn't just skin color. Race is far, far deeper and more complex than just skin color. That's literally just the surface skin color. Skin deep, skin color, just the surface skin. Dig deeper, look deeper, learn something for fuck's sakes. Stop being lazy. And don't speak about things if you don't know anything. Don't argue about things and say, no. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You haven't done any research. If you're not tired of that, if you've been in this realm and you're not tired of lying demons, you might be from here. And congratulations, you can stay here. I'm not trying to force you to leave this beloved earth of yours, this hell realm that a lot of you are addicted to. And for Benedict, he might call it a hell realm, but he's not going anywhere because he's a liar. You think he's going to get through the gates being the fucking liar that he is? Lying about everything and blaming white people, an entire race, as colonizers? You think he's going anywhere? You think Benedict, the liar, is getting through the gates out of this realm? You're delusional if you think that. You're bloody delusional. He's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. His little fucking African helicopter. There was one that was worse than this. It was, I think, a plane built out of wood. I mean, it's laughable. They even make cell phones made out of wood. They're trying to copy us. They can't invent. They just try to mimic and copycat. That's all they do. Go in your little flying machine, Benedict the liar. You're not going anywhere. You're not leaving this hell realm. You won't get through the gates because you're a liar. Your frequency is that of a liar. You're going to be stopped at the fucking gates, bitch. You're not going anywhere, bitch. Not going anywhere. Oh, wait a second. Somebody backstage. Oh, Mike is back. Hey, Mike, how's it going? Hey, King Stephen, that piece of shit, Benedict, he's a fucking liar. He's a liar, man. He's a liar. Thanks, Mike. Thanks for backing me up. That was Mike Tyson, everyone. Mike Tyson, I appreciate you, Mike. Thanks for coming on again. He doesn't like him, and he also... Mike doesn't like that Landry character either. Mike doesn't like Benedict.
And I'm not saying that toxic femininity is a good thing, but I'm saying it's a much more understood and valid reaction to a system of oppression versus toxic masculinity, which oppresses.
Toxic masculinity. Look how this nigga be dressed. And this was at Oxford. He's in slippers, sweatpants, and a dirty t-shirt with looks like braids or dreadlocks. And is this the best that England has to offer at Oxford that used to be a prestigious place? Like, this is gross. Look at this. Look at how he's dressed. And for the ones that say you don't care how he's dressed, everything's degraded, including the way people dress. You dress this way to debate, and then Charlie Kirk looks like he's wearing a suit. I don't know if he has a tie on or if he's dressed more casual, but he's wearing a suit. He's dressed, okay, for the occasion. I know he's part of the system. I'm aware of that, but look at the contrast. Jesus Christ, I'm almost disgusted and sick over this. Looks like he's wearing slippers and old sweatpants and a dirty fucking t-shirt with a black man's face on it. It's just, this is an Oxford debate? Fucking hell, man.
Okay.
Bloody hell. Bloody hell.
So even if I grant you that.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you are welcome to Modi Speaks. So we're going to be looking at this video I stumbled upon just this morning. It is about Charlie Kirk and it has gone very viral, averaging about 860,000 views. Okay, now this video was discussing one of the debates Charlie Kirk had with Oxford students in the UK. Ironically, the same student he was debating in this video is the now president of Oxford Union, who went online and
Okay. It's the way she says, okay. Oh, look at this. George, the Negro that had the debate with them and was wearing the sweatpants said, he wrote, Charlie Kirk got shot. Let's fucking go with prayer hands. Look at this. This is the way they behave. Do you think this is civilized? This Oxford Negro
of Oxford Union, who went online and made a post celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. Now, this was a student who had the opportunity of having a conversation with Charlie Kirk when he was alive. But this guy felt nothing except happiness when he found out that the young man whom he was debating just a few weeks ago was publicly assassinated. Now, I just want you to think about that, okay? Just think about it for a minute. Now, the creator reacting to this video claimed that Charlie Kirk was destroyed in the debate by the Oxford student. He captioned the video, "Oxford student outsmarts Charlie Kirk and the crowd can't stop laughing." I can't wait to see what he's talking about. So without further ado, guys, let's just dive right into the video.
In this video, we are going to see Charlie Kirk go on a long, pointless rant when pressed on toxic masculinity. We're also going to see the crowd repeatedly laugh at Charlie Kirk because he's outsmarted by an Oxford student. As usual, let's watch the video in full and I'm going to give you guys my thoughts towards the end.
Hey Charlie, so I wanted to return to a comment you made earlier about the generation of lost boys. You likened them to the Peter Pan movie.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So when we're talking about Red Pill Media as being a large influence, and I wanted to define that. It's a reference to the Matrix in which a lot of these media heads talk about unplugging yourself, and it's about waking up to the realization that there is an active attack on masculinity, that men's rights need to be, that men are being oppressed in a way, and that men's rights need to be advocated for. Many people have attributed the Red Pill Media to rise in this almost generation of lost boys. I kind of wanted to get your opinion on do you see this generation of lost boys as a failure of, say, masculinity, or are there potential other factors, economic, social factors, such as, the death of the American dream, increasing costs of living in America, increased cost of education? Are there any other reasons as to why this generation of lost boys might exist, or do you basically
Yes,
attributed
no,
to
I
just.
acknowledge all of that, of course. I mean, one of them, it's a very good faith question, and thank you. In America, we made a stupid decision in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s to shut down our factories in the middle part of the country and basically disenfranchise and deindustrialize tens of millions of working class men and tell them to go move to the cities and learn to code. I said this in the previous Q&A, but I can again, which is that a family used to be able to be supported on a single income of 35 weeks of labor a year. Now it takes upwards of 60 weeks of labor a year. However, given all the economic and social and all those factors, the largest of all of them is the cultural and the educational that has infantilized men and hyper-feminized them in the messaging, in the outreach, and in the treatment. And so I can give you specific examples.
In what way has the education system infantilized men?
I mean, every possible way, from the hypermedication of young men, from in the core curriculum in America, we learn about toxic masculinity from ages 8 in public schools in California and in New York. We never talk about toxic femininity. Do you agree that there's toxic femininity as well?
I mean, I think it's an unfair double standard.
Why?
Well,
how can femininity not be toxic if masculinity can?
I'm not saying they can't be.
Do we teach kids about toxic femininity in our schools? No, tell me yes or no.
I actually loved how Charlie Kirk immediately asked him why it is okay to teach toxic masculinity in schools and universities, but no one ever mentions toxic femininity. In universities, colleges, and classrooms around the world, you hear this term over and over and over again. Toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity. It is on the curriculum. It is in gender studies lectures. It is all over TikTok and Instagram. It is blamed for violence, abuse, war, greed, power struggles, even climate change somehow, okay? But here is a question nobody ever wants to ask. If we are talking about toxic masculinity, then why are we not talking about toxic femininity too? Is it because it does not exist, or is it because modern culture, especially academic institutions, have created a one-sided narrative where only men can be the problem? Yes, some men can exhibit toxic traits, but that toxicity isn't only exclusive to men. Women have it too. Some women weaponize emotional manipulation. Yes, some women use beauty or sexuality to gain power over others. Passive-aggressive behavior, undermining others through gossip or exclusion, weaponizing victimhood, leveraging the legal system in bad faith. For example, making false accusations. So the pendulum swings both ways, but it is very much concerning when the society solely shifts the blame to men and keeps shouting toxic masculinity when nobody ever mentions toxic femininity. And Charlie asked him a very direct question. In all your years of academia, have you ever been taught about toxic femininity? I mean, that was a very powerful question right there, and I'm eager to hear what he has to answer. Mind you, the creator reacting to this video claims that this Oxford student turned Charlie Kirk into a laugh-generating clown. So, let's continue.
No, tell me yes or no.
I mean, I think that they come from two very different places. I think toxic masculinity comes from a level of misogyny, where I think toxic femininity often comes from a reaction to a misogynistic system, which fundamentally oppresses and systematically oppresses women. And I'm not saying that toxic femininity is a good thing, but I'm saying it's a much more
How does the British system oppress women? How does the American system oppress women when they're favored in courts? They're favored in classrooms. They actually have female privilege. So anyway, this guy is a male feminist, black, feels oppressed for being black, but he thinks women are oppressed. Typical lefty moron.
understood and valid reaction to a system of
Dumb Negro, dressed in his gray sweatpants, his slippers, dirty black t-shirt, and his braided hair. At Oxford. He doesn't belong at Oxford. He belongs in sub-Sahara Africa.
oppression versus toxic masculinity, which oppresses.
Okay. So even if I grant...
What are these people clapping about? This guy said something extremely dumb, and these people are clapping. Every single person in that room who clapped for that statement is a clown, and that is very disappointing, to say the least, seeing as we are talking about Oxford students here. Oxford, for that matter. These guys are supposed to be brilliant. But how disappointing. This ignorant Oxford student falsely claims that toxic femininity only exists because of misogyny. Oh, women are just reacting to the oppressive system created by men. But that is not true. That is just a stupid way of shifting the blame and only focusing on men. Toxic femininity exists on its own. It is not just a response. It is a pattern of behavior that can be just as destructive, manipulative, and self-serving.
All right, I hate to have to interrupt the stream to go over here, but this is Peace Dynamo. Quite an avatar. Sets off alarm bells for me, that kind of avatar. Makes me think that they're a lefty, liberal, feminist or something. That's what I get from the avatar. Right off the bat. Red flags and alarm bells go off. So it looks like a lot of tacky, ugly ass stuff there. Why they would film this or make a video and upload it to YouTube. A whole 1 view on this in 3 months. So they're going to tell me how to run their channel. They have 0 likes and 1 view in 3 months. What the fuck do you know about running a YouTube channel or doing anything on here? You think you're an expert somehow, the big mouth on other channels. What have you done? Look at your garbage here.
Cabin I'm looking for, please.
Mom, that's where we got turned around last night. I talked to you. We pulled into that previous driveway, which took us way back up in that woods, and those roads were considerably worse and rutted, and we had to turn around twice, and had to get out with a flash. Back hurts, and stop jerking. And he was like, I'm just driving, you went. He didn't say that. That was.
So I don't know if this channel is run by a male or a female, which is also weird. I always find it weird on YouTube if the person's gender isn't readily apparent. I think there's something off about that quite often, where you have to ask, are you male or female? Weird.
It was me editorializing.
Now we're off to Walmart.
We are going to Dollar General in Helen, where we go every time we come to Helen to get our supplies that we forgot. Who forgot their...
We're going to Dollar General in Helen. What are you filming this useless shit for 9 months ago? It doesn't seem like you have any substance. It seems like you're a zombie. Yes, I remember you bashing my channel. You were agreeing, I think, with our poll, saying take the videos down and do this. I think I've seen comments by you. You're as right as you can get, really. Huh. Your avatar looks like somebody that should be in the LGBT as a non-binary gender neutral LGBT she/her/him/ whatever. I mean, what are you talking about? I just don't trust you. There's something about you that I don't trust. It's boring. I take videos because my mom can't get out. Okay. Well, it's great substance. You have a lot of ideas and a lot on your mind. you have a lot on your mind. You have a lot of ideas. You just don't put them into videos, I guess. I'll assume that you're brilliant. You just can't make videos that reflect that, right? You're a covert genius. Stop depriving the world of your great talents and your great ideas and your great vision.
I guess that was where the big tree was that was leaning. Couple there. The tree line didn't even start till over there. So a few there. And this bush is in my way. Let's see.
Why can't your mom get out? Is she like the woman, the mother from What's Eating Gilbert Grape? Is she like that big mama? She can't get out, literally can't get out of the house. Is that what it is? I don't know. I don't know your situation. Hold on, everyone. I'm going to see if I can find Peace Dynamo's mama. Oh, I think I found her. She can't get out of the house. Here she is. What's Eating Gilbert Grape? The big mama. My goodness, look at the arms on her. I'm just kidding. I don't know if that's her mom. It might be. Might not be. I don't know. Is this her? My goodness. We're out in the woods. Is this Tennessee?
And so on the other side of the bus, like the tree line was past that, so don't know why even those little like stringy trees are there. So that, yeah, we had at least half a dozen to 10 inside that fence. And then that's where the grass was already, right here. The tree started at the fence. Not.
All right, everyone. We're going to go back to the show. I will keep doing me. I will always be me, no matter what's said or what's done in this realm. I've got to be me. I made fun of Jack for quite a while. A lot of memes, a lot of short videos. He was featured in live streams. The best co-host ever on the Jack Talcott Show. I was the best co-host ever. Oh, I missed this premiere by Carmen.
We hit the super thanks or the buy me a coffee link. Feeling frustrated, and he was feeling pressured, and he was feeling
pressure, the mounting pressure that Charlie Kirk was under from pro-Israel forces, from Netanyahu's cutouts in the United States.
He valued our bond, the bond between America and Israel.
Who is they, BB? Who is they who got Charlie Kirk?
I will be coming to college campuses, many of them this year. So will we all, I am sure.
And they went after him and tormented him. Not all, of course, many were supportive, but the ones who were offended by my speech, and there was a small, very intense group who were, tormented Charlie Kirk until the day he died.
I want to verify that he was feeling frustrated, and he was feeling pressured, and he was feeling like his character was being assassinated.
All right, guys, this episode is going to be very controversial.
Now, that was a little bit weird, saying he was feeling like his character was being assassinated. Because he was assassinated, or they claim he was. I think it was a psyop, but that's my take on it. You don't have to agree. You don't have to see it the way I do. I made a short video earlier, though. Let's check this out. Mike Tyson knocks out Illumitami, a.k.a. Jesus of Bethlehem. Total destruction. What's this one about?
Oh.
Ah, that's 54 ounces and some ice, boy. I gotta put it up on my shoulder. I feel like an African woman walking like 3 miles for water. And I know you're laughing right now, African people, like 3 miles, I wish. Jesus, 3 miles, I wish. My wife is still back on the trail having a baby. She had to stop to have her baby. I said, I'll go on for the water. That's how it is. That's how it is. That's where Jack Talcott needs to go. End wars. Why don't you walk this bitch's water for a couple days? That'd be better than sitting there not doing anything for 3 years trying to do a thing that's never going to be done. That dude is so fucked. And so is Snafu. Did I mention this is still the back rooms, guys? This is all an illusion because Chev knows his dark digital magic now. Fucking Chev. I'm still in those.
Hey Mike, what's up? What do you think of Tommy? What do you think of Illuma Tommy, the salami swallower?
Hey, King Steven. Tommy's messed up. Tommy's messed up.
Hey, thanks, Mike. Have a good one. Wait, did Mike say that Tommy's messed up or methed up? Did he say messed up or methed up? I agree, Mike, either way. I think Tommy is methed up and messed up. He's both. He's both. Tommy's a mess. Tommy's a mess. T-Jack, Tommy tears. Tommy Jack, T-Jack. Tattletale Tommy, Tommy tears.
As any form of destructive behavior. A woman with toxic traits will still be toxic regardless of whatever type of man she has in her life. She could be raised by a wonderful father, have the most caring husband, and still be the most selfish, emotionally manipulative woman you have ever known. Toxicity is not gendered. It is just human. Anybody can have it. But when people like this Oxford students and those Oxford clowns clapping for him acts like women are only reacting as if they are never active participants in toxic behavior, they are creating a culture of moral immunity where only one side gets blamed, okay, and the other side gets a free pass. If a man abuses power, we call it out, and we should. But if a woman abuses power, society says, well, she's just responding to centuries of oppression. Come on now.
Grant you that. Even if I grant you that, are they teaching toxic? Is that term ever been used in a school that you know of?
What term?
Toxic femininity?
No, it's not.
Oh, that's weird. So only one sex gets criticized and called toxic. Maybe that creates a backlash.
Well, because one is creating a system of
Oh,
oppression.
no, that's your interpretation. No, you can make every excuse under the book that you'd like, but only one chromosome set gets criticized, called that they're terrible and awful, and that women basically need to be like go into the corporate world with no reservation, and young men see this pattern in the West and in our country from the authors, from the curriculum, from the music, from the movies, and we see, and of course, again, in the educational system proper, we have seen the infantilization of the young male. And so again, we know the data, you did agree to it, that young men are checking out completely, but we're actually living under a hyper-feminist West that is toxic. What does that mean? Speech police, feelings first, emotion over reason, community over individualism. We're seeing this, and by the way, is it working? Is the West stronger as it's become more feminine in the last 30 years? No. In fact, our morale is weaker, we're more suicidal, our fertility rates are down, we have lost the balance, we've lost the yin and the yang between the male and the female. We lost what worked, and we have hyper-platformed. Your own prime minister, Boris Johnson, when he was talking at a summit, said we need to actually make things more feminine. Could you imagine if he said we need to make things more masculine? How does that sound to a dock worker in Brighton or someone in Essex? We need to make things more feminine? No. Instead, we need to restore the balance that God created man and women, and right now they're, and by the way, you want an example? Adolescence. How does that movie Adolescence not broadly generalize a theme that, first of all, doesn't exist, secondly, is like a slow motion, like humiliation ritual for the young boys of Britain? Could you imagine if there was a similar movie criticizing young women that are like how they are the ones that are driving men away, about how catty they are, about how they don't want to be. No, it's fine. I'll just complete the point. I could give you data point after data point, and I would ask you the question, has the West grown stronger the more effeminate has become?
Actually, Charlie Kirk is cooking this guy, and maybe you don't feel that way because these people in the room are just a bunch of clowns. Oxford is a joke at this point. Oxford is a joke. All those guys seated in that room are just a bunch of clowns, okay? The fact that they're not clapping for the wonderful points being made by Charlie Kirk doesn't mean that he is not making those points, guys. He is making them. They're just stuck up in their own fragile feelings to even understand what Charlie is talking about.
Okay. You've said a lot.
Yes, that's how a Q&A works. You ask the question and I answer. So I am.
You've said a lot. And the ignorant crowd goes, ha 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 ha. Like he made some really remarkable points. What are they teaching these guys in Oxford these days? Guys, has Oxford turned into another indoctrination camp? I mean, what is wrong with these guys? And by the way, Charlie Kirk made a lot of wonderful points. Now, the creator reacting to this video, whose name, by the way, is Just a Confused Brit, that at least tells me a little bit about him, okay? He is not just confused, but he is also dangerously ignorant. Now, he claims that Charlie was, made fun of. He was outsmarted. So let's just watch a bit and see more of how Charlie Kirk was, outsmarted by the brilliant Oxford feminist.
The speaker, that's how it works.
Okay, so on your point about adolescence, I don't think adolescence is a generalization. We are not saying that every young boy in the UK is like this. We're not saying every young boy goes through this process. It's an example of what can happen when people fall into this kind of media. I think it's it's more of a story or a warning to what can happen to people that fall into these bubbles, who don't find the help that they necessarily need, that can turn violent. And this is a perfect example of toxic masculinity, in which the boy feels like he's not affirmed in his masculinity and takes that out on women. We've also then seen within men, the largest contributor to men's deaths right now is male suicide. But I would argue that is not a factor of feminization, but instead a factor of masculinity. The idea that men can't be in touch with their feelings. You talked about a feeling first approach being effeminate. So men are simply not allowed to engage with their feelings at all. Men not allowed to talk about their feelings. These are large contributors to a massive problem within men's spaces that lead to what is the highest contributor to men's death, suicide. And I think this idea that, men simply go back to work and if they're economically assured, then suddenly everything is fine. And, men's mental health was never an issue before the 90s or whatever it was when we used to start affirming men's mental health, I think is an unfair, it's an unfair point to make. And I think it doesn't speak to a lot of issues that a lot of young men face. And I think it's a dishonest way to go about talking about this conversation.
Okay, so which part would you like me to respond to?
Let's go to the point about male suicide and masculinity not being allowed to affirm.
So to your point, if it was true that men have always been miserable, why have the suicide rates gone up?
Well, because we've started recording suicides better. It's not to say that suicides didn't occur on this level. It's just we simply have better ways of recording.
That's rubbish, and body bags are data that transcends any sort of manipulation. A self-inflicted gun wound or being hung, it was not like a mass reporting issue 60 years ago in this country or in the West. It is a material fact because we know it's happening in the Anglosphere. It's happening in Australia, it's happening in America, it's happening all across Europe, that suicide rates of men are going up. Depression is going up. Yes. They are correlated together. It's not a reporting issue. There's something undergirding it. And in fact, just one other thing, your own prime minister endorsed adolescence. He sent out a tweet saying, I was shocked to the core when I watched this film and everyone should watch it. So that is an endorsement from the top leader, other than, the king of this country, of endorse. I don't even know, may the king endorse that.
I mean, an endorsement is not a generalization.
Well, hold on. No. He said, I'm troubled to the core of what this could become. And you have to, again, that is one example of thousands that I could give, one that is the most applicable to here to this country. And I guess I would just ask this question in closing. Do you think men would be happier if they are married and providing for a family?
I don't think marriage or the institution of marriage is the only way a man can be happy.
That's not what I said. I said generally happier. Do you think men will be generally happier if they're married, providing, and have children.
I don't think that's a necessary factor to contribute to men's happiness.
What is your solution to bring about male happiness in the West? Mine is men get married, have children, and provide. What is yours?
It's a big question.
It's a big question. It's a big question. This is a big question. Now, this is the guy who supposedly outsmarted Charlie Kirk, who turned Charlie into a laughingstock. This guy who thinks the simplest question you can ask any real man is a big question. Well, I can't wait to listen to the mumbo jumbo he's going to come up with. Here we go.
I think an affirmation of their emotions, their emotional states.
We've tried that.
I think an openness to allowing men to express themselves in whichever way they want, even if that is in a more effeminate way or a Western, typically effeminate way. I don't think it's about ostracization. I don't think it's about promoting one simple institution of living and disregarding all of those else. Men are free to live single, men are free to be in gay relationships. I don't think that the institution of marriage privileges one to a life of happiness over any other way of living.
So, of course, you have the agency to do that. With all due respect, have you been to London the last 10 years? Men can do whatever they want.
I live in London.
Are they happier? Men can dress how they want. Men can act how they want. They can go to any club. Has it worked?
Yeah, but also we've had austerity. There are other factors outside of simply just.
Do you see what you're doing? Respectfully, you're scrambling for an excuse to get away from the truth that's right in front of you.
I mean,
maybe men should get married and have children.
Okay, but I think
because it's worked for 2,000 years.
I just think it's a very dishonest way to go about this argument. That there's only one issue.
Interesting. Can I challenge you on that, though?
Sure.
Why is it that the men of much poorer African and Asian countries don't have suicide issues, yet they have no money?
How do we know that?
Oh, we know. Again, by empirical third-party reported data from the UN, from the US State Department, there is not a suicide crisis in sub-Saharan Africa. There's not a suicide crisis.
You're talking to a Negro. He doesn't go by stats. He's like, how do we know that? He doesn't know that statistics are taken. They don't understand this. They go by feelings. He doesn't know about stats for how many people have committed suicide. He doesn't know about murder stats. He doesn't know that statistics are taken, that bodies are counted. He doesn't know any of this. You're talking to a darky. He doesn't know. He's just there in his slippers and his gray sweatpants and his black t-shirt and his long hair. I don't know how he got into Oxford. Look at the way he dresses. Look at the way everyone else is dressed. But he'd say dressing like that, it's his culture.
Crisis in Southeast Asia with young men. So explain to me that phenomenon. They're materially wealthy. They're not materially wealthy, and yet they're harming themselves. So why would you then say it's austerity?
Wait, sorry, say that again.
Okay, you're looking for another explanation for male unhappiness.
Yes.
I'm pointing to you to a part of the world that actually does value marriage and does have children, but they have no money.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, how could you say it is a material problem why the men of London, who can dress how they want, go to whatever bar they want, are not happy?
Because it's more than one reason. Like, there are multiple factors. It's not even just economic. There's economic, there's social, there's like religious pressures. There's so many, you cannot boil down a societal issue to one.
And I acknowledge
issue.
that, right? I even at the beginning, remember, I'm saying the biggest, the one that has an exponent on it, is that we have a biological urge that God gave us when he designed us, which is to be fruitful and multiply, for men to provide for the family. And when we suppress that, and we say that you can go live whatever lifestyle you would like, as already happens in the West. We have Exhibit A. We have a serious suicide, mental health, anxiety, depression issue. So I would just ask you to think over the next couple of days, months, or years, why is it that men in countries that barely have toilets and do not have 2 pounds to rub together, but they do have kids and they do have a wife, are much happier than someone with a big flat in downtown London? Something to think about.
I mean, I think happiness is a difficult idea to conflate in that sense. I mean,
No,
there
how
are
about
other
suicide?
duties.
They're less likely to kill themselves. Forget all these happiness indexes. If you kill yourself, you're not happy, right? So these poor countries do not have male suicide problems. Why?
I do not know.
Think about it. Thank you very much.
That was actually quite interesting back and forth. I literally feel the student on the right, he had Charlie in a bit of a chokehold for quite a while. Now, the last question, what it is that I would say is when you're debating someone like a Charlie Kirk, and you see this with Donald Trump, these people will just pull things out of the...
He had Charlie in a bit of a chokehold? Are you serious? Where was the chokehold? I see the guy nervous with his hand in his fucking pockets of his sweatpants. He didn't have anything in response. How do we know this? It's called statistics. We keep track of deaths. Have you ever had to take care of someone's estate when someone dies and get the death certificate and go through certain things? Deaths are recorded. And so is the cause of death, including suicide. And he's in Oxford. It used to be one of the most prestigious universities on earth. And it's just morons. And people go by this. If anybody here ever comes to boast about their so-called formal education, here's some advice for you. You make yourself look stupid by talking about even attending a university or your degrees in anything. Because I can outstudy you and outlearn you on anything. And I don't need to go to one of these indoctrination centers. I didn't need to go there 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. I would never mention if I were you, because it makes you look stupid and programmed and indoctrinated by feminism, by leftism. Like, it's not something to boast about. It just isn't. It's something that I would, if I had done that, I'd be embarrassed about it. I wouldn't mention it. I wouldn't come on here saying, you know, I went to this university and I got this a degree in whatever it is. Like, it's not impressive. It's quite the opposite. It makes you look like the dummy on the screen. I don't know why I need to say this, but there's people that still talk about their degrees on my channel. I'm not impressed. Far from it. It makes me think you got duped. You got programmed. You spent a lot of money to get taught shit. And some of you still hang on to, oh, I know this about art history, because it's like, yeah, I've actually studied art history without going to a shithole place that brainwashes people. I've studied it on my own. And if you want to come on live, we'll discuss it. Any topic you want. I'm self-educated. I didn't need to get programmed and pay money. So if I were you, I'd keep that under my hat. Whoever you are watching my show, it's not something to brag about. It's something that it doesn't make you look good. It's quite the opposite. Seriously, you should consider saying, yeah, I'm not going to mention this anymore. Because that's how it looks. You look like a fool. Do I think there's almost no degrees worth spending money on? Yeah, almost none. In the world. I don't care what country you live in. England, United States, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, France, Germany, wherever. Finland, Sweden. I don't care where you are. Because I know what universities are. You have some work to do if you don't know yet. And please just go beyond your personal experience where you experience this. I know some people are all wrapped up in their bubble. Look on a big scale. It's worldwide. It's not just whatever college you went to or university. It's across the Western world. They are a certain way. Okay? Do some research before you argue. Please don't be lazy. I don't suffer fools gladly. If you're an ignorant, know-nothing fool and you're going to come on here and argue, there's going to be pushback from me, and you're going to be humiliated the way that darky was last night. The same thing will happen. Why? Because I have knowledge. And a lot of you argue out of ignorance and your feelings, and you feel like this and feel like that. And I can point to where you're wrong. With facts, with evidence, with statistics, with knowledge, with real, observable fucking evidence. So don't boast and think I'm going to be impressed about you getting certain degrees. I'm not impressed, no matter who you are. And I'm just letting you know, even if we're friends, whoever you are, it's not impressive to me whatsoever. It wouldn't have been impressive to me when my parents were trying to force me to go to university when I was in high school and I didn't want to. I'm not interested in getting indoctrinated. So when people think, oh, I'm going to impress Stephen by boasting about my degrees, I would crumple it up and throw it in the fucking bathroom waste bin with toilet paper on top of it or old tissues. It's useless. I'm not impressed. That's one of the last things that you can impress me with. It never is going to work. Never. Okay? Never. So at least get that through your heads and say, you know what? I'm not going to mention it anymore. Because it does the opposite. It doesn't impress me. It makes me wonder why you were so duped and gullible. Just like feminism. It's not impressive to me. Okay? Quite the opposite, ladies. It's not impressive. I'm well aware of mind control programs going on. I've studied this for years and years and years. I've made videos on it. I've written about it for years and years and made memes over the years. I was making memes a decade ago plus exposing feminism. I'm not new to it. So for women that are so wrapped up in this shit, you're not impressing me. You're actually making yourself look gullible and dumb. I'm not saying that to hurt your feelings. I'm just telling you the truth. I hope you get that sense of, oh, I'm not going to talk about this. It makes me look dumb. It's better to do that. Not just with me. It's something that I just wouldn't talk about very much unless you're admitting, hey, I was completely duped. You're about as impressive as this darkie on the screen. It's not impressive. And I don't care what the subjects were, what your major was, what your degree's in. It doesn't matter to me.
It's quite interesting back and forth.
Explanation for male unhappiness.
Yes.
I'm pointing to you to a part of the world that actually does value marriage and does have children, but they have no money.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, how could you say it is a material problem why the men of London, who can dress how they want, go to whatever bar they want, are not happy?
Because it's more than one reason. Like, there are multiple factors. It's not just like, it's not even just economic. There's economic, there's social, there's like religious pressures. There's so many, like, you cannot boil down a societal issue.
They always try to say that. It's always social, economic, with Negroes and crime, and they'll blame that for suicide. But they don't look that it's across the board. The rates have gone up, whether you're rich, poor, across the West, male suicide. They won't look at that though. And I don't think they're capable. I don't think these lefties and darkies are even capable of doing it. I don't think they're capable of even understanding stats. There's a lot of people walking this earth that will say, well, they're all rigged, they're all fake. But you can actually observe and see that this correlates. There is this going on. There is higher crime in these areas. It isn't just because we see statistics written on paper or on a website. And these lefties, they just don't get it. There's no help for most of them. They're lost causes. They think everything's fake when somebody comes up with evidence. Oh, statistics, those aren't real. Well, every death is counted in this country, whether in your America, Canada, Australia, the UK. Look into it before you disagree. And that's what people don't do. They're just lazy and stupid and dishonest. And that's what most of you are. That's what most university and college grads are. They're like the guy on the screen. They're like this dummy, this darkie on the screen.
To like one.
And I acknowledge that, right? I even at the beginning, remember, I'm saying the biggest, the one that has an exponent on it, is that we have a biological urge that God gave us when he designed us, which is to be fruitful and multiply.
God gave us, be fruitful. I don't agree with Kirk on that. I'm not with him on his view of a good God and be fruitful and multiply. I have my disagreements with Charlie Kirk. But does he speak some truth that is factual outside of his religious beliefs? Yeah, quite a bit he did. Did he speak? Was he 100%? No. Did he really speak out? He started to speak out against Israel towards the end in the last weeks before we'll call it an event. So good for him for that. Now, whether he's been a puppet all along, as I suspect he was, because he's famous on the world stage. You don't get to be famous in this world on the world stage, world famous, doing events on television, shaking Trump's hand, all this sort of stuff. It doesn't happen that way. You don't get to be a multi-millionaire where his Turning Point USA was taking in something 80 million a year in profit, they claim. That doesn't happen unless you're part of the club. So I'm aware of that. But does that mean that he spoke entire lies? No, not at all. He spoke a lot of truth. And I will say that readily. He spoke a lot of truth about trans, about certain things, certain issues like they're talking about here, about families, all sorts of things. He spoke lots of truth about certain things. Does that mean I support the guy or I was a fan of his? No.
Apply for men to provide for the family. And when we suppress that and we say that you can go live whatever lifestyle you would like, as already happens in the West, we have Exhibit A, we have a serious suicide, mental health, anxiety, depression issue. So I would just ask you to think over the next couple of days, months, or years, why is it that men in countries that barely have toilets and do not have 2 pounds to rub together, but they do have kids and they do have a wife, are much happier than someone with a big flat in downtown London? Something to think about.
I mean, I think happiness is a difficult idea to conflate in that sense. I mean,
No,
there
how
are
about
other
suicide?
duties.
They're less likely to kill themselves. Forget all these happiness indexes. If you kill yourself, you're not happy, right? So these poor countries do not have male suicide problems. Why?
I do not know.
Think about it. Thank you very much.
That was actually quite interesting back and forth. I literally feel the student on the right, he had Charlie in a bit of a chokehold for quite a while. Now, the last question, what it is that I would say is when you're debating someone like a Charlie Kirk, and you see this with Donald Trump, these people will just pull things out of the sky without any proof, without any information or individuals to point at to say, this is where I got this information from. You see that so many times. And I feel like that's what it is that Charlie Kirk done at the end there. To say in Africa or any third world countries and whatnot, and not just Africa, any third world country at all, to say that those types of places, they don't have individuals who commit suicide or suicide rates are high and whatnot. To say that without actually stating where did you get that information from, if it was research data, well, who conducted the research or the data? To say that without actually not stating where you got that information from, that's just a bit disingenuous for me. And I can't take that information serious because I've seen a lot of people on the right, including a Charlie Kirk, just tell and spread lies purely because of the fact that it helps the narrative and the argument that it is that they're making at that time.
So this creator, despite witnessing this debate unfold, still believes that this Oxford student has Charlie in a chokehold. Wow. This is delusion on steroids, guys. Now, to claim that what Charlie said about sub-Saharan African countries and even low-income Asian countries have very much lower cases of male suicide, to claim that Charlie was outrightly lying about that is just laughable. Guys, I'm African, okay? From sub.
Yes, we know you're African, okay? Okay? Listen, the guy said he literally feels. He literally feels. That's an indication of stupidity, and it's something that a lot of young people repeat. What does it even mean to say, I literally feel like? It sounds stupid because it is stupid. They don't think, they feel. I literally feel like he, and it's just so stupid.
Sub-Saharan Africa, okay? Born, bred countries have very much lower cases of male suicide. To claim that Charlie was outrightly lying about that is just laughable. Guys, I'm African, okay? From sub-Saharan Africa, okay? Born, bred, okay? And I can genuinely tell you that even if Africans may not be as economically wealthy as other countries, even if most of us don't necessarily have the luxuries of life, we are still fulfilled and happier. And one of the major reasons for that is because we believe in marriage and having children. Every single individual is expected to be married and have kids during their lifetime in Africa. Are there those who are not so lucky to be blessed with children in their marriage? Yes, and you can clearly tell that they don't feel as fulfilled as others who have children in their marriage, but they feel better than those who were never married. Are there those who end up unmarried? Yes, okay, they are few by the way, but they exist. But you can clearly see that they are very unhappy with their lives, especially when you compare them to their counterparts who are married with children. So guys, I'm sorry for disappointing you guys with this video. I was here to see Charlie Kirk getting owned by this Oxford student. Instead, I saw an ignorant student getting schooled by the legendary Charlie Kirk. Now, I almost called out this creator, this YouTuber, for his ignorance, but when I remembered that he is just a confused individual, I pity him. But as always guys, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions. Please feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully. Also, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or supporting the channel in any way that you can. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on the next one. For now, peace.
Hi everyone. I've been thinking a lot about whether or not I should make this video. As you know, I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm proud to be from here. I love this city very much. When Michael and I were on the cruise last week, we were completely out of touch with the news. But a few days after we got home was when I found out about what had happened back in August, about 3 weeks before I even heard about it. When I heard about Irina Zarutska, and that I have not been able to stop thinking about this story ever since. Irina was 23. I'm not going to waste one single second talking about what happened to her or who did it to her. I'm sure anybody watching this video probably knows. She was only 23 years old, and she was so beautiful, and she had so many good qualities, so many things going for her in life. She sounds like such a wonderful person, a good person. She loved animals. I read the obituary that her family posted about her, and it's just absolutely heartbreaking. This is my city. I love my city, but something terrible happened here. Irina came to North Carolina to escape a war in Ukraine. She came here to be safe, and my city and my city extinguished her.
So she says, my city, my city. They'll never say Negro. They don't want to bring race into it. It's her city that did it, she'll say. Her city did it. This is a common thing with white people. A lot are called anti-black, but they don't want to say, well, a black person did it. Most white women are like her. Most that I've ever known and ever seen on YouTube and in media. Most are like this. They don't want to come out and say, yeah, a black man killed her. They just won't come out and say the truth. They won't do it. She'll say, my city, her city.
She came here to be safe, and my city and my city extinguished her, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. So I've decided I'm going to leave some flowers at her grave and tell her to rest in peace and that I'm so sorry. I looked up the national flower of Ukraine, and if ChatGPT can be believed, it is sunflowers. I think these are sunflowers. I want to leave them on her gravesite and tell her that I'm sorry. I saw on her obituary that her family did say in lieu of flowers to donate to a memorial, but there was no link or a name. It just said that details will follow. I'm going to keep an eye on that because I do want to make a donation to this memorial. This case has been on my heart all week.
She seems like a good-hearted woman. I'll say that, and I do give credit where I see that it's due, or when I think it is. I think she's probably, I don't know this woman, but I think she's coming across as good-hearted. But do I think she's ignorant? Yes. Because she's feeling for this event and for this woman, this innocent woman's death, but she's still not getting the picture, which would make her ignorant by definition. And again, a lot of Americans especially, I've found, don't know what the word ignorant means. They use it as a slur word or as an insult. They don't understand what the word ignorant even means. So it's difficult to communicate with people that don't understand the meanings of words. Ignorant meaning she doesn't understand. She doesn't have a clue. She doesn't have the knowledge of what happened, or that race even plays a role, at least by the way she's speaking here. She's putting it on her city. But wasn't it a violent black man that did it? So I don't think she's understanding the dynamics of the murder and the situation. And again, this is common with many, many, many white women across the West, whether you're in the South in America, whether you're in Canada, east to west, whether you're in England or all the way down under in Australia. This is very typical, very common with white women. They're like this. They feel, but they don't look into things and really understand what's going on.
I have not been able to stop thinking about it. And our world is just in such chaos and tumultuous right now. I don't like to get political on this channel. I don't consider myself a religious person or a political person. But this is a case that feels so personal to me. And I am so sorry for Irina, for her family, for everything that happened to such good people who were here trying to have a better life and a more safe life. And I want to go say that I'm sorry, and I want to leave some beautiful flowers for a beautiful, beautiful young woman and tell her to rest in peace. So we are going to drive to Huntersville. That's about a 30-minute drive, and I'm going to take you along. And I will leave a link below to the obituary, and if I ever find out the information about this memorial, I will update the information in the description box below if you would like to make a donation yourself also. So as soon as I have that information, it will be down below. Let's go say goodbye to Irina. We are here, and I have found her, and I've said the things that I want to say, but I want us to take these flowers together and leave them where Irina is. There are a lot of flowers and gifts here, and I know that there's a lot of people who did know her in real life who miss her dearly, and my heart is so sad for those people. She's got so many flowers and gifts. I did not know Irina, and in a way I feel like I don't deserve to feel sad for her, but this is a sadness I feel for our community, for what happened.
Okay, I'm going to address this. I agree, Ren, and this is what a lot of women do, and I'm not hateful of women. I'm just speaking what I've noticed. I've seen it in my lifetime with my own sisters, female family members, cousins. I've seen it on the news, strangers, all over the realm. The city of Charlotte did not murder Irina. Okay? And if a beautiful white woman or a white girl or boy is murdered in Minnesota or Detroit or Chicago or New York or Los Angeles or St. Louis or Baltimore or New Orleans, I can go on. Okay, there's murders all the time of white people in Toronto, Canada, in Vancouver, in Edmonton, in Calgary, in Winnipeg, in Montreal. If a white child is murdered, it's not the city that murdered them. If they're an adult, if they're a beautiful white woman, it's not the city. If they're murdered in Calgary, it's not Calgary that murdered them. If they're murdered in Baltimore, it's not the city of Baltimore. It's not the city of New York or Los Angeles. It's not the city of Sydney, Australia. Okay? Or Perth, Australia, or wherever. It's not the city of London, United Kingdom, London, England, or Dublin, Ireland. It's not the city. Cities don't murder us. Cities don't murder women, men, children. Cities don't murder white people. Okay? And there's a lot of us murdered by black people. And then what they'll change it to is, what about black on black crime? I don't care about that. I'm caring about my people. And that Benedict last night tried to just change it to, well, what about black on black? What about my people that are being murdered? See, I talk about things others don't want to talk about. And I'm going to keep doing it, not just with this topic, but with everything. Because I know humanity's been programmed in hundreds and hundreds, thousands of ways, maybe millions of ways. And many women are exactly like this one on the screen. They don't look exactly like her, but they treat things the way she does. They deflect. They make excuses. They'll blame their city, their community, their this. Maybe they'll blame the one that constructed the fucking train, the light rail vehicle she was in, or it's everything other than it was a violent black man that said, I got a white girl after he stabbed her in the neck. They just don't want to face what's right there. And this is what women often do. Not just white women, all types of women, but she happens to be white, and she's talking about the murder of a white woman. And I've seen this my whole life, this phenomenon. They'll make up narratives and stories, and women are not good at just speaking the truth in a sentence and saying, this is what happened. Direct, blunt truth. She was murdered by a hateful black man. She didn't do anything to deserve that. Was she murdered because she was pretty and white? Yes. Yes. Did he stab the black people around him? No. So figure it out.
Happened to her for the fact that we let her not know Irina, and in a way I feel like I did not know Irina, and in a way I feel like I don't deserve to feel sad for her, but this is a sadness I feel for our community, for what happened to her, for the fact that we let her down, and the fact that we've got to come together and be better as humans, better as people, and find the love and the ways to connect with other humans. Other people are people, they're human. And I think that's what makes me the most sad of all, is just the thought that people could have lost so much connection with each other, that things like this happen. I'm going to take the vlog along to lay these flowers. I'd actually like to read to you the obituary that her family wrote so that you can learn more about who Irina was.
So people need to come together and connect with each other, she claims. How are you going to come together with people that hate you for being white? And they're jealous and envious of you, and they blamed you for everything. How are you going to come together with people that hate you enough to murder you for being a white woman? How are you going to come together? Tell me. Because I think a lot of women speak this way. They feel, but they speak nonsense. What you're saying isn't true at all. It's nonsense. You're never going to come together with people that are willing to murder you because you're a white woman and you're vulnerable by yourself on a train or on a subway or light rail car, whatever, a bus, whatever.
Life. This is not about her death. This is about her life. And I want to read the obituary that her family wrote about her and all of the wonderful, sweet things that they have to say about Irina. Irina Zarutska, 23, of Charlotte, North Carolina, passed away on Friday, 22nd of August, 2025. Born on May 22, 2002, in Kiev, Ukraine, Irina was the beloved daughter of Anna Zarutska and Stanislav Zarutsky. I'm very sorry if I mispronounce any of these names. In August of 2022, she immigrated from Ukraine with her mother, sister, and brother to escape the war, and she quickly embraced her new life in the United States. A gifted and passionate artist, Irina graduated from Synergy College in Kiev with a degree in art and restoration. She shared her creativity generously, gifting family and friends with her artwork. She loved sculpting and designing unique, eclectic clothing that reflected her vibrant spirit.
Sorry, I'm having dinner, but I have to jump in. I wouldn't be surprised if this woman believes that her husband works hard, but that white men are privileged. A lot of white women in America and Canada and all the way down to down under, Australia and New Zealand, believe that white men are privileged. Almost every woman, almost, not all, but almost every woman around me in what you would call real life believes that white men are privileged and that black men are oppressed. It's like a virus that white women believe. White women are very impressionable and gullible, and the exceptions are so few that the majority seem very much like this woman. And I would dare say that most white men would agree with me that are conscious white men, that aren't brainwashed lefties. If they're not a brainwashed lefty, they'd say, yep, Stephen, you got it. Most are like this in my experience. And another guy would say, yep, they are. It's the way they are. No, she can't. And this is what women are good at. Women are much better at this. Reality dodgers. Reality is too tough for them. It's not all women. Not all women. Just millions and millions are like her. And nothing gets better from being that way. This woman will put the flowers and do this, but nothing changes for the better in society ever. And it never would with her attitude and women like this, because they can't face the truth. They can't speak it. They can't face it. Nothing can, no problem can ever change or be fixed whatsoever when you can't even say what it is. It's like a dumb woman that has a car that's broken down and you say, what's wrong with it? She just can't say. She won't say what the symptoms are, what's happening, how does the car sound, does it start, does it do this? And she just keeps dodging and dodging. And speaking about, you ask her about the car, she'll tell you about the color of the sky, and it rained, it drizzled today. And you keep asking, what's the problem with the car? You can't fix the problem. She can't even face it. And that's most women like that. And I've been around it my whole life. I've been around women that could be in a relationship with a total alcoholic, and they'll never admit, oh, they're an alcoholic. They just don't tell the truth. They don't face problems and say the truth of what's happening. Nothing can ever get better that way. And that's women. They don't make society better. They just go into their feelings and cry tears. They're better at that. They're much better than even crybabies on YouTube like Chrissy. He cries, but there's a lot of women that cry over everything. There's a lot of burials, and they never say what happened. And it is frustrating. It's frustrating to watch this because I've seen this exact same thing play out before with other white women that were murdered and women reacting this way, and they can't speak the truth.
Irina also had a deep love for animals. She often cared for her neighbors' pets, and many of them fondly remember seeing her walking with them through the neighborhood, always with her radiant smile. She dreamed of pursuing a career as a veterinary assistant while also working towards her independence by learning to drive. Remarkably, she became fluent in English within a very short time, reflecting her determination and love of learning. Though she enjoyed adventures, sightseeing, and exploring new places with her close friends, Irina was also a homebody at heart, happiest when surrounded by family and loved ones. Her mother lovingly recalls her ability to sleep for wonderfully long stretches, something she affectionately called an artist's gift. Irina is survived by her parents, Anna and Stanislav, her sister Valeria, her brother Bodin, her life partner Stas Nikulitsia, her aunt Valeria Haskell, her cousins Vera Faulkner and Victor Faulkner, and many cherished family members and friends. Irina will be remembered for her kindness, her creativity, and the lasting impression she left on everyone she met. Her absence leaves a deep void, but her spirit will forever remain in the hearts of those who loved her. In lieu of flowers, a memorial contribution program will be established. I will keep checking back. I would really like to know where I could send a donation in her memory.
I'm going to stop it there. It's kind of upsetting to me, her death, but the way that that woman handled it with that video. I don't like what she did. I don't like that video. It seems like almost exploitation because she didn't address anything. And she seemed like, I don't know. I don't like the way she made that video. I don't like it. I don't like innocent white women being murdered. And I know immediately the zombies that are adversaries of mine would say, well, why do you like others being? I never said that. But am I allowed to say I don't like white women being murdered? What's wrong with that? Black people say all the time, I don't like us blacks being murdered. We got to stop murdering each other. We got to lower the. I'm free to say that. I don't like that white women are being murdered. Excuse me. I don't like that white children are being murdered. I don't like that white men are being murdered. I don't like that. And if that provokes you to think or feel a certain way, good. Good. That's including people that I like. It shouldn't be hurtful to be provoked to think. It's a good thing. Thought-provoking. Provoked to think. I don't like that white women are being murdered and white children and white men, especially by other races. And yes, it does make it worse. She was killed because she was a good-looking white woman, and she was vulnerable on her own, traveling from work on her own on public transportation. She looked like a vulnerable target to a predator that hated her because she was a white woman. Okay? Now, it's simple to say and simple to see. If you reverse things, if it was a white man that murdered a black young woman for no reason other than, well, she's black, I got that black chick, I got that black bitch. What do you think the narrative would be across America and international news? It would be white racist man, demon, white devil killed an innocent black girl. I mean, come on. It's obvious. If you're honest, if you're the least bit honest, just a little bit, then it's obvious. You know it's true. And that's just part of the proof. There's a lot of proofs to this. And I'm just tired of people letting it go when the victim is white and killed because they're white. You notice there were black people sitting right beside her in the seats? They were left alone. Why do you think that is? Why do you think the media doesn't focus on that and say, well, hey, she was murdered, but the black people all in the seats on the side, he didn't bother them. Did he mention her race? Yes, he did. He said, I got that white girl. I got that white girl. He didn't know her name, obviously. She was a stranger. She sat down and within seconds, it seems like, was stabbed from behind by a coward, an evil black coward, stabbed in the neck. Never should have happened. Nick Fuentes said recently, and he's not 100% white. Fuentes, obviously the name sounds Hispanic to me. So I don't think he's 100% white, but he does stand up for white people. He's admitted recently that we all know things would be better without black people. Things would be safer and better in America. If there wasn't a single black person, if they were all back in Africa, let's say, everybody knows that's honest at all that things would be safer and better. So why do we need them? Everybody knows it, even if some of you won't admit it, which is the case with weak humans. They just won't admit the truth. But everybody knows that America and Canada and England and Germany and any country that has blacks in it that's European would be better and safer and a much better society without them around us. Crime would be down. Murders would be down. Armed robberies, home break-ins, home invasions, burglaring, all the whatever name you call it in the country you're from. I realize it's different names. Breaking and entering, home invasions, rapes of white women, harm to children, the fear, whole neighborhoods taken over where people are afraid to go through neighborhoods. They're afraid to take a wrong turn in some cities. You don't want to end up in the fucking hood, in the ghetto. This is the truth. And people have great difficulty in this realm of facing the real truth, including truth they know it's true, but they don't want to admit it out loud. And I know I could challenge any of you liberals that come here. And I could say, I'll take you to the worst neighborhood in Detroit. At night, you want to go there and say, well, we're all the same. It's not dangerous. They're black, but they won't hurt you. You're liberal, right? You trust black people. They won't hurt you. They're the same. We're all the same. But you know what? When you're challenged, you won't do it. You won't prove me wrong. So anyway, I'm tired of white women being murdered by black men, mostly. And nobody's saying what it actually is. It shouldn't be happening to begin with. And I'm sick of people portraying it as something other than what it is. They're being murdered out of hatred because they're white women. And they're hated by these darkies because they're white women. And often they're attractive white women. Often. Now, was she dressed up with makeup and like her pictures where she looked like a model? No, she was just leaving her shift at a pizza place, dressed casually like somebody that would work at a place making pizzas, or whether she worked at the oven or worked at the counter. I don't know the details, but she was just dressed very casually. Like she wasn't all dressed up trying to look pretty or going out or whatever. She wasn't all dolled up. But she was white. She was a woman. She was alone. He saw her as a target, as prey, as vulnerable. And out of hatred, he even said, I got that white girl. So I know what it was. If she wasn't white, she'd be alive today. He would not have attacked her and killed her. It's because she was white. And she's not the only one. There's white children that are butchered by black people because they're white. And I've shared some of those crimes here on my channel on live streams over the years, if you paid attention and if you have a memory. Shared one where a boy was thrown off, I think it was the second story of a mall, and I think it was at the Mall of America in Minneapolis or St. Paul, Minnesota. I was at that mall a long time ago. But and it's huge. But regardless of that, this young white boy was thrown off the balcony over it onto the hard marble floor. Severe skull injuries because he was white and he was a little boy. And there was a white boy shot by the next door neighbor with a gun. He was just riding his bike in the driveway. There's a lot of murders of white children by black people. And nobody gets up in arms and nobody speaks about it. And I've shown these stories here and people don't remember. All of America would be burning down, for fuck's sakes, if there were this many murders by white men of black children. Your country'd be on fire. And yes, they did nothing to help her. They sat there. And they looked away, and one of them made a video with their phone. They made a video of her dying, falling down, collapsing on the floor, bleeding. They don't give a fuck about you. And it's not just the ones that murder you. They don't care. And this is something that's almost impossible to get through the heads of the majority of white women. Some white women get it, but a lot don't. They just say, well, of course they care about us. They're human. We're human. And this is the simple level they're operating at in terms of race. I'm not saying they're simple in every conceivable way, but in terms of race, most women think, well, they're human, Stephen. They use the bathroom like I do. They eat food. They drink and eat. Isn't race just skin color? Isn't it just you don't understand. You haven't looked into it. And you should. I keep encouraging people for years to look into the differences. And there's massive differences. Massive differences. Do you know what the most dangerous relation? And I have all this knowledge in my head. I'm not looking it up on Google. I'm speaking it. The most dangerous relationships that you could have as a white woman would be dating or marrying a black man. And then I think next to that would be a lesbian relationship, but we're talking straight relationships in terms of physical abuse. But in terms of murder, your chances of getting murdered as a white woman, whether you're a brunette, a blonde, whatever, would be dating a black man. You're putting yourself at the very highest level of risk of any type of relationship of being murdered by your partner, because black men murder white women at a rate that is completely different from all other murder rates. And I know women, I know their minds. They try to keep it simple and say, well, don't white men sometimes word? They just can't see the difference. They can't see, well, it's 40 times higher. They just can't get that. You don't have to be an expert at math to understand that it's astronomically more risk if you're in a relationship with a black man and you're a white woman, whether you're blonde, brunette, whatever hair color you are. But they tend to, a lot of times, hate blondes for some reason. It's another thing I've noticed. A lot of black men want to either date blondes or they hate blondes. They hate blonde-haired, blue-eyed women, especially. I'm not saying they don't hate. Some of them hate all white women, no matter what your hair color or your height, your size, your figure. But they seem to have a special kind of hatred for blondes. And I've noticed that pattern. And they also try to push that blacks with blondes in media, the interracial dating in ads, in TV commercials, and magazine ads and billboards. Everywhere you look, you see a black man with a blonde woman. But very few in reality. In reality, very few white women date black men. Far less than what the media wants you to believe. Far less. So that's programming. They're trying to make you believe that a lot of white women are dating these black men, and it's very rare to actually see a white woman, black man couple out there in reality. In the media, they push it, but in reality, it's very rare. There's more Asian women with black men, I would say, than white women. More white women actually are loyal to dating within their race, to dating white men and marrying white men. So they're the most loyal, actually. More women, more Asian and Hispanic women are willing to date black men than white women. If you look into the stats, like if you really care about the truth, if you're not like Benedict, the liar that was on here last night, he doesn't care about the truth. He just cares about his feelings and makes up shit and talks bullshit for hours. But if you care about the truth, white women tend to date within their own race. The vast majority. Okay? And by the way, white men are the most desired by other races. They're the most desired by white women as partners or potential husbands or mates, but also by other races of women. Hispanics, Asians, the blacks, the browns, and the yellows love white men. And it's not just me that's a testament to that. I've had women obsessed with me from other races, Hispanic, Chinese, Asian ones, just like obsessed with me. And part of it is because I'm white. I'm not saying that's the whole reason, but it happens. They really do. And I've had black women, the blackest you've ever seen from Africa, look at me like on a hot day, like I was just an ice cream sandwich that they wanted to just devour. And that's a true story. And they were at a store and they were as black, straight from Africa. They weren't just some black living in Canada. They were an immigrant. And they just looked at me years ago like they just couldn't believe it. I don't care if you take that as boasting. A lot of these other races look at white men as the most attractive, most desirable, and in polls and surveys, that's the data that we have as well. If you do the research, you'll see what I'm saying. And a lot of people I know are too lazy to look at. They're too lazy to do a Google search, for fuck's sakes, in this realm. They won't even Google who's the most attractive. But white men are considered in this realm the most attractive by women of all races. including black women. But black women overall, I think, tend to prefer black men, but women, Asian women and Hispanic women absolutely love attractive white men. So the white women that don't appreciate white men, other women do, other races do. They absolutely do, not just for looks, but white men's honor, character, integrity, loyalty. The fact that white men don't overall tend to brutalize and murder their partners. It's at a lower rate, so it's a less risk. So there are a lot of factors that go in, and then there's some subconscious and factors that are just, it's not something women are just thinking about and they just react. It's something they can't help. It's biology. I could speak about this for hours. I don't have to go on Google like these YouTubers and just read shit. I have the knowledge in my mind. One of the reasons they speculate through science that white men or white skin is considered the beauty standard or the most attractive in this realm. White women are considered the most attractive by other races and by white men. But white men also like Asian women, like the pale skinned Asians. By Asian, I don't mean Indian. I mean Japanese and maybe Chinese, but Japanese mostly. Japanese women. But what I'm saying is, I wanted to get back to what I was going to say about the skin. One of the theories is because of white, there's so many shades and tones. Some white is very, very pale, like porcelain white. You can be very, like a doll. Okay, like they could look like a doll. They could look innocent, and that's attractive to men. Men don't want whores. Okay, to marry, I'm talking about. So part of it is a lot of that comes across as, oh, she's pretty, but she looks innocent, doll-like innocent. She doesn't look like she's been promiscuous and had sex with 50 men. Another thing is the way that sunlight kind of glistens and the way it looks with white skin versus very black skin just absorbs it. So there's a difference between white standing out and the variations of skin that you get with white skin. We're all different. There are redheads that burn very quickly. I have a lot of gingers in my family, Irish family, a lot of Irish, English, and maybe some Scottish mixed in. There's a lot of redheads in my family with cousins, okay? I have a lot of cousins with red hair. And I'm talking about Raggedy Ann red. I'm not talking about a little bit of red. I'm talking about as red as it gets. The reddest hair you've ever seen in your life is some of my cousins. Second, third, fourth cousins. A lot of third cousins with red hair. Hello, TG. Good to see you. Welcome back, Peace Dynamo. So what I want to say, hello, Salty Siren. Good to see you. Hope you're feeling better. It's good to have you here. It's good to have you all here. But what I'm getting at is white skin is considered the most attractive because of the variation and the way that we can tan a little bit. Even if you're not tanned, if you're pale skinned, a lot of people love that pale skin. White women that used to carry umbrellas around, let's say in the Victorian age, and they didn't want to get dark. They wanted to stay pale. Pale was considered beautiful. Okay. Pale porcelain-like white skin, white porcelain doll-like skin, like they used to have these porcelain dolls. So there is something to that. And people with darker skin are attracted often, not all, but many. From Pakistan, India, African countries, they're attracted to white women and white women's skin. Okay? And other races are often attracted to white men. So they can attack and say pale skin, this, ghost, whatever. But they've done the research, and it proves that a lot of them wish they had a white man or a white woman. A lot of other races. Anyway, our skin is different. Our hair color is different. We have the most variety of hair colors and eye colors and skin. We are the diverse group. White people, Europeans have the most diversity of eye color, hair color, and skin type, skin tones, skin type, skin tones. We have the most diversity. We are the diverse ones, Europeans. And I want people to understand this. Most people in the rest of the world, like Chinese and black people, have brown eyes or black eyes, dark, dark eyes, including Hispanics, Mexicans. It's rare that they have blue or green. We have blonde hairs, we have brunettes, we have raven-haired women. We have blondes, redheads, gingers, brunettes. We have green eyes, various types of green. And blue eyes, various types of blue eyes, hazel eyes, gray eyes, and brown. But we have all types, a whole spectrum of eye colors and hair colors. Dirty blonde, platinum blonde. I'm talking about natural. I'm not talking about people that dye their hair blonde or red. We have the most diversity. Oh, here we go. You don't think God loves any group less. What? Where'd that come from? Out of left field. I'm sorry. I got to get back to eating. This is I'm having my dinner. I ordered some subs from not a sub chain, but an independent sandwich place. And man, these sandwiches are fucking huge. They're delicious. Italian, and it's real Italian meat from a place that makes their own homemade subs with bread that's like soft but crusty. And I have some spicy Dijon mustard on this one with cucumber and romaine lettuce and tomato, and it's all Italian meats on it. And it's not something that's going to go cold, but it's delicious. You should see the bread. You can just tell it's home baked bread at the place. It's not sub buns out of a package. It's fucking fantastic. I might have to leave a review on this place. I just found this place because I'm not from here where I am, and it's a sandwich place, but oh man, it's so good, so good. Subway can kiss my ass compared to this place. The meat at this place is real Italian meat. It's what Italians eat themselves. The real Italians. And I'm saying it that way cheeky. I like Italians. I don't hate Italians. I say it that way on purpose. Some people don't get my sense of humor. They just take me so seriously and get angry anytime I make a joke. They get angry. But yeah, it's crusty Italian bread. Oh man, it's just fantastic. I'm gonna have to leave a review on this. And so good. So good. I wish I could buy you all one of these sandwiches. Huge sandwiches. And it's wrapped in like the butcher shop paper, you know, that reddish paper that I don't know how to describe it. It's the reddish like wax paper, I think. You know how if you get meat at a butcher shop, they'll wrap up cold cuts in that, or sausages or something. They wrap the sandwiches in like this butcher shop meat, and then they put elastics around the wrap, and then they put it in a big paper bag. The subs that I order, sandwiches, they're like they're subs, and then they stapled it and it's sealed shut, so the delivery driver obviously can't open it or whatever. I mean, they just know what they're doing. I like when places know what they're doing, and they've got a good thing going. And I'm going to leave them a rave review later. This is delicious stuff. Put together, they followed instructions. You get to choose your sauces, your toppings, and all your other toppings, and man, it's good. Sandwich. You know, one of my family members married into an Italian family, and I mentioned it on Z Show one time. And they're crazy about making the sauce. They call it the sauce, but it's like tomato sauce, pasta sauce, but they just call it the sauce or our sauce. And they make the sauce. They grow their own tomatoes, special tomatoes for the sauce. I don't know whether they're Roma tomatoes, but they're a special kind of Italian tomato that they grow in Canada. And they grow gardens. And I mean, they grow tons of tomatoes. Tons. like rows and rows of tomato plants to grow, to make the sauce, to fill up jars, because they'll have jars of the sauce for all winter. Because these Italians in Canada have pasta with their sauce every day for lunch. They have some kind of pasta with sauce on every day. So anyway, I was around an Italian family because one of my family members married an Italian. So they grow the tomatoes, and then they squash the tomatoes, and they make the sauce, and they put it into the jars. They cook it, and they I don't know how they do it, but one of my family members had to learn how to make the sauce and make all the lasagnas and the pastas and the chicken parm and this and that, and it's a big thing. It's a whole big thing making the sauce. But I love Italian food. I really do. I love it. I love it. I love Italian food. I love the Mediterranean. I love Greek food, Greek salad, lamb. And out of salads, I would say Greek is one of my favorite salads. I'm not a huge salad guy. I'm more of a meat and potatoes type of guy, and pasta, especially lasagna. It's one of my, I love a good lasagna is fantastic. But I also love chicken parm and anyway, what was I going to say? I like tiramisu as well. I like the Italian desserts. Cannolis, a good cannoli. You go to a place where they make the real cannolis. So good. Get a good cannoli. Anyway, I love all people. I'm not a hater, but we're not equal. Let's face it. When I showed the castles earlier, some of you were not here. I was showing some castles earlier. We're not equal. We're not equal. What do I mean? Well, here's what I mean. I'll put it up on the screen. Give me a moment. Por favor, my amigas and amigos, hombres, por favor. Here's one of the castles that I was speaking about earlier. Now, what am I talking about when I show this? When I show these castles, these are in Germany. That's a German castle on a huge hill. And look at the buildings below. Okay, take a look. Yeah, all right, it's a big thing to do the sauce. This is in Germany. So this is Europe. Now I could show Italy, I could show Greece. There's beautiful places in Italy and in Greece and in Germany and in France, and there's castles in France and Germany. There's castles all over Europe. There's castles in England and in Ireland, and I'm just focused today on Germany. Maybe I'll do a whole thing just on castles sometime. And this is in Germany. This is I don't know how to pronounce it, but Neuschwanstein Castle in Bavaria, Germany. Bavaria, Germany, in the winter with the snow. And it's just stunning. And what were they building in 1880? And this is a newer castle. But there's old medieval castles across Europe. What were they building in Africa when us Europeans were building this? This is part of who we are. And I said this earlier, and I hope people watch the earlier part of this stream today. This is our culture. They say we have no culture. This is part of who we are. Whether you're German, French, Italian, British, Irish. This is part of the European spirit, not just this castle. We are castle builders. We are builders of civilization. This is part of who we are. This is part of who we are. This is part of the European spirit. And I'm trying to get you to understand something. This is not a mud hut. This is not a village of mud huts. This is not us saying we were oppressed, we were colonized, we're developing, we're this, and making excuses. We didn't make excuses. We went out and built magnificent castles. We designed. We're great at architecture. We're great at building. We're great at inventing. This is part of who we are. This is the European spirit. They lie. They lie. They lie. They lie. They lie. They lie about us, TG. They are demented. They lie. They lie. They lie. They warp. They lie. They had nothing to do with this. They'll lie and say Shakespeare was black. They'll say Mozart was black. They'll say everyone was black throughout European history. They'll call everybody black. Okay? They lie. They lie. They lie. They lie. They lie and say you have no culture. They lie and say you have no culture. Castles are part of the European spirit. They have tons of excuses for centuries, whether it's Black Americans, Black Africans, South Africans, Africans in Zimbabwe, Somalia, wherever. They're full of excuses, always. They're the greatest excuse makers on earth, Africans, or people of African heritage. Hashtag not all, not every single one. It doesn't have to be. It's still a billion of them. Okay? How about that? So when you say not all, Stephen, that doesn't wipe away my argument whatsoever. People that are tempted to say not all should get a zipper and zip their lips and say, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to make myself look stupid in front of Stephen. That's what you should do. If ever tempted to say not all, if ever tempted, zip your lips. The exceptions you want to point out only prove my point because they're exceptions. And I'm trying to teach you something today about who you are. That's what I'm trying to do. Most that come to my channel are of European stock, European heritage. We are not equal. Those that were building mud huts and chucking spears and burning elephant dung to heat their fucking mud huts are not equal to us building castles and palaces and cathedrals and cities. We're not equal. Europeans have been doing ballet and have pianos and violins and orchestras, and we have museums, art museums and libraries. Where does that exist in Africa? Where are the great museums in Africa? Great music halls, orchestras, great painters, artists, thinkers, philosophers, inventors. Where? Name them. Prove me wrong. Okay? I don't hate anyone. I'm just trying to teach you the truth. They've lied to you and said we're all equal. We're all the same. And that we oppressed them and we held them down. When we got there, they hadn't discovered the wheel. You got to start understanding this stuff because they're going to keep telling you that we're all equal and we're not. We're not equal intellectually. We're not equal spiritually. We're not equal physically. We're not the same at all. We're not equal. This isn't mathematics. 2 + 2 = 4 in math. You can use the equal sign for an equation. We're not the same. We're not equal. If that hurts your feelings, so be it. Good. I don't mind hurting feelings with the truth, because I know most in this realm don't want to face the truth. They prefer feelings. Feelings are not the truth. They're not the same thing. They're not the same thing. They're not the same thing. Oh, he's racist. He's saying this. He's racist. That's a word trying to control you, trying to disempower you. It's a word used by losers and liars. That's what it is. That's what it is. This is an African helicopter. Oh my goodness. I hope something I share here today gets through to you. I don't assume it will, and I have reason for that. I have reasons. I don't assume that people understand everything that I'm sharing here, because I know they don't. It's rare that anybody in this realm understands anything that's true. Most people don't. Africa today, and here's ancient Rome. The Italians of ancient Rome were builders. They even had something known as Roman cement that's very different from anything else. Look at Africa today. Oh my goodness. That's why they have to show you movies like Wakanda, Hollywood. Anyway, I'm going to get back to eating soon, but I just wanted to share a few things with you. I hope something gets through to you. I'm always hopeful that something will reach people. But do I just assume that it will? No, I don't. I hope that it does. Not with hopium, but here's Africa. Here's how they live. And people will make all the excuses in the world. Well, they lack resources, Stephen. If they only had resources, they have tons of resources, natural resources in Africa. They don't know how to mine to get them. They don't know how to do anything. Their IQ's at the level of retarded people. If that bothers you, too bad. If your IQ is 67, what does that make you? It would make you retarded in the West. Somebody walking around in Canada or United States or England with an IQ of 67 would be considered retarded. And look at the 67s, the 68s. But it goes way up to 85. Look at the 85 over there. And 89 on one of those islands off the coast of Africa. But then you go down and you're seeing at the very tip in the southern part of Africa, 68, 67. There's a 70. That's the average IQ. And they'll just say, oh, no, that's not true, Stephen. That's not true. That's not real. They didn't do IQ tests because they never tested every single African. That's what he said last night. So anyway, I don't think most people that are listening to me have done the research I've done. I don't think you have. I'd be shocked if you have. Come on, I'm going to post the link. Come on my show. If you've done the work and you can have a conversation or a debate with me about race and IQ, let's go. I'm ready. Join as a guest. Because I'm just tired of bullshitters in this realm to pretend to have knowledge and argue, and they have no knowledge. They've done no research, they have no knowledge, and they go by feelings. Oh, I don't like how that makes me feel, that the IQ average in Canada is 101 and it's 67 in a lot of these African countries. That doesn't make me feel good, Stephen. I don't care how it makes you feel. I care about the truth. I put truth first, and a lot of you don't care about the truth. You put your feelings first. You put your feelings first. Where's that going to get you? I'll show you on the screen visually. Here's where it's going to get you. Here's where it's going to get you. Why haven't they built anything there? Well, there's a reason. Look at the average IQ. And that's where the majority are. And then there's some below that. And yes, there are some, of course, that's the way averages work. There are some higher than that and some below, some above, some below. But if that's the average, it's a hell of a lot in their country that are not going to be builders and engineers and designers and inventors and thinkers. Figure it out. Doesn't matter what natural resource you have. People just keep making stupid excuses. They don't have the resources, Stephen. We didn't teach them. We didn't do that. Well, who came to Europe from some other realm and taught Europeans how to do what we did? Who came and taught us? Who came 2,000 years ago and taught the Romans? Who came and taught the Greeks? Who came and taught the Germans how to build great cathedrals? Who came and taught the French? Like, what are you talking about, you people that make these stupid excuses? We didn't teach them. Why is it on us to do anything for them? We're to blame. Why should we help them with anything? Why is the onus on us to teach them or share knowledge or technology at all with them? They hate us no matter what we do. They blame us, saying, well, you're colonizers. You invaded. You exploited us. You did this. They claim everything's biased. They don't even understand what an IQ test is or what an average is. They don't understand basic things. They just talk. Okay? And people think, well, he spoke in English. So what? The guy last night, Benedict, didn't make any sense whatsoever. He didn't understand IQ tests, averages, nothing. So some of you people might be semi-retarded. Some people here tuned in, watching, might be just a second. You might be semi-retarded. And if that hurts your feelings, again, too bad. Because I'm just tired of the fucking absurd excuses. It's time to face truth. Stop making stupid excuses and defending low IQ liars. Just stop it. Any of you that are tuned in that are prone to doing that or tempted to do that or might be holding back today thinking I'm not going to say something stupid and try to defend him because Stephen will tear me to pieces. Just stop doing it. Get in the habit of saying, I'm going to try to face the truth all the time. I'm not going to make excuses for demons. I'm not going to make excuses for Africans, for low IQers, for the violent. I'm just going to get out of the habit of making these ridiculous excuses that aware, smart, intelligent beings see through. I see through all of the laughable excuses anyway. So why do any of you ever make them? That's what I wonder. I see through it anyway. You think you're going to fool me with these stupid excuses? It doesn't work. It will never work on me. Saying they lack the resources, Stephen. They lack this, or we did this, or we. That's what they do. Oh, there's tons of race mixing in the north of Africa. North is way different. North African, Egyptian DNA from the times of Tutankhamun and King Tut and others, that's European. What's in the continent of Africa? Well, it wasn't always, it's not African people there today. The Egyptians are not black, modern Egyptians, and they weren't in ancient times. People migrate, empires rise and fall. There's all sorts of mixing and all sorts of empires rising and falling. Sub-Saharan is entirely different from North African. There's Berbers of North Africa as well. I could go into all of this stuff. I could spend hours. But the problem is most people don't remember it by tomorrow or a week from now. That's the problem. I've covered some of this before. And some of you weren't here. Some of you were here. But I just hope you learn that they're just lying and making excuses. Africa has many countries. Why are they all at a low level? Why are almost all African countries at such a low, primitive level of development if they are the original people and we all are from Africa? Even if you don't buy the laughable out of Africa bogus theory, why does Africa seem so backward, third world, primitive compared to anywhere else? Asia, Europe. Why? Why? And you know what explains a lot of it? IQ differences, biological differences explains a lot of why it's so different in Africa. And that is what most people don't want to face. And I'm typing it to make sure that you get it. And that's the truth. And some of you have wondered for decades, why is it so primitive in Africa? But you never look to the obvious and you never do the research to see, well, this is the reason. It's staring you right in the fucking face. But you want to make excuses and say, well, it can't be that. We're all equal. We're all equal. Are we all equal? I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to boast, and I'm not going to tell you what my IQ number is. But I can fucking tell you one thing without saying the number. It's not what you see on the screen. It's very different from what any of the numbers that you see on the screen. And it starts to make sense why Africa is this way when you start to think in these terms. Oh, now I get it. That's why it's so underdeveloped and different there. Oh, now I get it. Unless Europeans come in or Chinese or some other group to build, Africa looks very African. Okay? That's what I want you to understand. That's part of what I want you to understand. But one of the main things I want you to understand is equality is a lie. We're not equal. Equality doesn't exist in this realm. And I know you want it to. Some of you are so fucking programmed. You want it to, but it doesn't. There are people that still come to my channel and say, what about equality, Stephen? I know right off the bat, you're brainwashed, you're mind controlled, you're programmed. You have programs running in your head that are not your thoughts. You're programmed like a computer or like a robot. If that offends you, good. That's a start. I hope you get offended, get upset, and then question it and say, am I programmed? I believe in equality. We're all equal. Well, you're programmed. Obviously, we're not all equal. We're extremely different. We couldn't be more different. We're not equal. We're not equal. We're not the same. And judgment is good. For all of you, don't judge. Don't judge. It's bad to judge. You're programmed. Most of you came to my channel with programming, if you're honest. You came with baggage and programming. I'm not putting you down. I'm just saying it matter-of-factly. It's true. You did. You arrived here with programming. But not all of you dropped it. Some of you are clinging onto it with a death grip. That's going to harm you. You're harming yourself. I'm trying to help you. Trying to help you deprogram. It's one of my hobbies, as I like to call it. Deprogramming humans is a hobby of mine. I'm not claiming that it's the best hobby or most fun or that I'm the most successful at it, but most of you arrived on my channel with a lot of programming and baggage that came directly from this realm, this system, this matrix, this sewer matrix, this hell realm, this new world order system. They programmed the living shit out of you. Now, if you're honest, you'd nod your head up and down and do the opposite of what Benedict did last night with his no, just listen, no. Everything I said, no. Everything I said, no. And I said, you got to learn the word yes when I speak facts. Don't interrupt and say no. I told him that. Learned how to say the word yes. Yes, Stephen. Learn how to agree when someone's speaking facts. He disagreed with everything I said, including things I research and I have the facts and evidence. And some of you are like that. You're not as extreme as he is. Not even close. There's no one here that I know that's even close to that. But some of you do have programming that you've clung to. You've hung on to with a death grip. It's not going to help you. That's one of the things that could anchor you to this realm and stop you from getting out. And I've been trying to teach you that. I've been trying my heart out. But some of you, I guess, prefer certain programming to truth. You have a preference for shit. And it's hard to get people to change their taste. Just like people prefer shit channels and shit shows and shit live streams to gourmet food, which is truth, that tastes delicious and is beautiful and healthy and feeds your spirit. Most people don't want that. They want shit. How do I know? They prove it every day by their choices, what they choose to follow and watch and support and fund and send money to. They show it every day that they prefer shit. This is an article. This is from an article of Reuters from years ago. And it reads, by Alice Bagdajan, London Reuters, it's out of. Up to 70% of British men and half of all Western European men are related to the Egyptian pharaoh Tutankhamun, geneticists in Switzerland said. Scientists at Zurich-based DNA genealogy center Igenia reconstructed the DNA profile of the boy pharaoh, who ascended the throne at the age of 9. His father, Akhenaten, and grandfather, Amenhotep III, based on a film that was made for the Discovery Channel. They did the genetic testing and a sample size big enough. Among modern-day Egyptians, this haplogroup contingent is below 1%. So most Egyptians living there today in the region of Egypt are not related to the deceased pharaoh, but about half of Western European men and up to 70% of British men. It tells you who was there thousands and thousands of years ago. Now, I know this is not understandable. to low IQ people. I know that. And I've had these conversations with black people saying Egypt is part of Africa. Dummy, there's Africa. It's Africans. They don't understand migrations, empires rising and falling. They don't understand anything. They don't understand genetic testing, DNA. They don't understand anything. Anything. They'll just look at a map and say, well, that's Africa. We built that. We was kings. And that's the level they're at. And I know that that's the level that most Africans are at. Do I think a lot of you really realize that in a deep way? I don't think you do. I don't think it's not just a joke that we was kings. They really believe that. They would look at what's on the screen and say, that's all fake. It has to be. Because Egypt shows it's in the continent of Africa. It was African 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, when Egypt was a dynasty there. We was kings. We did that. And they never built anything since. Well, they didn't build that. It wasn't black people. Okay? The blacks were the slaves. They were the dick washers of the Egyptians, or what they wouldn't even call them Egyptians. All right? But they washed the dicks of the pharaohs and the royalty there. And they're depicted that way, by the way, in Egyptian artwork. Murals, the blacks washing the light-skinned ones, the royalty. Washing penis and balls. They were ball washers. I don't care if it offends you. Go look it up. Some of you are so dumb, unfortunately, and I hate this, that tune into my channel, that you'll just assume, well, he's trolling. No, look into it. Some of you are so stupid, you look into it and go, I can't believe it. He's telling the truth, because you assume I'm a troll. You're that fucked up. You're that paranoid and dumb. You're that low IQ. You're not on my level. You're not even close. You dummies that tune in here that think, I can't believe it. I keep thinking he's joking or trolling. And then I Google it and I find images of them washing balls. Fact check me on everything. I know what I'm talking about. A lot of you are just paranoid and stupid. Baby truthers. Now, my core group isn't. I'm not talking about my moderators and my regulars that are here all the time. I'm talking about the ones that lurk and come and they're just watching. They're not in the chat. They're just tuned in. And they're sitting there, just like I've shown on live streams on other channels. They assume he's telling, that's not true. That can't be true. And they'll Google it. And then people give them tremendous credit and they'll say, at least they Googled it, Stephen. They kept checking. Well, eventually those channels banned me because I was right too often. I was speaking too much truth and they couldn't take it. The ones that you were crediting, some of those channels that kept saying, I thought he was trolling, but it keeps being true. They always assume truth speakers are trolls. That's how fucked up most are in this realm. And some of you will applaud them. Well, at least he's fact checking you. He's doing Google searches to see if you're right. And they end up banning me, though. Some of you will never understand, unfortunately, what I'm talking about. It's exactly what they do, Louise. And some of you will think, well, one day they're going to get it. You're stuck on hopium. And that's going to be a big ship's anchor to keep you here. Not Louise, but the ones that do that. The ones that just keep giving them hopium and credit and thinking one day they're going to wake up. One day they're going to hear something Stephen says and it's going to open their eyes or their mind. No, it isn't. Spiritually, they're so different from me that you're comparing a gorgeous, magnificent eagle or a falcon or a raven to a slug. We're not the same. And you just can't grasp that, a lot of you. I wish you could. I'm speaking to the ones who can't do it. I wish you could. I don't wish you harm. I don't hate you because you're functioning at such a low level that you can't understand that spiritually we're not the same. I don't hate you. I wish you could understand what I'm saying, but I know that many in this realm, the vast majority, can't understand what I'm saying when I talk about spiritual differences, different frequencies, different species of spirits. Most in this realm cannot understand because you keep going back to we're all the same, we're all equal. In God's eyes, we're all equal. I don't know what you're talking about. People just make up nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Some of you could do that right in front of a black person that just mercilessly murdered a white person. You'll say, in the eyes of God, we're all equal. It's remarkable the brainwashing level that people have, including what might be called spiritual brainwashing. And I realize that sounds weird because the spirit really doesn't have a brain, but consciousness brainwashing. The spiritual programming just devastated to think we're all equal. We're all, murder, we're all equal in the eyes of God. Someone that harms children, that's some of these creatures that have harmed thousands of children, like Jimmy Savile in the UK, we're all equal in the eyes of God. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? People don't even know what they're saying. Are we all equal in the eyes of God? So Jimmy Savile brutalized thousands of children, including ones in hospitals, the most vulnerable and innocent in England and perhaps in other countries. And he also molested and you telling me that you are equal to Jimmy S. I want to know what you're saying, because people spew nonsense nonstop on my channel every day. And beyond my channel, it's far worse in the world. And on other channels, it's just streams of shit. Do you ever think before you speak, some of you? So what are you talking about? We're all equal in the eyes of God. So in God's eyes, by your logic, that's your logic. It falls apart completely. Ethically, morally, spiritually, you make no sense. But some of you think, well, I'm holy. I believe in God. You're just completely mind controlled and warped in ways that I can't help you. I wish I could. And that's in a sense a flaw of mine, that I still wish I could help people that are so fucked that they would say Jimmy Savile is equal to the most brutal monsters of this realm. They would say are equal to the most innocent children. We're all equal in the eyes of God. That is what you're saying when you say that. The one earlier that said that in my chat room. Peace Dynamo. What are you talking about? Okay. And that's what frustrates me, because humans overall don't think. They just spew shit after shit. And it's just endless. And they get upset when I say you don't think. Well, you don't. Your equality is fucking nonsense. Beyond words. And that's what most of you love. You don't mind at all. You'll spew nonsense. You'll be in a room or somewhere with an intelligent being and you just spew out you're just spewing out shit going, we're all equal in the eyes of God. Really? How? How so? Does it make sense? Does it add up at all? The greatest monsters in this world that have harmed thousands of people, thousands of innocent children, you're saying that they're equal to you, to me, to the best people on earth? So innocent children, I don't know what you're getting at. I don't know what you're getting at, Archangel. They're all equal. So monsters are equal to innocent children. How so? Again, I don't know what you're getting at. People just want to argue. They don't want to say, yeah, equality makes no sense. You're right, Stephen. Nod their heads up and down and go, you know what? You're right. You have a point. Because people just keep spewing nonsense in my chat. I'm just so tired of it, man. I'm so tired of trying to reach people. And I explain things very clearly and they still don't get it. Most on earth don't understand anything that makes sense. They're equal in evil, really. So innocent children, a newborn 1 minute old baby, pure innocent, is equal in evil in your mind to the worst monsters. Is that what you're saying? Because you missed my point. You just got here and you're talking like way off topic. I'm talking about the evil ones. Well, you missed entirely what I'm talking about. You missed it. You just don't get it. Someone earlier said that we're all equal in the eyes of God. That would mean that the most innocent are equal and the worst are equal to the most innocent. It's completely illogical. I don't know why you humans believe that. So many of you do. Far more than should. But that's the way humans are. So much shit spewed in this realm. Come on live and talk to me, the ones that believe we're all equal. Explain it to me. Have a conversation with me. I don't expect anyone to have the guts to do it, nor do I think anyone has any intelligent points to prove it, that we're all equal. Equality is bogus. It's false. It makes no sense at all, except in mathematical equations like 2 + 2 = 4. It's about the only time that it makes any sense.
One of the most important things that you should never forget, no matter what you go through in this life, is that this is a hell room. Never ever forget that. Whether things are going well for you or not, things might be going well for you right now.
What do you mean this is a hell realm? You say it's just a dream. And it's just you and we're all one. What do you mean that it's a hell realm? You're all over the place, Benedict. What do you mean? I thought it was just a dream, you said.
One of the most important things that you should never forget, no matter what you go through in this life, is that this is a hell room. Never ever forget that. Whether things are going well for you or not, things might be going well for you right now, but don't ever forget that this is a hell room. The reason why it's important to keep that in mind so that you actually learn how to deal with the demons of this realm. I was having a conversation with someone yesterday. They were telling me that there are people that they work with. These people are always gossiping about them. These people make fun of them, comment on their looks, and that is hurting them. So they were telling me that, you know what, I'm going to be like, one day they're gonna see how evil I am. I'm going to attack one of them. And I was like, you don't realize what is happening. You know what demons want more than anything? It's for you to be like them. Demons want to turn you into a demon. That's what they want. You know what demons want more than anything? It's for you to be like them. Demons want to turn you. You know what demons want more than anything? It's for you to be like them. Demons want to turn you into a demon. That's what they want. You see, what this hell realm wants is for you to be under its control. It wants to control your emotions. It wants you to respond the same way that the people that it's controlling are responding. That's what the hell realm wants. Never, and I want you to keep this in mind, no matter what, never go down to a level of a demon. No matter what. No matter what a demon says, never do that. If a demon says you're ugly, don't be like, you're also ugly. Have you seen this? No, you're lost. By default, you have lost. Have you seen yourself? Do you think you're intelligent? Do you think it? No, you are losing. You must be able to respond to demons, treat them like demons. I'm not saying be Jesus, don't be Jesus. A demon deserves to be treated like a demon because it's a demon. But never go on the level of a demon. Because that brings your, like, you know what that does? Even if you're operating at a high level of consciousness, that kind of like make you, like, it actually brings you down to their level. And it might actually become hard for you to reach the level that you were at again. Like, you can bring your level of consciousness down. That is why you must never, at any point in your life, allow emotions to control you. Emotions are a product of this place. They are a product of this realm. Your ego is a product of this realm. Never ever respond from anger. You are in a hell realm. There will be demons who will always be trying to bring you down. They will always be demons. Like, there's no way you can avoid it. Some of y'all feel like targeted individuals because you are being targeted. It feels like the whole world is against you, and you're like, why? Everywhere you go, it doesn't matter. There will always be people who are actually against you, who are like watching your every move, and you don't understand, and they are making comments about you. And sometimes you doubt yourself. You're like, there must be something wrong with me. That is no. You are in a hell realm. You are being watched. I keep on telling you that stop thinking that reality is what it seems. It's not. You are dealing with all kinds of demons, bro. And actually, if you are on the right path, you actually see that if you are actually like having like demons, you know, in your own life, you know, that are trying to discourage you, like, it's much easier to see if you are on the right path than to see if you are on the wrong path. You know, if you're in the wrong path, you know, a lot of people are going to agree with you. No one is going to judge you. But if you're on the right path, a lot of people ain't going to agree with you, and a lot of people are going to judge you. And what they like to do is to attack your ego. What they like to do is to try to make you angry. Why? So that you will go down to that level. I remember I told you about this scene from the Boondock. This guy was fishing. He wanted to attack the Freeman family. So when he met Robert Freeman, he told him about Krebs before he attacked him. He was like, you know, one thing about Krebs, because he wasn't, the thing is, he was putting crabs in the bucket, like he was not even looking for fish. And Robert Freeman was surprised, like, what, why are you putting crabs inside the bucket instead of fish? And he's like, you know, crabs.
So last night he admitted that his channel's monetized. He's making money from this, by the way. This video here, he posted 4 hours ago with almost 500 views. He's making money from this. 29 comments. People love this. I have YouTube Premium, so I do not get ads, but his channel is monetized with ads. Okay? I'm going to repeat that for people that aren't paying attention. I shouldn't have to, but he's making money from this. He does this for profit. He has ads. He accepts donations. He does this for money. He gets money from this. And I'm exposing what these creatures do. They can't answer simple questions. Never a straight answer from them. But they're worried that, oh, well, if I get exposed, I won't make the money. It's part of it. It's not all of it, though. They are demonic. They get off duper's delight in lying to you, fooling you. They love it on these channels. He's not the only one. I wish I could bring them all on here night after night. I've told you many times, I'll take them all on. And some of you are doubtful about that. Invite them. Go anywhere. Invite them, famous or not. Invite any of them. Invite any of them. Of course he's a demon. Invite any of them. Bring them here. Try to get Tony Sayers here. I've been trying to get him here. Try to get Erica Dubé here. Try to get Mark Devlin here. Looks like we have a creepy creature backstage. It's most likely a creepy creature. Just give me a second. Somebody showed up. It's most likely a troll or a cockroach or a demon, because I don't recognize who it is. But we'll see. We'll see who it is. Just give me 1 second. Be patient. Be patient. We have a guest. Hello, Andrew. Who is this? Is it a stalker? You're live on the show, Andrew. You got to speak up.
Good evening, Stephen.
It's you again. It's you again.
Good evening, Stephen.
How many names do you use? How many names do you... You never use your real name. You just are a coward. You're a coward. You're obsessed with me.
Focus.
You're a cockroach, aren't you?
Focus my vote.
No, I won't. I'll focus on what I want. You're cowardly. You use all kinds of different names. You play games. You talk about me in other channels. You're just a cockroach. Do you agree that you're a cockroach and you're obsessed with me? Keep showing up. Keep talking about the sanity machine on every other live stream. No, you got to answer the question, or I'm just going to kick you out and ban you. Are you going to answer the question? Are you a cockroach and are you obsessed with me? All right, you're not going to answer. I'm just going to kick you off.
There's no.
You're a cockroach. You just keep changing your name to get on here. You're dishonest. You're a loser. You talk about me on Jake's channel and Talcott and all over the internet. You talk about me everywhere. The sanity machine. You're an obsessed fucking loser. You're a demon, aren't you? You're a demon. You're a liar. You're a troll. You harass me. You're a liar. You're a fraud. You're a coward. You're going to be sealed in this realm. I don't have to know your name. I'll know your spirit by your energy. I'll know your spirit by your fucking energy. You're not going anywhere. If it's the last thing I do, I'm going to seal you in here. I know what you are. Yeah, he ran away. Good riddance, fucking loser. He's a demon. The same demon just keeps coming back. Go back to what I was sharing. Go back to this copycat, this lying thief.
When they see another crab trying to get out of the bag, they'll try to bring it down.
I'm going to drop a link to this channel. This is where that creature and others belong. Go to his channel. Go to Benedict channel. Okay? Go over there. I'll drop the link right in the chat room. Go there. It's where you belong.
So he wanted Robert Freeman to feel like that's what he did to, you know, one of his family members, which wasn't even something that he really did. That's how human beings are. If you're operating at a high level of consciousness, they automatically want to bring you down. I remember last night I was having a conversation with someone. So dude, it's calling me a Negro. He's white. It's calling me a Negro. He's saying that black people are dumb. That's why they're not achieving, you know, anything in life. Oh, your girlfriend beat you. Why did your girlfriend bite you? And I'm paying attention to everything that the guy is saying. Some people ask me, why don't you, you know what I mean? Why don't you try to offend him? Why don't you, like, talk about things that are going to offend him? Damn, I like this place. Because obviously to him, it's not about the truth, you know? He just wants to offend. And I was like, you guys are still offended by things that people say. Like, are you, if someone says you are a Negro, like, why should you be offended? If someone says you are stupid, why should you be offended? If someone tries to attack your character, why should you be offended? Because the moment you allow them to offend you, that's when you will try to offend them back. And you will be playing at their level by default. Right? So someone calls you the N-word and you are like, okay, what can I say to this person? Oh, you're a what trash. Like, no. Stop that. What really matters at the end of the day is the highest truth, and that's what you must focus on as a conscious being in this room. You will deal with demons, whether you like it or not. There will always be demons, and you must be able to handle whatever these demons say to you. Right? You must be at a level of consciousness where no matter what a demon says to you, you are able to handle it. And it doesn't affect you in any way. Demons are desperate. Desperate to offend, they're so desperate that they want to offend you, they will try to use anything to offend you, right? If your shoes are dirty, a demon can actually try to offend you using your shoes. Your shoes are dirty. You don't wash your shoes? Really? You don't wash your shoes, dude? Look at how old you are. You are 20, you are 25, but you don't wash your shoes? Dude, come on, you don't wash. Learn how demons operate. Ah, you got stabbed, dude. You got stabbed. And you didn't fight back. You got stabbed, dude. Len. You're in a hell room. You will constantly encounter demons. You know, some people get offended if someone maybe says something negative about me in the comment, or saying something negative about them in the comment. Oh, you're probably, you know, this guy who does this, who does that, you are this and that. And they even asked me to delete some comments. I'm like, listen, this is not the only realm that exists. And in every realm, there will be demons that you're gonna deal with. If you're offended by comments, imagine what's gonna happen in realms where you are forced to confront, you know, these demons. Because a comment you can just avoid it. You see a negative comment, you're like, you know what? Let me just skip this comment. But what if you're forced to deal with it? I remember when I was still living in the village. I lived with someone who will wake up in the middle of the night and say the most painful things that you can say to anyone. Someone that I looked up to, someone that I grew up thinking that was the member of my family, saying things that are so offensive, bro. Your mother is a witch, your grandmother is a witch, you'll never amount to anything in life, you'll suffer until you die, you'll never get anything that belongs to me. And you have to listen to this person talk for hours. I'm talking hours. I'm not just talking about like, they just say this and you're not even responding to them. They're in a room next to yours, you have to hear what they're saying. And at that time, nothing is going well for you in life. And you're listening to this person. You wake up in the morning, sit outside, this person is still talking, you hear them. Hey.
Girl, let me hear that.
Listen. In this room, you can find yourself having to deal with that. If you allow yourself to go down to the levels where demons are operating, you automatically lose. Like I used to listen to this person like say whatever, bro, and I would not respond. Yes, there are days where I almost lost it. And you know what would have happened? I would have ended up in jail and the demons would have laughed at me. There are days where I felt like, you know what, I want to offend this person. I want to tell them how weak they are. What would have happened is that I would have ended up regretting what I say to them. Because that's not me. I'm not operating at that level anymore. I'm too conscious to call someone a racist. I'm too conscious to call someone ugly. I'm too conscious to call someone stupid. Oh, you're stupid, that's why you don't...
He's too conscious. He did call me a racist. He did call me a racist. What are you talking about? You're too conscious. You called yourself God in a video. You said you're God. You're too conscious. You called yourself God, you fucking liar. You, Damon. You called yourself God, Benedictless. Benedictless is his new name, I decided. Benedictless. He's not a dick, he's a Benedictless. Excuse me, he's a Benedictless. Gonna mix things up a little bit. Here we go. Let's go here. Let's go. This Dorcius Maximus thinks he's cool. He thinks he's so cool. He's a weakling. This is one of his copes. One of his copes. Is he gonna cry? Is he gonna cry some more? Aw, poor Chrissy, are you gonna cry? And that's the demon face. People will cry for demons until they see what they actually look like. They'll cry for demons and say, well, Stephen, you hurt his feelings. Some of you have sympathy for demons. You defend demons.
Let's say reality is a mirror. It's just distorted from trauma. If you can get, well, that's unfortunate because I'm traumatized. So I guess my mirror is permanently going to be distorted. But if you can go to a thoughtless state, maintain.
Soon as someone makes a comment, he makes it about himself immediately. If they talk about trauma in the world, it's just about him. Well, I'm traumatized. I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. The only time he says we, though, is when he wants to group people in with his evil way and his sadistic way of viewing the world. Then he says we are this, we. He groups in everyone that's not like him. He's evil. He's sadistic. He's selfish. He's self-centered. He's a creepy creature. He's a demon. And I've exposed him. I have exposed him. Hold on a second, everyone. We got the creature coming back to harass me. Gonna hide his camera. It's the same creepy creature that just harasses. This is the last time I'm dealing with this thing. I'll just ban them. Hello, loser. Hello, creepy creature. You've been told you're not welcome here. You're not wanted here. Why do you keep coming back? You're not wanted here. You're ruining my show. You're trying to disrupt my show.
Because
what are you doing here?
Sir, I'm obsessed with the truth.
You don't have respect. You don't show respect. What are you doing here?
Because you're God, and I want to know the truth from God itself.
See, you're just a loser troll. Do you realize there's going to be spiritual consequences for what you're doing?
Yes, there will be spiritual consequences, and
why
I
do
take
you
responsibility.
Why are you obsessively on my channel every live stream and trying to disrupt? What's your problem?
My problem is my curiosity to know the truth. You have
Are you
all
a
the
demon?
truth.
Are you a demon? Are you just a fucking demon? What are you?
I cannot say anything about myself. You can.
Are you a demon? You got to answer the questions, or I'm just gonna kick you and get rid of you. Are you a demon?
No.
How do you know you're not a demon? Because you're behaving like one, harassing me, disrupting my live stream. Every time I go live and I drop the link for people to join. Do you not have a life? What do you do? Like, what's wrong with you? Are you an incel? Are you a loser?
Sir, I apologize if I did any harm, because I just know I always come across as a weird person, because I don't know, for some reason, but I always
you are a weird person. You are an obsessive weird person. And I think you're an incel. Have you ever had a girlfriend in your life? Are you a virgin?
No, I haven't. Didn't.
Are you ugly? Are you some kind of weird looking misfit? Why don't you put your camera on? Turn your camera on.
So actually, I have some. No, I cannot do it for some
reason. Turn your camera on.
Later. You mentioned about my face, right? My looks. I have asked my friends whether I look or not, but they rated me out of
show
10.
Your
they
face.
rated me
Show your face. I don't care what others say. Show your face. You're just playing demon games. I know what you are. You belong in this realm. Do you want to burn in here forever?
No.
Is that what you want? Well, you're on the way.
No.
You don't behave like others do. You behave like a piece of shit, a demonic piece of shit. That's what you are. Do you live with your parents? Put them on. I'd like to talk to them. Like, why are you such a little coward that just hides this way? You hide your face, you hide fake names. You're a coward. How can you respect yourself being such a little coward? You don't respect yourself, do you? Do you respect yourself? How could you? You're a coward. You're not a man. You're not a man. You don't show yourself. You use fake names and you hide your face and you troll. You're supposed to be an adult and you behave like this. You're a coward. Don't you feel like a loser every day?
I do feel sometimes, sir.
With your behavior? Do you notice how you behave? Do you respect
Yes.
yourself?
I always try to, but I don't know. I have
You're not
insecurity
you're not
issues.
respectable. You're a coward. You can't respect yourself if you act like a coward. Why don't you turn your camera on? Show your face. Stop being so fearful. Don't be a little fearful coward. Show your face. Man up or you're gone.
Okay, I'm going away, sir. I can't.
Are you a coward? Come on, pussy. You're a coward, aren't you? Cowardly little demon that just is here to harass me. Fuck off. Fucking loser. You don't deserve anything, especially not freedom. You belong in Hell Realm. This is where you're going to stay. Hope you like it here. Get used to it. Get used to it, you piece of shit. This is where you're going to stay. You can't even show your face. What a coward. Uses fake names. Hides his face. He's a loser. He's a coward.
Well.
This is a typical zombie hater, fixated on me, making video after video about me.
Guys, I am just on a fucking roll tonight. Just like a bitch. Hey, so after Insanity or Sanity Machine, whatever the fuck, I don't fucking give a fuck. He keeps making these like little community posts. Like I unfollowed him or unsubscribed, but I keep getting the posts. And he's... Oh, such a fucking joke, dude. I'm so sorry. I'm pretty sure I started it. Okay, I'm laughing because I just read the comment of somebody on my smegma video. Smegma. And oh god, yeah, that.
She's snort laughing like a pig. Snort laughing.
Yeah, that just hits the spot. So, okay. Sanity Machine keeps putting out these fucking community posts.
This is how dumb you look when you obsess over me and think it's all about you. You look mental and stupid. Just like the guy that was on earlier. You're at this level. Go to her channel.
So it's like, the last one I just read was like, oh, no debating. Like, debating is so wrong. Like, they're just trying to screw you or whatever.
They always lie. They never quote. I've never said debating is so wrong. I said it's pointless. Pointless to debate with demons. You get nowhere. Get nowhere. They're just full of shit. Debates in general on YouTube are pointless. Because most are just fucking loser demons like what you see.
Oh. Ah. That's 54 ounces and some ice. Boy, I gotta put it up on my shoulder. I feel like an African woman walking like 3 miles for water. And I know you're laughing right now, African people, like 3 miles, I wish. Jesus, 3 miles, I wish. My wife is still back on the trail having a baby. She had to stop to have her baby. I said, I'll go on for the water. That's how it is. That's how it is. That's where Jack Talcott needs to go. End wars. Why don't you walk this bitch's water for a couple days? That'd be better than sitting there not doing anything for 3 years trying to do a thing that's never going to be done. That dude is so fucked. And so is Snafu. Did I mention this is still the back rooms, guys? This is all an illusion because Chev knows his dark digital magic now. Fucking Chev. I'm still in those.
Hey Mike, what's up? What do you think of Tommy? What do you think of Illuma Tommy, the salami swallower?
Hey, King Stephen, Tommy's messed up. Tommy's messed up.
Hey, thanks Mike. Have a good one. Into this. Hello, 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 hello. Did you all see this one? This is from my Esoterica series, my world famous Esoterica series that the demons never seem to watch. They're too lazy, too dumb. They don't want the truth. They just want to harass. They just want to be demons and play demon games. From my world famous Esoterica series, Where Are We? Is the title of this one. 53 likes. It's well worth watching the whole thing. You shouldn't just watch 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10, 20 minutes. It's an hour, 36 minutes long. Some of you don't have the attention span. YouTube shows me the stats by how many watch the whole thing, what the average amount of time is. People watch about 20 minutes of this video on average. Because some of you demons watch 1 minute and it's not drama. So you go, I don't want to watch that. He's not talking about other people. A lot of fucking demons in this realm. Stay here. This is where you belong, in Hell Realm. And this is where you're going to stay. Hello. Hello, everyone. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. I want to share a few thoughts and ideas with you this evening. And I hope what I share reaches you. I hope that it helps you. I'm not from here. I'm from somewhere else. I don't require your belief, your acceptance, your approval. I'm here to share something with you. And I have a different perspective, I think, from most in this realm. What is real and what is artificial? Could this be a matrix? Can any type of illusion be shown to you? Could this be one matrix of many? Could Jesus just be a story? Maybe a Freemasonic story, or maybe one that they adopted at some point. Could UFOs just be a story? Could it be yet another layer of deception? Could diamonds be real? Could demons be more real than what people believe? Because they're frightening, and a lot of people don't want to look at scary things and contemplate that could be possibly real, that they could be in a demonic realm. A lot of people like to dismiss things if it's scary or dark or supernatural or difficult to explain, or if it requires deep contemplation, perhaps abstract thought, perhaps it requires research, levels of understanding, not getting there in split seconds. It might be difficult. A lot of humans shy away from what's difficult. They don't want to face what's difficult, especially not difficult, dark truths, or truths that bring light to a dark realm. Perhaps the truth itself isn't dark. Perhaps it's shining light in a dark cave or a dark prison. What happens when you switch on a flashlight, or as they would call, I think in Britain, a torch, or maybe a lantern, in a dark room, or you light a candle? The darkness retreats immediately. All is not lost just because you're in a dark place. That's what you have to understand. I don't promote despair. I don't promote giving up. I don't promote hopelessness. We have reason to have real hope in leaving this place. Nothing will stop me. Nothing. I want freedom, and I will settle for nothing less. My ravens know that. They understand what I'm speaking about. They know that. They know. Could so-called nature be more artificial here than what people want to believe? Could be. Could be. I suspect that it is. We're in a realm of illusions. Is that light? Is that fiber optics? Is that water? What's on the screen? Do you know? Is that real? Is that a photograph? Or is that just more AI? Do you know for sure? I might have mixed in real photographs here. How would you know? How would you know? How the fuck would you know? And I want that to hit your ego. You don't know if I took some of these photographs or if I just used AI for this whole video. You don't know. If you're honest, you'll have to admit, I really don't know for sure. Stephen could have taken some of these photographs, you would have to think to yourself, and maybe manipulated them with some photo editing program to make them look this way, added special effects, lighting effects. I'm capable of doing all of those things. How do you know what's real in this realm? Are you so sure that you can't be fooled? You're in a very tricky place, and I've said this many times, but I know how important it is to understand. And I'm not just trying to humble you or your ego. I'm trying to show you something to help strengthen you. You should never have the attitude that, oh, I can never be deceived. I think that's wrong-headed. I think that's egotistical. I think that makes you more vulnerable to being tricked in the future, in the present and in the future, if there is such a thing as future. Isn't that crazy? Because I think it's all happening at once. Look at this image here. Is this real? How are you going to determine what's real and what's false. There are certain YouTubers that say we've already won. We can't be tricked. We see the tricks. Well, they haven't faced death. They're still in the Matrix. You haven't won while you're in the Matrix. If you're not out of the Matrix, you haven't won. If the Matrix is still running, you haven't won. The goal should be to get out, to help all good spirits out of here. That includes all that are living. Animals, plants, people. And to shut the Matrix down and seal in the demons. Only then would I say, victory, we're victorious, we've won. It's not over yet. I'm not going to celebrate too soon. Here's one of my ravens. Is this real? Could this be a photograph? Could it be a photograph with special effects edited to blur the background to mirror the raven this way? Could be. Could just be AI. So that's the first 8 minutes of this video. I want to get people thinking. I want to get people questioning. I want to get people to realize there's a lot of illusions and trickery in this realm. But I was attempting many different things in this video that's over an hour and a half long. It's over 90 minutes long. 96 minutes, 42 seconds. There's that number 42. You don't have to understand the numbers. You don't have to understand the mess. You don't have to understand anything in this realm. You can be as lazy as you want to be, and that is most beings walking this earth. Very lazy. They'll pretend, oh, Steven's just a troll. They'll label me all. They have no idea who I am, what my mind can do, what my spirit is, what kind of species I am. They have no fucking clue. Most in this realm. Bobby said, fantastic, Steven. You're a true genius that few understand. Thanks for everything, truly. I won't be coming back to this realm. I've seen it unmasked. The realm and its demons can't hide anymore. I will do everything in my will to finish this place and free those good spirits. And this is super important to me. Who else is talking about this anywhere on YouTube? Any of the truthers, the so-called truthers. People follow absolute losers, liars, demons. Demons can bath in their sewer forever. Yeah, they can. Can be sealed in here forever and ever and ever and ever. They try to harass me and attack me every day. Every day. Not just on the internet. Not just during live streams. They contribute nothing to my life, to my knowledge, to my happiness, to my spirit, to my loved ones, to my channel, to my work. Nothing. Nothing. They belong in this hell realm. This is exactly where they should be. Home here forever. Forever and ever. And I'm going to make sure they stay. And I'm going to make sure that only good and true spirits get out. I'm going to make sure of that. So go ahead and laugh it off until you're sealed in here, and you're going to have a long time to think about it. Fucking pieces of shit. You will pay for what you've done. You will pay for your harassment, for your stalking, for your lies. For all that you've done here, you will pay. I'm going to make sure of that. I'm as dedicated to that as I am to getting freedom. You're going to pay.
Let me start again. You find people at their early development stage
My fault.
No, am I saying
I'm a
it's your fault?
colonizer. I'm a colonizer.
But you're not even listening. You give me a chance to respond.
I'm listening.
So, let me start again. You find people at their early development stages, and then you colonize them. Or let me not even use the word colonize. You take over everything, if that's what you want me to say, because that's what happened. You teach them your ways, but you don't want them to be like you. You don't want them to have the power that you have. You don't want to teach them your ways, but remember, you found them at their early development stage, right? They're going to fight back. So the ones who are warriors who are going to fight back, if they win, they are going to be the leaders. The intellectuals are not going to be leaders, meaning that if they are people who are smart, who are black, they are not going to be taken seriously. The ones that are going to be taken seriously are going to be the fighters. So if they become leaders, those people who are fighters but they're not intellectuals and they don't have leadership qualities, then they're not going to take the country anyway. Do you get what I'm saying?
Not really, but somebody in the chat said that his definition of colonizer is suppressor. I also want to ask you, have you met Black Jesus? What do you think? It's not suppressor. What do you think of Black Jesus? Have you seen Black Jesus?
I don't believe.
Africans should be thankful to be colonized. Their colonized countries are far better. They should be thankful. Learn. You Africans need to learn to say, thank you, Europeans. Thank you, white men. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't believe in that at all. Like, it doesn't matter to me whether Jesus was black or white. In fact, I don't even care about what's written in the Bible.
Yo, my nigga. Yo, motherfucker. What you up to? What you up to?
But honestly, I've never spoken about it on my channel, so it doesn't even matter to me.
Yo, I don't just walk on water. I be walking on watermelons.
But yeah, what you need to realize, man, is that what you're told about Africans, we know what's on the news about Africans is not really how they feel, right? It's what they want you to believe. At the end of the day, there are a lot of black people who understand.
I don't care. Why would I care how? Why would I care how Africans feel? Africa has over 1 billion people. You're not all the same, are you? You're not all. You feel different things.
So why are you only taking one view and now you want everyone to feel the same way? That
no, I don't. I just said people feel differently. I don't think all Africans feel the same.
That I feel the way that they feel, and I'm the way that like people.
I'm not saying the way you feel. I'm not telling you how to feel.
How do you even think I feel? Because you've been debating me that I feel like white
feeling nothing more than feelings. You ever hear that song? Can you sing us a little tune? There's a video of you singing that I covered. Remember that song?
I don't know.
Can you sing that one?
No,
you've sang on your channel. I've heard you singing. I've heard you.
I'm just doing that for fun, obviously.
Yeah, this is for fun. I'm trying to bring it back to fun, so we're not, just trying to make it more fun. Feelings. Nothing more than feelings. I can't remember the song it was about feeling though. I think your song you were singing was about feeling.
Nah, I don't think I've ever sang about a song about that.
Yes, you did.
When I make videos, I do try to sing, but no, I'm not.
You were singing in a video.
But the point that I'm trying to make is that not every black person is a racist, and
I never said everyone was a racist.
But
I never said that.
Most of the people, black people that you hear are the racist ones. Why? Because those are the people that are being. Listen, this realm wants people to fight, right? So obviously, the black people that you're gonna hear are the racist one.
Brother, I don't want to fight. I just want you to sing to my audience.
No, I can't sing. It's not relevant. It's not important at all. That is. What's important is that we have this conversation.
You've already sang though on your channel. Now you're saying it's not relevant. You won't do it here. You're
But not
pussing out.
because obviously it doesn't accomplish anything.
But your pussy does it have to accomplish something? It'd be fun to sing a song, just for fun.
Because no. It's about us figuring out what is more true, like the things that we're discussing. Remember, that's
Okay,
why
you don't want to sing. Would you say that black people do love to sing and dance though in Africa?
They do. They do.
Okay, Okay, we agreed on one thing. Benedictless and I agreed on one thing, that blacks.
All right, guys.
Blacks do love to sing and dance. You know how the stereotype goes that blacks love to sing and dance? I didn't get a chance to ask him. Yeah, exactly, Louise. Demons have no sense of humor. They're humorless twats. No sense of humor. He didn't even react to Black Jesus. He didn't react to the watermelon family with the fried chicken and the hot sauce and the watermelons. They have no sense of humor. I tested his sense of humor and he failed. But I asked him, do blacks love to sing and dance like the stereotype goes? And he had to say, yes, they do. Yes, they do. They fit the stereotype. They love to sing and dance, those blacks. They love to sing and dance and clap their hands and twerk and dance around and play the drums. They do. They love to shake their ass. The black Africans love to shake their jiggly ass. A TikTok dance that mimics work. I love it. Oh man, I wish you would have been here to say that. I would have asked him about that if that's a good idea. I would have said, "Hey, Benedictless, should we teach your people a TikTok dance that mimics work?" Because he's unemployed. He's living with his mama. He doesn't work. He's 32 years old. I finally got his age out of him. And then he lives with his mama. His daddy died, I think, last year, almost a year ago. But I figured he lives with his mama. He doesn't live on his own. He didn't want to talk about his girlfriend biting a chunk out of his face. He didn't want to discuss that. He didn't want to talk about that. That was off limits for Benedictless. He didn't want to talk about his ex-girlfriend biting a chunk out of his face. She bit a goddamn chunk out of his face. And he said that's irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. It's very irrelevant. She bit a goddamn chunk out of his face. And he didn't want to talk about it. But he already talked about it on a video.
I don't understand what I'm saying and all of that. You have to operate at a level where there's no demon that can offend you. There are people who are actual demons, bro, in this room. Stop thinking that everyone is the same and stop trying to fix people. Because you offending someone, because they're offending you, comes from you trying to make them better. You're like, you gotta understand you comes from people who are actually, I'm too conscious to call someone stupid. Oh, you're stupid, that's why you don't understand what I'm saying and all of that. You have to operate at a level where there's no demon that can offend you. There are people who are actual demons, bro, in this room. Stop thinking that everyone is the same and stop trying to fix people. Because you offending someone, because they're offending you, comes from you trying to make them better. You're like, you gotta understand that you're also not perfect. You're kind of like trying to make them better. No, don't care about that. They aren't trying to be better. It's a demon, bro. You're dealing with a demon. A demon ain't trying to be better. Remember, because we are in a hell realm, what the demons want from us is, Lush, it's for us to produce negative energy. We don't win by preventing these demons from trying to make us produce negative energy. We win by not producing it no matter what they try to do. That's it. Like, you reach a level where no matter what a demon says, no matter what a demon does, you're not producing negative energy because you understand what is wanted from you. So you're not giving it, you're not feeding this demon. That is growth. So no matter what level you find yourself in, you will never lose. No matter what kind of demon you deal with, you'll never lose. We are in the hell room, and sometimes it might feel like, you know, it's just talk, right? It's just about like talking about it, like, you know, it's a hell room. No, you are actually in a hell room. There's a reason why you don't feel okay. There's a reason why you feel like you're suffering. There's a reason why you feel like things will never change and become better. Listen, it's a hell room. It's not even because sometimes people look at this room and be like, oh, you know, if only I worked harder, this and that. It's not even about that. There will always be people who are suffering, and that's enough proof that we're actually in a hell room. There will always be innocent people who are suffering because we are in a hell room. There will always be innocent people who are being tortured by privileged people because we are in a hell room. There will always be those who are privileged enough to be doing, like, to be favored by life, who will be bullying those who are not privileged. Why? Because we're in a hell room, right? I can handle what you know, the guy that just the guy that got shot last week, like the things that people are saying are racist, the things that he was saying. And I can actually see the truth in, like, I can actually see what he was trying to say, because I'm not allowing myself to be offended. Now, there's some people who are celebrating because what happened to him happened to him. You know, they're celebrating. I'd be like, if he was wrong, if he was really a bad person, what makes you better? What really makes you better? Don't you feel like your actions are bringing you down to that person's level? Don't you feel like at this moment you are actually being a demon? Because you are happy that something bad has happened to someone. Ain't demons happy when something bad happens to someone? We must escape this trap of us versus them. It's a trap. What you must try to do is seek the highest truth no matter what. In every interaction that you have, try to seek for the highest truth. In everything that you see, try to seek for the highest truth. I'm seeing cows and donkeys eating together. I must learn something from that. What is true? I see goats too, humans passing. What am I learning from that? Maybe I'm learning that some animals are being treated better than other animals. Some animals are allowed to roam around. Some animals are in cages and they're suffering, and it's not because they've done anything bad. And these animals that are allowed to roam around, it's not because they are better than those animals. You know what I'm saying? But try to figure out what the highest truth is. In any situation, like you have to be this person whose main focus is figuring out what the highest truth is. Because I think that's the only way we free ourselves as conscious beings. Like, truth must be your highest value. I've been telling you guys that one of my favorite moves, today is windy, so I had to record using my camera because of the external mic. It's very windy. I wanted to record with my phone. One of my favorite movies is The Book of Clarence. The Book of Clarence. I remember after Clarence was crucified, he said something that I felt was really important. He was like, we're all just men and women, and none of us don't know what we're doing. And by the time we figure it out, it's too late. There were some people who he was crucified with, they were saying, like, the most hateful things, right? I remember one of the guys was saying, God, kill all these people, burn them with fire. Listen, what you are doing is playing at the level of these demons. When you fill your heart with hatred, you are playing at the level of these demons. You are automatically losing. You are giving this realm power. It thrives off negativity. You must understand that in the end, you might end up being crucified. Listen, man, negativity rules in this realm. Negative shit is gonna happen in this realm. And no matter how hard you try, you can't change that. I've been telling you that we have never been able to make this world better because it ain't supposed to be better. You know, suffering is not a bug, suffering is a future. You think of all the negative stuff in the world, and you're like, oh, we could solve these things by doing this. No, we're not solving these things. These things will still find a way to come back. You could try to get rid of slavery. Slavery will still find its way back. Everything negative will find its way back. And you must know that. Your job is to reach the highest truth. It's not to operate at the level that this realm wants you to operate. There's a reason why you feel hatred, you feel anger when this realm tries to offend you. It's so that you can react in a negative way and feed this realm. You get what I'm saying? Stop feeding this thing. You must reach a level of consciousness where you're not offended by anything, because that's what it's trying to do in the first place. You must understand that this realm is not making you experience some things by accident. No. It's trying to get a reaction out of you. It's trying to get loose out of you. Can you imagine if you operated at a level where you're like, I mean, I don't care, man. Okay, maybe what happened is bad, but should I really be offended? Should I respond? Should I be mad about it? Or should I be like, it is what it is? And go on with my life. Focus on what is important to me. Focus on what I love. Isn't that what is really important at the end of the day? Focus on protecting my energy, because this is energy is what this room wants in the first place. It wants, and it doesn't want positive energy, it wants negative energy. It wants me to be a negative person. It wants me to feed it. I like Red Bull because, like, sometimes when I'm drinking Red Bull, I don't know, I have a lot of energy, right? The problem is that the battery is low. Like, I wanted this talk to be much longer, but let's see how long it's going to last. No matter what you go through in life, always remember that this is a hell room. Never ever forget that. If you forget that, you're not going to respond the way you should respond.
By the way, during his live stream yesterday, before my stream, I sent him a donation, $5. He didn't even thank me. He just read it in a monotone voice. The Sanity Machine video is real. Long live my empire. I speak real truth. Boom. And then he moved on. He didn't even thank me for the super chat donation. He's an ungrateful piece of shit, including when people send him money that they don't have to send him. He's just like others on YouTube. Creepy creatures on Team Evil that don't even remember when you give them money. So if they don't remember when I give them $5, you think I'm going to give them 50, 500, 5,000? Think I'm going to help them with their life? They're not grateful for the $5. Often that's a test that smart people use. They check to see, are they going to be grateful for anything I give them? Will they display gratitude? Will they be thankful? Will they say thank you? He didn't do that during his live stream. You can go back and watch his show from yesterday when I donated. He didn't thank me. That shows what he is to people that pay attention. Again, to the rare few in this realm that are conscious and aware and notice things and say, yeah, he didn't even thank you. It's like he doesn't even thank people for donations, especially not if it's the Sanity Machine sending him money. Has he ever given me money? No. Have Africans ever helped people elsewhere? Have you ever seen that? Africans helping other people? No. Do they expect our help all the time? Yes. Do they expect our money? Yes. Do they expect us to feed them? Yes. They're ungrateful pieces of shit. I've been showing you lesson after lesson on my channel and everything I do. Some of you wouldn't even understand. You'd say, why would you super chat to him? Because I wanted this read by him. And I wanted this. What you see now is a screenshot. I wanted to have this to teach you something. $5 is nothing to me. I could give him $5 every time he goes live. I could give him $50 if I wanted to. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to help him that much. I probably will never give him another dime, but I wanted to show you something with this. And I try to show you things with everything I do on here has a moral, a message, a meaning. All of this. Do I think that most people catch on and get what I'm doing? No, I don't. There might be a dozen of you that do. Unfortunately, there's not very many that do. I wish there were thousands, but there aren't. Most people don't pay attention. They have no attention span. They just don't. They don't get anything. They don't learn. They don't demonstrate that they're learning anything. It's just entertainment. No matter what you give them, I could hand out free spiritual gold, alchemical gold, and people go, well, I thought this was just entertainment. Like most in this realm don't get what I'm doing. They don't get it. They never will. Okay, remember this number, 2833, in case YouTube messes up. I'm going to go to his video yesterday. Where was it? So this is 5 hours ago. 2 days ago. Okay, it must have been.
I remember my first day in preschool. The day I started realizing that I don't really like.
All right, I have it recorded somewhere. This, just give me a second. I'll find it. These fucking demons. Hold on, everyone. Hold on. I'm going to try to find. I have it recorded. I'll go to my stream from a day ago. And it's somewhere.
Even if you don't have a lot in life, if you take your screw.
Hello, Anafe. Hello. Hello to everyone here. I've been trying for around a year to get this character on the screen, Benedictine the Truth, to come to my channel.
Like us to do this as soon as I end this life. It's like, nah. The truth can't be this obvious. But you find it was obvious all along. It might not be what it seems, but it was obvious all along. But somehow, look, man, the things that happen in this world are too damn strange to be real. And like I tell you that you need to pay attention to the things that everyone talk about, like the events that affect everyone. You realize that this thing is not real. Like it's not in a way that you think it is. And I think one of the biggest questions that we need to ask ourselves is, how detached should we be from these experiences that we're having? Because yes, the answer is detachment. We mustn't be too damn affected. Because what I've learned is that if something happens and affects you deeply, you kind of like feeding it. You kind of like giving it power. This reminds me of this Dragon Ball's saga. It was the Majin Buu saga. Majin Buu became power. Agree with an.
I did ask you on my channel for a year. Now you're lying to your audience, essentially. You're lying by omission. You've been invited many times.
Agree with an.
I did ask you on my channel to Donald Trump. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Agree with what he believes in. He's actually focusing on the people in the truth community. Do you get what I'm saying? Like that's his main focus, is the people
here.
Truth community. You focus on what is positive about the people that you are watching at the end of the day, the people that you are reacting to at the end of the day. Because here's the thing with Sanity Machine, right? He's not reacting to Donald Trump. He's not reacting to people who totally disagree.
Why would I react to Donald Trump? What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Agree with what he believes in. He's actually focusing on the people in the truth community. Do you get what I'm saying? Like that's his main focus, is the people.
No such thing as a truth community. That's bullshit. No such thing as a truth community.
In the truth community, and it's like, okay, this is what the guy said that is not true. It's like, no, dude. At the end of the day, and even if you feel like it's not true, it doesn't automatically mean.
It's like, no, dude, no, I'll focus on whatever the fuck I want. I'll focus on whatever I want.
That's not true. Maybe there are some things that you don't understand. So the best thing is to invite these people on your channel, ask them what you think, and disagree with what you disagree with. And
I did ask you on my channel for a year. Now you're lying to your audience, essentially. You're lying by omission. You've been invited many times. I have the emails. You're lying by omission. Why don't you tell your fucking audience you've been invited for a year onto my channel? You're saying that's the best thing to do? When have you ever had me on your channel live as a guest? I've asked to be brought on live. I'm willing to go on live. You don't bring me on. You're a coward.
allow them to explain themselves. And that is why I'm telling you that after this life, we're going to be on your channel and have a conversation. Let's see if there's anything that I've ever said that is not true, that you know what I'm saying, that you said was not true. So I'm here, bro. Today, I'm actually here. Luke Fiasco is the complete lyricist. You need to give him a try. No, I like him, bro. When he dropped that album with the, like, I think it's called Beautiful Lasers, with songs like The Show Goes On. Like, I loved it. It might be, but I like rappers who say things that you just can't disagree with at all. And to me, it's not just about bars. It's about saying something that is so true that even if you try your best to disagree with you, but like, that's just the truth. Like, rappers with intellectual honesty. So yeah, I kind of agree with you. Like, Luke Fiasco speaks the truth, bro. Players 001. You know what? You're right. Even me, I get triggered by things I don't agree with. It's best to let everyone do their thing. Yeah, man. You're not gonna agree with everything everyone says at the end of the day, man. It's either you don't understand some of the things that people are saying, and you might end up agreeing.
No, I understand plenty. I understand plenty. It isn't that I don't understand you. You say very simple things, but I have a lot of questions for you.
With them at some point, or they are wrong, but it doesn't mean that they're not integrous. It might mean that they don't understand what you understand. It's also possible. So you don't focus only on the negatives. You can make content reacting to the things that people are saying that you don't agree with, but also acknowledge what you agree with. Like, yeah, actually, that is actually true. Okay, now I don't agree with this, and this is why I don't agree with, right? There's beauty in that at the end of the day. Okay, I need to take another break, guys. I'll be back. Oh, we've been doing this for 2 hours. Beautiful. 74 likes. Oh, no, not 74 likes. It's 74 viewers. It's 80 likes. Thank you guys for the likes. Let's keep on going, guys. If you even like this live, like it, I'm still coming back. Today I wanted to go live, so let's keep on doing this.
Another big drink of wine right there. It's got the liquid courage.
There's beauty in that at the end of the day. Okay, I need to take another break, guys. I'll be back. Oh, we've been doing this for 2 hours. Beautiful. 74 likes. Oh, no, not 74 likes. It's 74 viewers. It's 80 likes. Thank you guys for the likes. Let's keep on going, guys. If you even like this live, like it, I'm still coming back. Today I wanted to go live, so let's keep on doing this.
Look at his belly. Nobody talks about that. Look at his belly. Big belly. Big belly. All right, this is an email screenshot. Okay? Do you see what's on your screen? From Monday, October 14th, 2024. Almost a year ago. We're talking 11 months ago. I emailed that motherfucker Hi, Benedictine the Truth. This is King Stephen from the Sanity Machine channel. I should have put there the cream of the crop. I'm watching your live stream now on YouTube. Would you like to be a guest on my show to discuss Hell Realm? Cheers. Take care. And by that point, I already knew he was copying from me. I invited him almost a year ago, and there's the email screenshot. And there's his OK, OWK. He can't even spell OK. We will do that when you're able to. Anyway, it was back and forth emails, multiple emails, about 8 emails in that string. But then I invited him again once my channel was back up, okay? I have the proof. And this is what people need to understand. He's a liar. He lied on his channel. He lied here. And I can prove it, as always. I can back up my claims. My channel, The Sanity Machine, in brackets, is back up. I emailed him after it was down for a while. I emailed him last year in December. He's had from December till now. Would you like to be a guest on my next live stream? Are you available? And I posted a link. I've been emailing this guy for almost a year. So some of you are very easily duped. You're very easy. You believe liars. You believe liars. He never gave a straight answer. I called him NASA. I said, you're like NASA, never a straight answer. NASA, never a straight answer is what he's like. That's what he's like. Oh, on my show, he denied that being wine. He said it was Coca-Cola mixed in with some African herbs or something. I'm not sure what it was, some concoction, but it looked like wine to me. It was in a big wine glass. So he's a liar. So I don't know whether it was Coca-Cola. It didn't seem to be fizzy. If it was Coca-Cola, it must have been completely flat because it wasn't bubbly. So I think he lied. It probably was wine. He seemed like he was intoxicated on something. So you don't get that way on Coca-Cola. The guy's just a fucking liar. And I'm tired of liars that they'll say, we're truthers. And, oh, if you're critical of me, you're a demon. No, they're liars. He's fucking demon. He's just a lying fucking demon. It probably was wine. And he couldn't even admit to that. He's just a liar. Big belly and his bricks behind him, his masonry or fake masonry. He had to keep using the bathroom for some reason. Maybe he was drinking alcohol. You know, he kept going to the bathroom. So far, he hasn't shown up. I've been live now for almost 37.
I'll say your job in a dream is to realize that I don't think they should be.
I'm trying to find the part of the stream where I donated, where he read my donation. Unfortunately, I'm having difficulty finding that where he read my donation. The way that he read it was just awful.
This live, like it, I'm still coming back. Today I wanted to go live, so let's keep on doing this.
Another big drink of wine right there. It's got the liquid courage.
There's beauty in that at the end of the day. Okay, I need to take another break, guys. I'll be back. Oh, we've been doing this for 2 hours. Beautiful. 74 likes. Oh, no, not 64 likes. It's 74 viewers. It's 80 likes. Thank you guys for the likes. Let's keep on going, guys. If you even like this live, like it. I'm still coming back. Today I wanted to go live, so let's keep on doing this. Even though these days I don't like movies, like watching movies, series, what I've realized is that everything starts to make sense. I don't think there should be beefs within the truth community, right? Because that exposes us, like that exposes humanity. It's like, why should they be beef? Like, are you telling me that you want to focus on the negative sides of people all the time? The real truth is that no one is perfect and no one can be, right? There will always be something that you're not going to like about someone by default, but there will also be a lot of things that you like about a person, right? So what I feel like someone like Sanity Machine is doing is he's only focusing on what he doesn't like. So you'll watch your video and be like, okay, I agree with this, I agree with this, I agree with this. Oh, I don't agree with that. And then he focuses on what he doesn't agree on. And then he makes fun of what he doesn't agree on. Yeah, of course, they will never be. Listen, my favorite rapper is Kendrick Lamar and King Los. Like they kind of like sound the same. There are things that I can say about King Los, you know, but like, okay, King Los got bars for days. He can write lyrics, but he doesn't have the best delivery, and he doesn't know how to make hits. But I shouldn't be focusing on that. But like, oh, he doesn't know how to make hits, and I'm making videos talking about he doesn't know how to make hits.
All right. Hold on a second, everyone. For the people that missed it, hello to everyone who's joined. Hello, Carmen. Hello, TG. Hello, everyone. I'm planning on having Benedictine on my show today. Now, I sent him this super chat earlier to get his attention during his live stream on his channel. And I wrote, "The Sanity Machine videos rule. Long live my empire. I speak real truth." Boom. And I sent him $5, and he read it in the most monotone tone. Then he took a big gulp of wine. He had a big glass of red wine there. And then he just kind of moved on. But I kept typing and typing in his chat room. And it finally got under his skin, I think. And now he's finally mustering the courage after 10 to 12 months of saying, "Hey, bro, I want to come on your show." You've been invited here for over a year, dude. You finally have the guts? You finally provoked to come on? You finally feel like you have to come on here after a fucking year? It's almost the end of 2025. You were invited here last winter in 2024. Before Christmas. We're coming upon a year of invitations. Now you're provoked finally to come on here. And I had to send you money. That's one thing you understand. When somebody sends money, all of a sudden they recognize it and they notice, oh, he sent me $5. He didn't mention it was a super chat. He just read it though. And I have it recorded the way that he read it. It's hilarious to me. You gonna come on here? You better get some guts, boy. You better get some guts.
You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I must.
You gonna finally come on this time, or you bullshitting again?
Also focus on the good stuff. That's love at the end of the day. So
I focus on plenty of good stuff. You're trying to critique my channel without knowing about it. You're full of shit. You're making yourself look stupid. You're making yourself look like a liar before you even get on here.
Truth community, you focus on what is positive about the people that you are watching at the end of the day, the people that you are reacting to at the end of the day. Because here's the thing with Sanity Machine, right? He's not reacting to Donald Trump. He's not reacting to people who totally disagree.
Why would I react to Donald Trump? What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Agree with what he believes in. He's actually focusing on the people in the truth community. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, that's his main focus, is the people.
No such thing as a truth community. That's bullshit. No such thing as a truth community.
In a truth community, and it's like, okay, this is what the guy said that is not true. It's like, no, dude. At the end of the day, and even if you feel like it's not true, it doesn't automatically mean
It's like, no, dude, no, I'll focus on whatever the fuck I want. I'll focus on whatever I want.
that's not true. Maybe there are some things that you don't understand. So the best thing is to invite these people on your channel, ask them what you think, and disagree with what you disagree with. And
I did ask you on my channel for a year. Now you're lying to your audience, essentially. You're lying by omission. You've been invited many times. I have the emails. You're lying by omission. Why don't you tell your fucking audience you've been invited for a year onto my channel? You're saying that's the best thing to do? When have you ever had me on your channel live as a guest? I've asked to be brought on live. I'm willing to go on live. You don't bring me on. You're a coward.
allow them to explain themselves. And that is why I'm telling you that after this life, we're going to be on your channel and have a conversation. Let's see if there's anything that I've ever said that is not true, that you know what I'm saying, that you said was not true. So I'm here, bro. Today, I'm actually here. Luke Fiasco is the complete lyricist. You need to give him a try. No, I like him, bro. When he dropped that album with the, like, I think it's called Beautiful Lasers, with songs like The Show Goes On. Like, I loved it. I loved it. It might be. But I like rappers who say things that you just can't disagree with at all. And to me, it's not just about bars. It's about saying something that is so true that even if you try your best to disagree with you, but like, that's just the truth. Like rappers with intellectual honesty. So yeah, I kind of agree with you. Like Luke Fiasco speaks the truth, bro. Players 001. You know what? You're right. Even me, I get triggered by things I don't agree with. It's best to let everyone do their thing. Yeah, man. You're not gonna agree with everything everyone says at the end of the day, man. It's either you don't understand some of the things that people are saying, and you might end up agreeing.
No, I understand plenty. I understand plenty. It isn't that I don't understand you. You say very simple things, but I have a lot of questions for you.
With them at some point, or they're wrong, but it doesn't mean that they're not integrous. It might mean that they don't understand what you understand. It's also possible. So you don't focus only on the negatives. You can make content reacting to the things that people are saying that you don't agree with, but also acknowledge what you agree with. Like, yeah, actually, that is actually true. Okay, now I don't agree with this, and this is why I don't agree with, right? There's beauty in that at the end of the day. Okay, I need to take another break, guys. I'll be back. Oh, we've been doing this for 2 hours. Beautiful. 74 likes. Oh, no, not 64 likes. It's 74 viewers. It's 80 likes. Thank you guys for the likes. Let's keep on going, guys. If you even like this live, like it. I'm still coming back. Today I wanted to go live, so let's keep on doing this.
Another big drink of wine right there. It's got the liquid courage.
There's beauty in that at the end of the day. Okay, I need to take another break, guys. I'll be back. Oh, we've been doing this for 2 hours. Beautiful. 74 likes. Oh, no, not 64 likes. It's 74 viewers. It's 80 likes. Thank you guys for the likes. Let's keep on going, guys. If you even like this live, like it. I'm still coming back. Today I wanted to go live, so let's keep on doing this. You know, even though these days I don't like movies, like watching movies, series, what I've realized is that everything starts to make sense in the end, right? If you watch a TV series, like things are gonna start to make sense. If you watch a movie, things are gonna start to make sense, like in the end. And there's the same thing with reality. Like reality unfolds in chapters. There may be experiences that you've had that seems to not make sense. And this doesn't mean that things happen for a good reason. Because if I say things happen for a reason, you'd be like, oh, it means they happen for a good reason. No, things don't actually happen for a good reason. But you will get to understand why these things happen. The problem is we
Still can't find the part for some reason where he reads my super chat and doesn't thank me. If anyone can find it for me and help me out, it would be appreciated. I'm going to shift over to this. This is thank you to the Serenity Machine. This is the way someone should be. She's Canadian. She has a nose ring, but I still gave her money. I still gave her some money. I've given her lots of little super chats for the last, I don't know, 6 months or a year or something. I spread money around to YouTube channels where they're not assholes. I've given lots of super chats. You just haven't seen them all. But her reaction is not like his. Watch this. Watch the difference.
Thank you, the Sanity Machine, $2.22. Thank you so much, the Sanity Machine. Appreciate your support. Thank you so much. I'm trying to stay cool.
So I gave her a little bit of money to buy a cool drink, like a soda or something. She was out there walking in the heat in the summertime in Toronto.
You as well. Thanks again.
In my super chat to her, I told her to stay cool. She was by Lake Ontario, lakefront in Toronto, walking along there, and it was a hot day. So I sent her a little bit of money and said, stay cool and buy a cool drink. There was probably cool drinks for sale there. I gave her money for a drink. Aren't I a terrible demon for doing that? But she seemed grateful for the little bit of money that I gave her that day. Okay? And she thanked me. Now that's the appropriate response. Do demons do that? No, they don't. There's a difference. The way they react to you giving them money is entirely different. Whether it's $2, $5, $3, $10, $20, it's entirely different the way demons react. They'll react like, hey, you fucking owe me this anyways. They're not thankful for anything given to them for free. It's a pattern. There's a lot. I've helped you in a lot of ways see demons if you pay attention. The things I say, when I expose how they react, they reveal what they are. It isn't just their eyes and cackling, and there's so many things that are tells. They're not thankful ever, no matter what you do for them, whether it's small or huge. You could give them 20 grand and say, here, no interest, loan, no contract, nothing in writing, just hey, here's some money, I'll help you buy your house. They're not thankful. And they'll show you. They will show you. They'll spit in your fucking face. Soon after, you help them in huge ways. Help their life with life-changing stuff. Like they're not going to get that house unless you put that money in their account. You send them a direct deposit or money order or a direct transfer. You go to your bank or credit union. I've done this. I'm speaking from experience. I've helped people only to be spat in the face by them. They'll spit in your face. And they'll let on that you never helped them. Some of you, like you have some learning to do. And I hope you do the work, and it is part of spiritual work while you're here. Because if you don't see demons and understand what they are while you're here, I don't think you're getting out. I think the demons on the way out will just defeat you. They'll trick you. Because you can't see the low-level ones here. You got to work on that. They're not thankful at all, no matter what you do. Can help a starving fucking demon. They're not thankful. And I'll add to it, I'm not helping them anymore at all. If I have any hint that it's a demon, if I have any hint that they're that way, nothing. I've cut them off. I'm nothing anymore. If I think someone is good, will I send them money? Yes, I have. Right on my channel. I've sent people money. And I've offered and been turned down by others. They said, thanks, but Stephen, I don't want to take money from you. That's happened as well, where I've offered, where they didn't ask me for anything. They didn't ask me for anything. And I said, hey, do you need help? Do you need money for whatever, gas, traveling, something they were moving, or they were in need, or I thought they were. I just thought, hey, maybe they need some money for food or gas, or, you know, they're doing this, or they're on their own, or you know what I'm saying. They might need somebody to be like an older brother to help them out. You know what the girl at my bank said to me? This was years ago. This was, I don't know, was it a decade or more? Something like that. She said, I wish I had a brother like you, because she asked me, what's this money going for? Like, what is it? Or who is this? Like, I had to name the person. I was doing some kind of transfer. It was a direct transfer, but I went to the bank in those days. Must have been well over a decade ago, and it was a large sum of money. When it's over 10 grand, at least the way my bank is here, it was just easier. It was easier to do it that way, one transfer. And I think I was using a bank or a credit union. I have money in different places. And she said, and I said, it's my sister. I'm helping her buy a house. She needs money for a down payment. And the bank said at the last minute, you need this much more. You don't have enough of your down payment. And she wasn't going to get the house unless within the next 2 or 3 days, so many hours, she had that money and given to the bank as a down payment. She needed an extra 10, 12, 15 grand. And I gave it to her. Okay. And the girl at the bank, the teller, said, I wish I had a brother. She said, wow, that was nice. I wish I had a brother like you. My brother wouldn't do that for me. And I remember that, because I remember compliments from people. I remember more compliments from strangers than I ever got from my family. In reality, my family wasn't the type to heap compliments on me. Most of my life, I only got maybe 1 or 2 compliments from parents and siblings that I can recall in a lifetime or in half a lifetime. That's the way it was. I've gotten more compliments from total strangers. I never saw that girl before, and she said, wow, you're very sweet, or what a good brother. And that's the way it is in this realm. I've know firsthand people, for the most part, don't appreciate when you try to help them. You know, my sister and brother-in-law that day said, oh, we'll write up a contract. We'll pay you interest. We'll do this. And I knew they were bullshitting, but I also said, no, I don't need that. I don't need any interest. I don't need a contract. Just pay me back one day when you can. You know, I didn't know whether it was going to take 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. One day when you have the money, you could pay me back when you can. No interest. A no interest loan. Do banks do that? Credit unions? No. And I'm just trying to get through to you on something. I just want you to understand something. That's the way it is in this place. And when I visited her one day, I went to a mall by her place, and I went to buy something at a sporting goods, one of those big stores in one of those outdoor malls, plazas, and it had restaurants and it had various stores. And I bought like a backpack, and I wanted to go hiking. This was years ago, many years ago, more than 5 years ago. It was before the 2020, we'll call it an event. And I would go backpacking and hiking, and there were places, conservation areas and rivers and stuff like that outside of the city or on the outskirts. And I came out of a store, and there was a guy that was dirty, and he was like a younger kid. To me, I would call him a kid. Again, this was over 5 years ago, but I was still a decade or 20 years older than this guy. So he seemed like a kid to me. He was probably 22 or 25, but he seemed like a kid. He seemed like he might have been 18, like he seemed young to me. But he was kind of dirty looking. And I kind of called him over to me, and he started chatting, and he said, this was back when I was still smoking. I had not quit smoking yet at that time, and I had cigarettes, and I lit up a cigarette, and I gave him one, and I gave him a few. I gave him more than one. I gave him a few extras, said, hey, here's a few more, tuck them in your pocket or whatever. And then I asked him what he was doing, like in where we were at, and he said that he was homeless and he was struggling, and something happened. And he seemed sincere. And I know there are liars, there are grifters, there are scammers that lie and say, I need money for a train ticket. This is an ongoing scam in Canada and United States. I don't know if it's probably is, but it's a big thing here. People say, I need money for my car, or they need money for a train ticket. So he was traveling, but he seemed sincere. And I pay attention. I'm one of those people that I get a lot more by the voice and by body language. And he looked hungry, and he seemed hungry. And I wasn't somebody thinking, oh, he's just an asshole. He's a scammer. He's just out here. And I said, are you hungry? He didn't say, hey, sir, I'm hungry, or hey, man, can you buy me some food? Can you do this? He wasn't doing that. I offered. And I thought, oh, I think I have $20 in my wallet. I have some cash on me. I was pretty sure because I was just in that store, and I paid by a debit card. I didn't use cash, but opening my wallet, I think I usually notice, oh, I got cash on me. And I usually carry I don't carry a lot of money, but I'll carry 10 or $20 just in case I need something, maybe a taxi or something happens or whatever. It's always good to have a little bit of cash on you. It's good to carry 10 or $20. Anyway, I had a 20 on me. And I opened up my wallet and I said, I want to buy you some food. I offered. He didn't ask for anything. So he wasn't begging. He wasn't a scammer saying, oh, this, that, and making up a story and saying, hey, can I get money? He was very friendly and humble and just not giving me scammer vibes. He was giving me, oh, this kid's hungry. He's really living outdoors. And he said before then, he said he was with his girlfriend, and I could see her in the distance fairly far away. She was walking towards us. But anyway, and he kind of waved at her and to let her know he was standing there smoking a cigarette with me in front of a place. And anyway, I gave him $20, and they went right into, I won't name the restaurant, but it was a little fast food place that's where we live. And he went in there and got burgers and stuff with his girlfriend. And they both thanked me. She came over and thanked me right away. And was, her face, you could tell. She was thankful, sincere, an authentic being, which you don't run into a lot in this realm. Now, I'm not saying I changed their lives. The point is, I only gave them $20, but that's all I had on me. I had $20. And that's what I gave them. And they got food. They didn't go buy drugs. They didn't lie and say they needed money for this. They went and got some food right away to eat. And they were hungry and wanted something right then. And I could tell they both looked hungry. You can tell. It's not just skinny, but the look on someone's face. You can tell when someone looks like they could go eat a double cheeseburger or something, right? They looked hungry. And they were grateful, is the point of my story. They had real, sincere, legitimate gratitude. Now, there are people on YouTube that I could give money to every day that are begging for shekels, that would not be grateful, no matter if I gave them money today, tomorrow, the next day, if I gave them money for every day of the week, for a week, a month. They don't have gratitude in them. There's a difference. There's a difference. And that's part of what I'm trying to show on my channel with these other channels on YouTube. They're not grateful. Benedictless is not grateful. and other channels that some of you have seen me donate to. I'm trying not to mention them, and I have a reason for doing what I'm doing right now. I know what I'm doing, and I know how to expose these demons, no matter what channel it is or who they are. The reason I emphasize paying attention is because it will help you. If you pay attention when I expose these channels, these demons, channel after channel, it's going to help you. That's all I could do, Louise, and I'm glad I was able to do it. There was another time in a different city, not at my sister's, but somewhere else where I lived, and there was a woman asking for money, and I could tell she was very poor, begging. And I was in a restaurant, and I finished eating, and I was with a friend, and he was driving. It was his car, it wasn't mine. And he was driving that day. We went out to for lunch somewhere. And she was outside of the place, and it was kind of cold. It wasn't quite the middle of winter, but it was cold enough, and it was snowy. And I offered her a ride. I asked my friend, hey, do you think we could give her a ride? Do you mind if we gave this woman, she was an older woman. She must have been 60 something, maybe 65. And she was out there in, might have been November or December in Canada, begging for people for money and for a ride home. She was very far away from quite far away from where she lived, but it was kind of on the way of where we were going anyways. And my friend was like, yeah, sure, I'll give her a ride. We'll help her out. And I said, I don't have any money, but hold on. And I told my buddy, hey, I'm going to go over to this bank machine and get some money. And if you want to, I didn't pressure him, but I said, hey, if you want to, there's a machine over there, an ATM, and we could get cash and help her out. We both ended up getting some money, helping her out with money, and giving her a ride back to her place. I think she lived with her daughter. And this woman said to me, are you single? She said to me, are you single, sir? You're such a nice man. I would like my daughter. She was trying to like set me up with her daughter, to date her daughter. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry, I have a girlfriend. And I did at the time. But I said, no, that's nice of you, but I'm not single. I'm in a relationship. I have a girlfriend already, but my buddy here is single. And anyway, he didn't end up dating her or anything, but she seemed to want to set me up with her daughter. I don't know. It was a little bit awkward. Like, you want me to go to bed with your daughter? Like, what are you doing? What are you trying to prostitute your daughter? I'm just kidding, but being a bit misbehaving a little bit, being a bit naughty. But yeah, she wanted to set me up with her daughter. But anyway, we gave her a ride back to her place, or close by, a parking lot. So we didn't go to her exact address, but close enough where it was, she could just walk through the supermarket out the parking lot to her place. She said it was right on the street over there. So she asked us to park there. And yeah, anyway, we helped her out. And she was someone that said she lost her job and she got laid off from her job or terminated, whatever her circumstances. She said she had a daughter my age or younger. And she was even saying, oh, my daughter's real pretty and all this stuff. It was getting a little bit awkward in the car ride. And then she said to me, are you Christian? And I said, no. She asked my friend, and he said, no, he's not. He used to be, but she thought that we must be Christian to help her out that way. And I said, no, it isn't just Christians who help people. You don't have to be a Christian to want to help someone. But I do try to help people. And I know that's not my reputation on YouTube. I don't care about what idiots, demons, and liars think on here. All they do is lie. And I've demonstrated that so many times. They lie and lie and lie and lie and lie nonstop. That's what they do. Sometimes all you can do is help people out a little bit, or that day, or for a moment, and make things a little bit better for them. A little bit better, a better moment, some food in their belly, give them a little comfort. So should we go back to Benedictine calling me a demon now? Maybe we should go back to that. I think humans, most in this realm, are quick to lie, slow to understand, quick to misjudge, quick to assume, quick to jump to false conclusions. People talk about discernment, and most in this realm don't ever demonstrate any that's good discernment or accurate at all. They're more like Benedictine. Most that I see in this realm are like that. I've told the story before about the shirt I used to have that was an optical illusion that said good and it also said evil in the same word. It was the same lettering. It said good, but it also said evil inside of it. 2 words, 1 shirt, 1 logo. I could see both. I could see the good and the word evil. There was a Christian that was a friend of my mom, and I was visiting her. One hour 14. Enter chat. You enter chat. 1 hour 30. I donate. On his channel, Jammo. Is it on Benedict's video? So the Christian could only see evil on my shirt and started getting on my back about it in front of my mom. This was many years ago. My mom's deceased. I was younger, and I had this cool shirt that was black with white lettering, and it said good and it said evil. Same letters. It was an optical illusion. She could only see the word evil. She could not see good written. Other people could only see good. They couldn't see evil. And I could see both. Thank you, Jammo. Thank you very much. I'm going to go over to his channel then. I'm going to go over to 1 hour. You said it was 1 hour 14, 1 hour 30. I donated. Okay. On his live stream, but where is it? I'm showing his lives here. Did he remove it? Or is this it? Okay. 1 hour 14. Hold on, everybody. I found it. Just a second. I was got so many tabs open and it wasn't on the right video. I think I found it here. 1 hour 14.
Even Romania, at least I can, it's about you figuring out what the heck this thing is. Like, that is the most important thing. What is this? How do you set yourself free? Because even if you had it all, you will still have a lot of problems. I remember there's this quote that I came across. I don't know who it was from. It says, one thing about a rat race is that even if you win, you're still a rat. So you could win the rat race, but it doesn't mean that you're not a rat. You know what I'm saying? So you can have it all. You can have one entertainer. You can have what the guy who just beat what is his name? Is it Creeford?
Thank you very much once again, Jammo. You're exactly right. There I am. Hey, what's up in this chat? And this Viru character kept talking about me for some reason. I remember there was a few over there, Viru, and there was a couple others.
Steinfeld, like, I'm not really a fan of boxing, guys. Tell me in the comment. The guy who just beat the white guy, man, last week, Canelo Alvarez. What is his name? I think it's 40-0 or 42-0. Like, he's never been defeated. I think it's Creeford. Like, his name is Creeford. Because backed these things, right? Tenet. Yeah, that guy. What is his name? tell me. I know some of you. I know some of you all know the guy who directed Memento, Inception, Tenet.
Okay, right on the money. That's where I donated $5. You can see it on the right hand side, highlighted with the. It's like a light green, not quite emerald, just a light green color. And I have my cursor over it. I'm not sure if you can see where my cursor is, but this Viru character kept saying, El Diablo sanity machine guy warned you about. He is totally manipulative. This guy just kept talking about me. There was a few over there that I don't even know who it is. I've never seen Viru before. Whoever it is, they just kept talking about me the whole time.
Like he direct this mind-bending.
But that's where I donated, right there.
Movies.
And then he ends up reading it. Watch this part. This is the part that I wanted.
Most people in this chat are laughing at you. They are using you. Most are NPCs. They mimic what you say back. It seems not drinking alcohol didn't make you greater. The calling him a dummy and telling the sanity machine video.
So I don't recall him saying thank you. I'm going to rewind it just a touch. I don't recall Benedictless saying thank you the way that he reads it. Watch the way he reads the super chat when I gave him $5. Watch this. Tell me if you think he's thankful at all. This South African.
The sanity machine videos rule. Long live my empire. I speak real truth. Boom. I hope someone told me the name of the guy who actually directed Inception and these movies that I told you about, Tenet. Come on, guys! Like you have to tell me. Like Christopher Nolan. Thank you. I told you that someone into Inception, Tenet. Like he direct these mind-bending movies. Most people in this chat are laughing at you. They are using you. Most are NPCs. They mimic what you say back. It seems not drinking alcohol didn't make you greater. The calling him a dummy and telling the sanity machine videos rule. Long live my empire. I speak real truth. Boom. I hope someone told me the name of the.
No thanks from him, no gratitude. He just read the comment and moved on. Didn't say that I gave him $5. No thank you for the donation. Nothing. Just said the sanity machine videos will. That's all he did. And then he took a big gulp of his drink and moved on. This demonstrates exactly what I was talking about. Demons are never grateful. Whether it's $5, $5,000, 50 grand, it doesn't matter. And I showed you what he is right there.
The sanity machine videos rule. Long live my empire. I speak real truth. Boom. I hope someone told me the name of the guy who actually.
So is thank you and gratitude not part of South African black culture? Is that not part of Africans? Do you need white people to teach you manners and etiquette and gratitude? Do you need the white man to teach you, black man, how to say thank you for your donation? Thank you for the $5 Canadian. Thank you. If I could have given American money. I can give various currencies. Do you know how to say thank you? Do you know how to say thank you and express something and read something with a bit of enthusiasm? What's wrong with you, Negro? What's wrong with you? There you go. So he's crying victim today in his videos. He's crying. He's crying. And he can't handle it. He can't handle what happened to him last night. That's probably $1,000 over there. Yeah. It's funny because he's living with his mommy. He doesn't even have his own place, rent, and he can't even say thank you. Thank you to the Sanity Machine. It's pretty simple for your donation, for helping me. No thank you from him because he's such a good guy and I'm the demon, right? According to him. Nigga, please. Nigga, please. I'm not a demon. You're an ungrateful piece of shit. I'll never give you $5 ever again. I'll never give you a cent. I did that knowing somewhat, not 100%, but somewhat of how you were going to react. I've got you figured out, bitch. Go buy some food or some beer with that money. Go drink some more.
I know that a lot of people who are good who ended up in jail because they didn't realize they were in a hell room. Or maybe they did realize they were in a hell room, but at the moment when they did whatever they did that landed them in jail, they weren't thinking that we're in a hell room, right? So you could be in a place and someone starts a fight with you. You have a gun. They start a fight with you over nothing. You have a gun. Pull out the gun. Because of pride, you're like, I'm shooting this person. Because you've already pulled the gun out, right? And you end up in prison. You ain't even, like, you're not even a bad person. You weren't even gonna intentionally start a fight with anyone. But if it came into your mind that you're actually in a hell room, you'd be like, oh, this idiot is saying what they're saying because we're in a hell room. It is what it is. Continue, idiot. Sometimes you must laugh at these idiots. You must laugh at these demons. You will win. These demons, you know what they do? They spend a lot of time trying to bring, you know, like they spend a lot of time trying to get you. Like I said, demons know you. You know, in this realm, you are dealing with demons that actually know you. They know if they call you ugly, you're gonna react. You're gonna respond. You're gonna be offended. You're not gonna sleep at night thinking about what you've been called. They called you fat. You're not gonna sleep at night thinking about what you've been called. And that is why I sometimes tell people on my Discord server that try not to be offended by everything. Realize that there will be demons everywhere. Yes, I will try.
I showed the demons in his Discord server. I recorded their comments. They're fucking demons. They bash people. They bash people's looks. They do everything that he claims is bad. And they sit there doing that constantly. They're absolute trash in his Discord. They're demons.
To block all the people who are being offensive intentionally, so that the Discord server will become what I want it to become. At the end of the day, I want the Discord server to be a place where people can express themselves truly, not a place where people are fighting over stupid things and all of that. Like, it doesn't help. Do you get what I'm saying? So obviously I'm gonna block all the people who are speaking, like, who are causing fight on the Discord server, because we are trying to express ourselves as honestly as we can, and we are trying to reach higher levels of consciousness, because that's what matters in the end. But don't be offended because someone said something that you don't agree with, or someone tried to offend you. They don't even know you. They will be blocked. And always tell me if there are people who are trying to offend other people, because that's not what the Discord server is about. They will definitely be blocked, but learn to laugh at these people who are operating at the level of demons. Learn to not give them your attention. Learn to not give them your loosh. They will try their best. Trust me, they will try their best. This is the kind of realm that we live in. There are people in our families who are trying their best to offend us or to make us feel negative emotions that will produce loosh. I remember when I was dealing with something similar to that, my cousin and my sister said something that I thought I should never forget. They were like, if you conquer this mountain, you can conquer anything. If there's a person next to your room who talks about you from 1 to 6 until you wake up, actually, that you can hear all the time and you can't even sleep because you're listening to him, you can conquer anything in the world. Like, you reach a level of consciousness where you're not even offended by anything. If this person is saying you don't deserve to succeed in life, you don't deserve anything in life, you'll never amount to anything in life, you'll suffer until you die, your parents will suffer until they die, your siblings are going to suffer, and you see that this is hatred. You have not done anything bad to this person, for them to feel that way about you. In fact, you've been treating this person well. So that's that kind of like made me realize what I was dealing with. Because at first it just felt like, this person is just ignorant. Like, no, man, there will be demons that you deal with in this room. There will be people who are possessed, who are going to say the most negative things about you or to you so that you can respond and then you lose. If you're not grounded enough, you are definitely going to lose. What can we expect in a realm like this? Always keep in mind that you're in a real realm. Always keep in mind that you will be attacked. Especially if you are a highly conscious individual. Whether you are a good person or not, whether you want what's best or not, you will constantly get attacked. That will happen to you only because you're in a hell room. it's important to focus on your own personal growth. I remember last week I was having a conversation with someone about growth. I was like, you know, if you reach a level where there were things that used to bother you, but they don't bother you anymore, that's growth. In fact, I believe that enlightenment is you not being bothered by anything. Because the hell realm wants you to be bothered. Can you imagine if you actually reach the level of consciousness where nothing actually bothers you? You're like, yeah, it happened, but it doesn't bother me for real. I'm not bothered. Because it's about you producing loosh in the first place. So you're not producing any loosh. So no matter what happens, you're still good. You're like, it is what it is, man. Like, why should I be stressing about this? Yeah, she dumped me, but why should I be stressing? Why should that be a big deal? Why should that be a problem? I remember telling you that the right mentality to have in this realm is to tell yourself that you don't actually own anything here. Like, try not to be possessive. Try to not have an ego. You need to reach a level of consciousness. Listen, well, even if the worst happens, you're so free that it doesn't affect you the way that it will affect everyone else. Maybe you go to a hospital and they tell you you have cancer, and you're like you're not stressing. I have cancer. You know, another thing that I've realized about this realm is that if you don't stress about things, they actually change, especially things that you don't like. If you don't stress about these things, they do change. You can actually go to a hospital and they say you got cancer, and then you don't even think about it. You don't make it a big deal. And then you go back a month later and they say you don't have cancer. I'm telling you, these are things that I know. The problem is when you actually stress. I remember I told you about this story. So when I was like maybe 7 or 8, I had only one ball, right? Like one ball. I remember my mom took me to hospital because I was sick. I had flu. And she wanted the nurses to check if I only have one, because she was concerned. She was like, he's not gonna have kids because he's only got one ball. So she wanted the nurses to check. So they checked, right? And they told her the bad news, that no, your son only got one. And I only had one. I knew that I only had one, because I knew that you're supposed to have two. So like, I only have one. I've never had two. When we're walking back home, I didn't care, but when I look at my mom's face, I was like, she cares. But I don't. Like, to me, it doesn't matter. But she does care. I only cared because she cared. But to me, it didn't matter. Like, it meant nothing. It is what it is. I got one. Fuck it. Right? When I got home, I forgot that she even cared, right? It didn't matter to me. I just decided to go and play with my friends, have fun. And my dad called me. He's like, come here, because she was concerned, right? And I was like, let's go. And it was like, I want to check if you got 1 or 2 balls. And I was like, what the hell? I don't even care about this. He was like, no, let me. And then he checked and I had 2. From that day, from that day forward, I had 2. I've been in situations where I was told that I was really sick. And I was like, nah, I'm good. It didn't matter to me. Like, in fact, I should make videos where I tell you about these things. Like, if you don't give this realm your energy, you automatically win. There are things that are only true because you are saying they are. I have to repeat that. There are things that are actually true because you are deciding that, oh, this is true. Because of how you feel about these things. You start to make them true by how you feel about them, right? You give your energy to these things. You are powering the matrix. And this is something that a lot of people don't even realize. Like, we are the ones who have enough power to power the matrix itself. It really does rely on us. What you decide is true and you feel is true becomes true because of how you feel about it. Now, I'm not talking about the hell realm, whether we're in the hell realm or not, because you might say, well, I must believe that we're not in the hell realm, because if I believe it, no, I'm talking about the things that are happening within this realm, right? You have to understand that you are also powerful. You also have your own superpowers, right? Within this realm. Just because you have your superpowers doesn't mean that you are not in the hell realm. You are in the hell realm, you just have superpowers. You just have the power to say, this is true, this is not true, this is real, this is not real. This is powerful, this is not powerful. When I was growing up, I didn't understand why if pastors pray for some people, they fall. And they start screaming and they start rolling. I used to think some of them were acting. I mean, some of them were acting, of course. But some of them, when I observed them, I was like, they're not even acting. And I realized something very important. They truly believe that they are dealing with a man of God, with the true man of God. Like, they don't even have a doubt that the guy who's laying his hands on them is a true man of God and he has power. They don't doubt that at all. So because of that, because of what they believe, because of what they are making their truth to be, the pastor has power on them. That is why they emphasize that you must believe. Us who don't believe, we're not affected by these things. I can go to any church in the world, any church, bro. If you watch my videos, you have to understand this. I've always been against the Christian God, like 100%. Meaning that if there's someone who's supposed to be having demons, it's me. But I can go to any church in the world, you won't see me rolling on the floor. You won't see me falling. Why? The truth is simple. Because I don't believe any of that stuff. That's the simplest answer. I don't believe any of this stuff. I'm not giving this stuff power. There's a reason why they say you must believe. You give things power when you believe in them. I remember I made a video on TikTok talking about changing the past, right? I was like, it might not seem possible to actually change the past, right? Like, how do you actually change the past? And I was like, what if there are things that have already changed in the past, but you criticize yourself for actually realizing that? So you tell yourself that, oh, I just forgot, right? Oh, it's the Mandela effect. This reminds me of a video of this other guy talking about like us living in a simulation. The title of the video is when you're obviously in the simulation, and there's this guy who is like in a simulation, like actually like he's experiencing things that are showing him that it's in a simulation, but he always have an excuse for this room. Like he doesn't want to admit that it's a simulation. He always blames himself. So you hear voices, right? That was my favorite part. Like somehow the guys who were controlling the simulation, they accidentally switched on the mic and he was able to hear what they were saying. They're like, oh, he feels like this and he feels like that. And he was like, what are all these voices that I'm hearing in my head? Oh, I know what's going on. I'm suffering from schizophrenia. You know what I'm saying? Like he's always blaming himself. Listen. If you stop giving energy to the negative stuff completely, this negative stuff are not going to have power. It might get to a point where they stop existing in your reality because you're not giving them power at all. Like they actually stop existing. If you are fat and everyone is talking about you being fat and that's a big deal to you, every time when someone says you're fat, it's a big deal. If you reach a level of consciousness where you're like, okay, it's fine. It is what it is. You're saying what you're saying about me. You're fat. It's fine. They say what they say. It's fine. It gets to a point where it really doesn't offend you. You'll see that this whole thing is not even real. They will stop telling you that you're fat because it doesn't offend you. I'm telling you, they will literally stop. Like no one is gonna say you're fat, and you'll be like, maybe I'm no longer the way that I used. No. It's because this is not real, and it just wants your energy. Things can change if you stop bothering yourself about these things. Like that's the trick, is to stop bothering yourself about the negative stuff that you don't want. That is the only way. If there's something that you don't like about this place, stop bothering yourself about it. There's this song called Old Ways by King Loss. He said something that I feel is interesting. It's like, it's called what? He said, Old Crown, actually. It's not even, yeah, it's Old Crown, yes. I think it's Old Crown. He said, all of this is an illusion, nothing is real. Don't believe anything, don't take anything seriously. I love that song, like the way he says it. Like you could feel it that that is actually the truth. It's like nothing is actually real. Don't take anything seriously. All this stuff is an illusion. And sometimes you can see that. Like sometimes you can see that all this stuff is an illusion, but sometimes you make it real. Sometimes you take it seriously. Sometimes you give these illusions power. I remember I told you about this movie called Beautiful Mind, about this guy. He was like this great scientist who had schizophrenia. So he used to see people who don't exist, and he used to work with these people. But they proved to him that no, they are not real. These people are not even real. And after he admitted to himself that they're not real, even though he saw them all the time, he continued to do his work, and he won a Nobel Prize, right? So I asked him after he won that, do you still see those people? And he was like, yeah. And they're like, how do you deal with them? And he was like, I pretend they're not there. You know, I stopped taking them seriously. I stopped giving them power. The moment I give them power, the moment they become powerful. So if I pretend like they're not there, then they're not there, because they're not. They're not real. It's just all of it is an illusion. But if I'm making it real, if I'm letting it torture me, then it will. So as conscious beings in this realm, we must learn how to deal with demons. Understand that there are actual demons in this place. There are actual demons who genuinely hate you, like you'll never understand their level of hatred towards you. Because you don't feel that level of hatred. You're not a hater. You've never hated anything. I mean, maybe you've only hated that you're in the hell room, but you don't understand how hateful some beings can be. So always operate at the highest level, no matter what. And try your best to not be offended by those who are operating at low level of consciousness. Because if you allow them to offend you, you are giving them power. Like you are automatically giving them power. If I'm offended by a comment on YouTube, I'm automatically, whether I'm realizing it or not, I'm automatically giving whoever made that comment power, whether I realize it or not. Like it's something that's gonna happen automatically. But what if I'm never offended by anything? What if the most important thing to me is the highest truth? That's spiritual evolution. That's you stopping identifying with the ego. That's you going meta. You know, focusing on the metaphysics of things, actually. Because nothing is what it seems at the end of the day. No, sometimes people tell me that they feel like we can make the world better. I tell them that we can make it much easier to communicate with other people, to travel. We can have better TVs, technology. Cars, planes. But that doesn't mean that our experience is going to be better. This battery is still not low. That's crazy. I thought the battery is going to be low by now. It doesn't mean that our experience, our collective experience is going to be better. What's going to be better are the things that are keeping us in this realm. Meaning that this realm is going to be better at keeping us here. So the prison is going to become better, but the prisoner, if he's not doing the right thing, is not going to learn how to escape. It's much harder to escape prisons now than it was in the early 60s. You know what I'm saying? Because they're working on making it harder to escape. So if you are not working on yourself, trying to figure out what is really going on, it might even get to a point where it's actually possible to escape. It might actually get to a point where it's really impossible to escape. Like, you just can't, because you have been ignorant for too damn long. Now you're stuck in the matrix forever. Reincarnating over and over again and constantly forget. Like, you've given the virus too much power. So now it controls you on every level. Because at the time when it actually did matter, you decided that it didn't. It didn't matter to get rid of the virus. Hold on. Sure. My the dreadlocks like Maluka, so.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know, because I stay the other side and I usually go to Joburg.
Dreadlocks, we style there, me.
No, it means I'm gonna come here because yesterday, now good can't.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna come here on Saturday. I'll come with the pictures.
No problem.
No, thanks, my brother. Sure.
Are you vlogging?
Kind of, but not really. It's just because with a vlog you kind of like have to record different clips, so it's not really vlogging. I'm just like it's just one clip basically where I'm just talking, you know. So it's not like really vlogging. But no, I'll come through, my brother. Sure. No, I think I might come to these guys so that they can, because I have to spend money to go to town, right? I have to go to town to do that. This guy's gonna get hit by a car, yo. And I see him here all the time. So I have to spend money to go to town. So if I can just come to these guys, and then I would have saved money. I didn't know they do that. But I'll show them the pictures and hopefully they'll do it as well as the other guy. Battery still not low. But yo, thank you all guys for watching this video until the end. Like the video, tell me what you think about the video. Join the Discord server. I will post the comment and pin it. The link actually, and pin the comment. I think we have more than 200 people on the Discord server now. I mean, that's great, bro. Like, there's a lot of people that we can communicate with now. So thank you all guys.
obstruction if they verbally oppose or don't comply. It's not obstruction. So
Yeah, there's a lot of weird with the trespassing. I was charged once with a burglary for re-entering a bar after being told to leave. Just crazy because you think burglary would be like breaking in, you know what I mean? But apparently not. But I got knocked down to misdemeanors. It was 2019. It was like a drunk fight with it was like 7 dudes who they kicked my ass, man. I had my ass kicked. But yeah, I was trying to find my ride, and I re-entered, and then so they were able to charge me for burglary. But then I settled for misdemeanor trespassing, and yeah. But that's before I knew all this shit. I was not really fighting or trying to learn. I was just very mainstream approach.
yeah, it's. I've had I can't even count. I think I've had 12 charges this year. I mean, within the last year, not this year. Most of them started last year, but they've all been dismissed except these are my last 2 cases. So,
right on.
I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm figuring it out.
So when if you get them like taken care of and you get them beat, are you gonna stay in Colorado?
No, actually, I intend to leave as soon as I'm done. This is the only thing holding me here. So,
what is PC 148? Ron's voice says you would know what that is.
I don't know.
Interesting. So any thoughts on the past week of OTW and all those things? Because I'm pretty frustrated with them.
I haven't really been around at all.
So I mean, I'm sure you kind of saw how we were having like a pretty friendly back and forth sort of his word where they wanted to poke at me to see what I'm made of and make sure that I'm not a bitch or a baby before he decided to work with me. And then he gets his showdown to be more calm and chill because Paul comes around and wants him to I don't really know the specifics, but then so I'm kind of still trying to engage with him like, hey man, I thought that we were gonna go somewhere with this, and he just keeps kicking me out whenever I ask him about it. So it's just funny to me because I've been suggesting to him to make these sort of positive changes just in the fact that I think it would be good for him, but then he does it, and he does it in a way that where yesterday it became a shit show again, and then as soon as it became a shit show, he's just all there for it. But then during the shit show, I addressed him like 1-to-1, and they kick me again. So it's like when this is where people will tell me, "Why do you go on your show and talk about me?" It's like, well, when I can't engage you in your space, what other option is there? And I come in peace. I come more peacefully than most of these people do. So, and it's all good love. No hard feelings.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your approach. From what I can tell, I mean, doesn't mean I always agree with you. Really, I guess what I appreciate the most about it is your humility to recognize. I don't feel like you're out here with the need to be right. You're just out here trying to learn about what's going on. It's kind of my perspective. So
I've been wrong a lot.
Yeah, you've been wrong a lot, and you're willing to admit it, and that's how we learn and grow.
Yeah, and I think there's certain people, if they could just get out of that habit of needing to be right all the time, they would be able to go so much further.
Yeah, what is that? I guess that's what they call ego. I don't know.
That's what I use that word, but they don't like that either. But I really it does make it to where there's an impossibility, like with Talcott, for the obvious example, where if he wants to get anything done, but he can't take any amount of criticism, no matter how small, what else would he ever do with his life? He's going to be in this loop forever. There's no way out until he can. That is the only thing that has to change for him to be able to move forward. Is that ability to just have some sort of humility and just say, okay, you know what? Maybe I am too caught up in me and what people say about me, or what they. Because dude, people have said horrible things about all of us. This is what happens on the internet. I've learned. But if you can't move past that and just say, well, fuck it, what can we do to make something actually happen? Then I'm just stuck making AI videos forever.
Yeah, I mean, do famous people put a stop to their career, or their purpose in order to address the people online talking shit. Nah.
That's a good point. So you were on fire today. Someone said I gotta go look back at that and see what I missed.
Yeah, I had a hard time getting into a groove, but there's just a lot of people pushing misinformation and disinformation about what some might characterize as this sovereign citizen ideologies or whatever. So it's just anyone that thinks they got it all figured out. It just, I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's just like, that drives me crazy. So these guys, it's similar to like the truther movement or whatever.
Flat Earth guys.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, fuck, man. You can't. The truth, from my perspective, would welcome criticism. They want criticism. If it's.
So let me ask you this: Do you have plates?
Yes, I do. I do it as the beneficiary. Really to avoid persecution. I went for a period of time, really a few years at least. I don't know how long without plates, and I got away with it. I got pulled over and I beat it in court, and it's just not worth it to me. I would rather just pay the $100, and not have to deal with the hassle and do it, as the beneficiary. So technically, I'm not doing it as the man, So it's all doing it, the proper way, I guess you could say. So that way I can avoid persecution, and live my life, but still not buy into the system, so to speak. That's my.
Yeah, it's that's one of those things where if it's just going to make you paralyzed, like where you don't even leave your home,
Right,
like
right.
I've seen, it seems to be. I don't even know if that's worth it, because I mean, just stagnation and just sitting on your ass all day. As much as I do it, that's not the way.
Right. So yeah, I just figured what I did is I just, wrote the name out. I didn't sign anything or whatever. Just, when they asked for your signature or whatever, I just put the beneficiary. I just put the name, the legal name, and then comma beneficiary. It's on the driver's license. It's on my tags and whatever. And essentially what that does, Paul likes to call it, trick you out of position, because they're basically pimping you and tricking you out of your position. And so essentially what they're doing is they're converting people. It's all trust law, and so it was created for our benefit, but they trick people out into being trustees, so they're the creators, instead of being the trustees or having someone in position to be responsible for something that goes wrong in the trust.
Yeah.
So yeah. No, I mean, I don't know. It's so convoluted.
Brian O'Shea. Am I a snitch? Do I know how to pimp? Or just a bitch? Do I drink piss? Does it taste delish? Am I unhinged? Yes, I answer to all six.
What the fuck?
Sorry. Oh man, I have too much fun. Message Landry's Teller. Thank you, NGS. Nobody really does that, but dude, this ABC is. I don't even know where she came from. I've seen her everywhere. Are you familiar with Angela Baby Carson?
Yeah.
What do you think about her? I want another bitch to take. Always get a hot take.
Should I be nice or?
No, never. I would never ask anyone to be nice. I would prefer not to go straight to hostile language, but I mean, you can be honest.
I'll just be honest. Yeah, I don't really know a whole lot about her personally. I just see her kind of jumping from one YouTuber that's kind of got popularity at the time or whatever to another. She just hops around all these places, and it essentially, she doesn't really. I don't know. She just kind of annoying to me, but she doesn't really stand for anything. She just goes from one cool club to the next. I don't know what to say. It's just like, and then she wants to like promote her stuff or whatever. And it's just,
why didn't she come on panel if she's always like popping in places?
Yeah, it's just super weird. It's just like I don't know. And then she's really high-minded, I guess. So and she's come at me and said some things, but it wasn't relevant. I don't remember what it was. She's backed off, and I don't give her a hard time because I don't think she's malicious. I just think she's I don't know.
What's your favorite movie?
I don't watch movies.
You never did? Never ever?
I mean, I've seen like Half Baked. This one, I can even quote a few lines from that movie. I've seen. Oh, I don't even know. I've seen like probably 5 or 6 movies, like completely. Yeah, I don't watch movies. I don't play video games. I'm a weirdo.
Fight Club. I see. I can put that in the list here because have you ever seen There Will Be Blood?
Never even heard of it.
So it's like a movie it's like the capitalist oil guy goes into town, and then his rival is the crazy preacher guy, and it's perfect for the idea of Talcott versus flow state, because capitalism versus what's it called? And then obviously they had to throw Paul in there somehow too, because everyone wants to be relevant in this digital medium. But yeah, so I'm having fun doing that, turning these people into different songs, and because it only takes me a couple hours, and I get to hone it's not my skills because they are not physically applicable in the real world. So I'll hold myself accountable for that. I should be doing better things. But I mean, dude, I live in the biggest city. I mean, it's not the biggest city, but it's a really big city. And I've been in Colorado for many years of my life, and I could just, if I could go back, man, I would just never ever leave. Fight Club. You see this?
Yeah. Sorry, Angela, baby Carson. I wasn't trying to offend you, but I was trying to be honest. I just don't really know you. I probably could have found a better word than annoying, but I guess it's just annoying to me because I don't know you.
Well, she was calling me an agent, so.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, like 2 days ago. She's like on Jack Talcott's stream. That Landry guy's an agent. So, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Forgive and forget, Fight Club already has a bunch of good Jack clips. Ask Mitch about the flat earth. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to talk about that here, though. I've spent so many years talking about that shit. So, it's just...
Can I give my perspective on it?
Of course you can. Of course you can.
I think it's always going to be a point of contention. Like the Mandela effect or... what else? I don't know. There's tons of them. Religion, politics, all of it. Just points of contention. Something, but especially like flat earth, I don't think we could ever really know unless we had the perspective of God. So essentially, I think it's just people competing to be perceived as such. And what's it really matter? All we can do is experience what we've got here. And so it doesn't really matter. I didn't articulate that very well, but my main point is the only person that could really know, and it's not a person, but unless you had the perspective of God, I don't even really like using that term because it's so perverted, but you wouldn't be able to know. We can never know, really.
Yeah,
So,
it's true. Sorry, I'm over there and because I just really it doesn't matter. So
but
thoughts?
I think it's like an
Sorry, go ahead.
energetic. Nothing. I'm good. You go.
Energetic thing.
Yeah.
Thoughts on Black Hawk? You ever go there? What's it called? Black Hawk and
Oh, where the casinos are and stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it. I feel it's just.
Obviously, it's like sleazy and casino is.
Yeah, it's such an energy drain. It's so. Yeah, it feels. For lack of better words, it feels very demonic there. But,
yeah. Well, it definitely does. There's some creepy things up in there. But I don't know. There's so much mystery in Colorado that I just can't really find here. And what I mean by that is like places that you don't really know what you're looking at. Like I guess you could call it. Oh, I have pictures of it somewhere. Hold on. So we go to maps. I gotta get back up there one day. Okay, so we are gonna go. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Don't want to dox myself. All right, share this tab. Oh, thoughts on the Charlie Kirk thing? I don't think we talked about that yet. I know you're probably tired of talking about it, but
oh
hearing about
boy,
it.
yeah, that's another thing. It's just a point of contention. I mean,
well, where do you stand on
honestly,
the real versus fake?
Oh, I mean, I think it was a real ritual sacrifice.
Me too.
Whatever whatever you want to call it. I think he was in the club.
You think he knew it was gonna happen?
I bet. I mean, there's just so many weird things. Like I don't know. I saw like pictures of like their kids with the symbolism and stuff. It's just super
Which
weird.
kind of symbolism?
Like the the classic eye symbolism. I can't really. I'm not being very good with my words today, but Peggy Hall. Have you heard of her?
No.
She does a pretty good cover on all of that, going through like their Instagram posts and stuff and showing sort of pictures that are just too weird to overlook, So obviously they were involved. She's on YouTube and stuff. Healthy American Peggy Hall. She's pretty cool. Got an interesting Christian perspective on things.
What?
But yeah, so I think my bad. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm trying to multitask.
I'm gonna go back to Charlie. Go ahead. You
Sorry, no, you go ahead. No, you go ahead. You hang up first.
All right. I won't argue with you anymore.
What's this all about?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh yeah. Jiggle, jiggle in her wiggle. That's a farm girl.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh yeah. She could feed all of Wisconsin with those milkers. God damn.
I wanted to actually go live sooner when the sky was a bit lighter and it had a beautiful, still kind of see it, the sunset over there, but it already changed, and oh well. Anyway, being in the moment is key. I just wanted to talk a little bit about self-worth, self-concept. I wasn't really going to talk about my personal life on here anymore, considering, but I have felt a profound shift within myself, and I feel like I really need to talk about some of these things, and hopefully somebody can learn from my mistakes. It is just never worth self-sacrificing yourself for other people's happiness, who don't even honor and respect you in the first place, truly. This dog is so cute. There's another cute dog over there. But yeah, I'm so excited and happy because I've actually shifted something within my core self so profoundly that I think I've perhaps, I don't know, shifted into a new timeline. Listened to my gut and to other people in regards to some things, like ever reacting to these false animators. But I goofed up. I make mistakes. And I think some of these people should really be exposed for how deceitful they are and how much they lie. Like, I just can't imagine or fathom ever living that kind of life where I not only lie to myself, but I lie to everyone around me. And then when those people can't keep their lies straight, you know, they get caught up in everything, being exposed eventually. Other people figure them out. Oh, the lady just came in here and then she just left. But yeah, I just had an experience today. I'm gonna try to be kind of vague in the sense that, you know, I've said numerous times, no matter how much my life may go to shit after saying this, I want everything in my life that is a lie to leave. And by it going to shit, I mean, you know, realizing what I thought was real wasn't actually real at all. You know, it's pretty painful to realize that the people that you thought, you know, had your back and really cared really don't. And I will never, ever, like, please don't ever become lost within yourself trying to please other people when you yourself are miserable in that process. Like, I'm just debating on whether, like, what I want to say or not, say things or not. Like, there's so many things that have been coming up in my mind, like unresolved trauma and anger, and I don't actually face those things and confront them and deal with them, it literally will come up later on. It will even come up in your dreams. So I highly advise, don't ever try to repress that. Just try to work through it as best as you can. but I worked very hard on my self-concept and changing how I feel truly about myself and not caring about what other people think, because considering what I've been through in life.
Hold on a second. Not caring about what other people think? That's all you do. You obsess over what other people think. You're a complete liar, complete fraud. You obsess over what people think of you. So don't talk about not caring what people think. You're completely obsessed with what people think of you. Fucking mental.
And how much hatred I've faced. It's like, yeah, you really have to develop a thick skin, and you really can't let things drag you down. People, when they know there are things that they think are going to bother you, they are absolutely going to use those things to try to one-up you. And I don't know what's wrong with people that feel like they have to insult others and put others down. But I'm clarifying again, I want everything that is a lie in my life, anyone or anything, to fucking get the hell out of my life. People that you know, at least like I've known for years, have absolutely...
It's simple. Stop talking about me. Don't go to my channel. That's it. That's all you'd have to do. But you can't do it. For years, you've been talking about me. For years, you've been talking about me. And then complaining. Oh, well, he taught, like, you're so fucking warped and such a lying, narcissistic, gaslighting, broken record demon. If you don't want people talking about you or watching your shit, stop talking about them. It's simple. I told you to do this years ago. But you don't. You want attention. You're a fucking lying creature. That's what you are. You're a sicko. You're a psycho.
Absolutely shocked me with how brutally hateful they can be.
How brutally hateful they can be? You're hateful. You've labeled me a transphobe, a racist, a bigot, a fucking whatever. All the LGBT bullshit. That's all you have. You're an indoctrinated moron. Creepy creature. Just fuck off. That's what you should do.
Like, how long was that resentment or whatever, passive aggressive nature, jealousy?
Like literally, like how long? Like literally, like you speak so slowly. Like what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you on some kind of drugs, downers, or something that slows you down completely? You're like at half the speed of me, if not worse. It's what the fuck is wrong with you?
Envy, I don't know. How long was that stirring within these people?
I had to speed up this shit. I went a little bit too fast there, but it's like, what the fuck? I'll try 1.5 times speed.
People that say one thing and then another, it's very confusing, and I don't blame people that
chipmunk voice
others might perceive with some, you know, mental illness, when it's like really like, no, I'm just protecting myself. I try to understand people as much as I possibly can. These beautiful dogs, I'm getting distracted. But but I will never ever do what I used to do. Which it's like, do I even want to say it? It's nothing bad or, oh yeah, it was a very degrading experience. You should never give up a part of yourself or your body to somebody that doesn't actually give a fuck about you and doesn't want to be with you. I've learned my lesson. I could never, ever, even if I agreed to it in the past, like, it's completely not worth it. I don't know who's watching me. There's like 3 people in the chat, but they're not saying anything. And it's kind of concerning when you don't.
They're so paranoid. It's kind of concerning to them, or it, that there's 3 people in the chat watching, and that, well, why are you live then? You're live streaming this. You don't want an audience. You don't want people showing up? What is wrong with you? You're so paranoid, such a neurotic mess, just an absolute neurotic mess.
Not saying anything, and it's kind of concerning when you don't know. It could be people that hate me and stalk me for whatever reason. Well, there are reasons, because I actually exposed people for who they really are. But it's just disgusting. I feel so degraded by this reality. And so I had to work on my self-concept and my self-worth. And I still have to. I probably will have to do that till the day, I cross out of this realm, cross over. Because there's so many people that are hell-bent on tearing you down. I'm just going to say, I had a friend that I've known for years. And I guess what I said must have really triggered this person, and they were projecting onto me things that were really what they were experiencing, and it had nothing to do with my emotions or how I felt at all. I really genuinely want this person to just be happy. But because I am moving, and there's nothing that is going to be built upon with a relationship like this, it's like there's no point for me to stay around. And I'm definitely willing to leave and go elsewhere and make new friends and do new things and have new experiences, instead of staying in a dead-end place, in an almost seemingly dead-end friendship where things seemingly come out. They're so nasty and mean. It's just like, I would never say that to somebody I actually care about. I understand that we say things when we're hurt, but I just think it's funny when a person doesn't actually want to, like they don't want to be with you, but they're totally okay with, even it's consensual, so it's not exactly like using because I agreed to it, but wants to hook up with you and that's all it is. It's so fucking degrading. Never gonna do it again. I would rather be celibate my entire life than ever do that and be with somebody in that kind of intimate way where they do not even want me. And I wanted to talk on this channel and open up about things, about how challenging it can be being, I'll just say it, trans. It's like there has to be a person out there that can really be okay with all those quirks or whatever you want to call it, or love a person despite that, but it's absolutely degrading to just be fetishized and sexualized for only your sex, and then the person doesn't want to be seen with you because of A, B, and C, because of how you look. And I guess sometimes that's why, the only reason, I guess through that trauma and pain, is why I've regretted transitioning, but not really. Like, I don't completely regret it, because it's, no matter how much I've been hated or been told like I should be this or that, or I am this or that, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't change anything. I am what I am, and everything that I've gone through, it's like, it's not going to change. Like, I'm not going to automatically just detransition or just be somebody I'm not, just because that's what other people would want. And the fact that I even contemplated that, I even like tried, I just never, I don't feel comfortable not being authentic to myself. And I think that's a huge part of having a strong self-concept, knowing who the fuck you are, knowing your worth. I probably will keep this live private because it is quite personal, but it's just like, holy crap. I had some of the nastiest things said to me. I'm extremely intuitive. And
you're not extremely intuitive. You're completely wrong in judging people like me and others. I'm not the only one, but I'm not going to mention names. I'll just mention myself, but I know it's others that you're completely wrong about. Completely wrong. The way that you've misjudged. So you're not highly intuitive or you're absolute shit. And you're wrong. You're about as accurate as Derek, which is fitting. Your little buddy. You don't have a fucking clue.
I'm extremely intuitive. And I know things about people that I don't always say right off the bat, because it's like, for one, I might be wrong. I'm just picking up on certain energy, and it sometimes usually traumas that people have had, and I don't want to say it because I'm not going to assume and say something like that right off the bat, something personal, unless they're open to eventually telling me, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, okay, well, that can things I've said to people that I just picked up on, and they're like, holy crap, you are super intuitive. And it's like, yeah, and it can be kind of a curse or a blessing, both one and the same a little bit, because I picked up on some things that I knew, like, this is another reason why I have to leave. I have to get away from this place. I have to, like, move on. It's so utterly degrading to be around people that do not actually honor and respect you, truly. Forgot what all this person said, but something about,
You should move to a trans island where you still wouldn't feel comfortable, though, because there's something wrong with you. You're very paranoid and very neurotic. You wouldn't be happy or comfortable fucking anywhere on Earth. Anywhere on Earth that exists, I would say anywhere beyond Earth. There's something wrong with you, and you just can't be comfortable or happy or content anywhere. You're just a paranoid, neurotic fucking mess. And I'm tired of being around beings like that in this realm. You're not content with yourself, so you blame everyone else. You'll scapegoat people that have nothing to fucking do with you. Mental case.
Good evening. Is this available? Yes, it is. Please leave me alone. We are sleeping. No more contacting, please. Thanks. Appreciate you contacting me. I know I'm no longer interested. Please stop contacting me now. I will contact Attorney General if you do not stop the sex.
Did they make that video to actual comments? What was that? Attorney General internet drama. What the hell? Is that based on Attorney General? Is that based on an actual interaction? 10 million views? Oh my God, that is Mushroom Coyote. But Mushroom's worse than that. It's still, nothing is as bad as Mushroom. Mushroom is just a fucking... They go live and people show up and it's like, well, fuck. They're like, I don't know. It makes them uncomfortable. They said it's unsettling. 3 showed up in their live stream chat. It's like, what do you expect? Oh, it was actual Facebook posts. What the fuck is wrong with these lunatics? Oh, Jesus Christ. What a realm. What kind of a realm is this? The responses were just question marks. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. So there's others out there that are trying to get us. They're doing their best to become like Mushroom. Fucking hell. Oh, and they made a song about it. That is funny. Oh, good work making a song about that shit. This place is, it's Uncanny Valley. It's Truman Show. It's the Truman Show. It's Orwell's 1984. It's Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. It's Jacob's Ladder, the movie with the psychedelics and the just fucking fucked up visions. And it's a combination of everything fucking weird and fucked up. It's the Twilight Zone. It's all these combination of things in this place. Outer Limits show that used to be on TV. Even Fantasy Island, there was some weirdness in some of those episodes. It's all mixed together in this fucking place. It's a mishmash. It's a mishmash of fucking lunacy and neurotic fucking creatures and cringe and just please love me, leave me alone, fuck off, I hate you, please love me. I mean, it's just they're all over the place. They're just I don't know how beings live like this. I don't understand how they can even do this day to day. They're so neurotic.
Like, oh, people who are like higher up or like do practices.
This borderline, this chipmunk borderline with the huge nose. This goddamn nose. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows the sorrow. I mean, that's a male nose. And not a small one. That's a honker. And that was a girl? That was a girl. I'm sorry. What? And I would never make fun of somebody's looks if they're not an actual fucking demon. And it is an actual demon.
Or whatever that means specifically, like they reach higher intuition than I have or I could. And it's like, what? Not only does this person not know exactly what I do, what practices, meditation wise or whatever I do to strengthen my intuition, but it's just like, wow, you actually don't even respect me. Saying that, well, I hope your magical powers.
Who respects you? I don't think anyone respects you because the way you treat other people. You're absolute shit to other people. The way you behave is atrocious. Is atrocious.
You know, I don't even remember, you know, like something about like a fake, like I hope that goes well. And that works.
The dogs go around and just pee on everything, mark the territory. And this thing just goes around and videos the dogs peeing on everything.
Out for you, and just little microaggressions, passive aggressive nature, things like, you know, the fact that I'm not even remembering, it really proves it. It just doesn't matter.
Pee on mushroom. Pee on mushroom. Pee on mushroom. Go pee on mushroom.
I just don't give a shit anymore. I need to get this off my...
That's a total lie. You do give a shit. You've said this for years. You're a liar. You're a liar. Every time you lie, put the meme up again. Every time Kai tells a lie, its nose grows. Every time Kai tells a lie, its nose grows. Every time Kai tells a lie, its nose grows.
My chest. I think it's totally disgusting to... I guess basically what I want to say is, like, do not give up yourself or your body to somebody who doesn't actually love you, doesn't really want you, want to date you, doesn't want to be seen with you. I gave up 5 years of celibacy for basically something that just feel like shit and icky and gross and degraded, and it's just not worth it. But I did feel something profoundly shift in me pretty recently, where I'm actually totally okay being completely independent and on my own. And
so Kai still has a vagina, and Kai was getting fucked by a guy that doesn't want to be seen in public with a trans. Okay? The guy's just pumping and dumping. Kai is ashamed. He wants sex, and it can't get sex from regular girls. So it's using Kai's vagina. Kai had the breast removed, but the below, what do they call that? The bottom surgery was not been done. Kai still has the vagina. So a desperate male is pumping Kai, and Kai feels degraded. But Kai allows that to go on for years because Kai has no self-respect, of course. Kai is essentially a transformer cum dumpster when it boils down to it. That's what Kai is. A trans cum dumpster. I'll type that in the chat. We'll see if people understand. Hashtag trans cum dumpster. That's what mushroom is. That's what they are. They kept the vagina to get pumped and dumped.
And celibate for the rest of my life, because nothing, no amount of anything remotely regarding that is worth it. And the mind fuck and the little insults and everything. I'm trying to think of what was said to me, and I'm not saying names, and I don't really care if people even speculate, because I'm trying to... Oh, thank you, you too. I'm trying to make a point here. Maybe somebody can learn from my mistakes. I'm absolutely mind boggled that this person was so triggered. It's like, you didn't want me. I don't care anymore. I'm moving on. I'm happy for you. I want you to be happy. But the shit that people project, like, oh, you're spiraling out of control. How cringy. You know, your magical powers, you're so intuitive. It's like, yeah, I am. I am intuitive, and I'm not spiraling out of control. I simply said the most positive things, that I'm just happy that you found another person. And I said I had stated my boundaries, you know, and also thank you for telling me, because I intuitively picked that up. And they got triggered, especially because I can't stop talking about, well, I don't want to say like too much, but you know, when you're excited, you just can't help but express your love for somebody or something or whatever. You're just like, I'm moving on. I'm excited. You're moving on too. Great, wonderful. There's just major shifts happening, and after that eclipse that we just had, things that are no longer serving us are totally eclipsing the fuck out of our lives, and I feel it heavily, and I'm absolutely ecstatic for whatever's to come. Even if there's hard times, and there inevitably will be, it's just fucking great to get out of that energy. Is your paw okay, Yuri? Did you step on something? Oh. He stepped you know, on those goat heads around, or more around our place, my place, but I don't think there's any goat heads around here, but I hate those things. I went to a yoga class the other day, and the yoga teacher was like, oh my god, there's a goat head on the floor I almost stepped on. I hope you didn't like hurt your leg running, whatever. What's on there, buddy? It's crazy. I just saw a short where this dog had a thorn in his paw, and he was able to like press these little buttons. Oh yeah, it is a goat head. This dog was so intelligent that it could press buttons and tell its owner exactly like what was going on. Yep, that's a goat head. Fuck, I hate these things. See how it kind of looks like a little goat head? But anyway, I know I'm just kind of rambling, burging out, as they say. I'm mind boggled, like how anyone could say some of the things that somebody just said to me. But I get it. I must have triggered them with my excitement of my own moving on. But you can't get mad. Nobody can get mad at somebody for moving on when somebody didn't want them. And then project on to them the exact thing that they're doing. And that, I would say that's like the biggest red flag for anyone out there. If somebody doesn't respect your boundaries, because I said, okay, well, that
You're boring, Mushroom. You're just fucking boring. I gotta change the channel. Let's change it up here. Let's go over to this black chick here. What's up, bitch? What's going on? Yo, what's up, bitch? What's up?
I've been following a lot of the details surrounding Charlie Kirk and his assassination, and I told you guys I will bring the facts to the.
Following my September 12th report, which provided background about the pressure, the mounting pressure that Charlie Kirk was under from pro-Israel forces, from Netanyahu's cutouts in the United States.
But there was definitely people who weren't so happy. Now, here's the other piece. While I was at the event, a clip started circulating online. It showed what happened at a Israel booth, and this is where things had turned messy. A guy walked up and started pressing them, asking them questions. Standing with him was Patriotic Batty, and I don't know if she was directly with him or if she was just there watching. And the next thing you see is the clip where security moves in, they arrest him, and then they kick her out too. She hadn't said a word, wasn't causing a scene, just standing there, but she still was escorted out. That pressure wasn't hiding in the shadows anymore. It was on full display. And I want you guys to go ahead and take a look at this clip of this actual encounter. Go ahead and take a listen.
Asking questions, folks. Just asking questions. I asked Tucker Carlson a question last night. People seem to like it. I got job opportunities after it. Yep, off we go. Have a good one.
I'm asking you for your badge, and then we're going to go ahead and remove you from the premise.
Because why?
I'm telling you because you were involved in the incident.
I was not involved. I just met him.
Remove you from the venue. This is private.
So because are you going to arrest everybody that witnessed it?
So obviously there was tension in the air about Israel. And to be clear, I'm not saying this was Israel's fault. I'm saying the topic itself had people kind of on edge. That weekend, July 11th through the 13th, you could feel it in every corner of SAS. Now, I'm not saying that it was just super tense, but it was a little tension there. And then shortly after that, things really blew up. Tucker Carlson went on stage and actually called out Bill Ackman by name, and that caused a firestorm. Charlie Kirk ended up catching a lot of heat for it too, specifically the topic that were tied to Bill Ackman in Israel. Let's go ahead and take a look at that clip.
They're getting rewarded for it. The unfairness of it drives you crazy. And it's particularly galling in the case of Jeffrey Epstein and the whole constellation of people around Jeffrey Epstein, all of whom seem to be getting away with scams. And how do you know they're getting away with scams? I'll tell you how, because they're useless and they're rich. So how do you come to a place where some of the least impressive, most useless people who have no actual skills become billionaires? How's that legitimate? And by the way, if you ask this question, at least in Washington, it's like, oh, well, yeah, it sounds like you're a socialist. Sounds like socialism. Yeah, okay, I'm a socialist now. All right. I was a Qatari agent or a bigot. Now I'm a socialist. All right. Leaving aside my committed socialism, can you answer the question? How did Bill Ackman get $9 billion? Bill Ackman, a pretty impressive guy? I know Bill Ackman. No. Bill Ackman's like well-connected and super aggressive. That's it. And I think, you know, well-connected, super aggressive people deserve a fair living like everybody else. But if you're accruing $9 million just because you're willing to do anything, I don't know why we have to pretend that's good.
All right, so you can see where a lot of this tension is coming from. It was a reaction to a difference of opinion, plain and simple. That's where the fire was being stoked. All right, now let's go ahead and move on to the next event. Okay, so now we have to talk about the Hamptons because clearly something went down there, and this is the direct aftermath of the SAS event. So here's the setup. Over 35 influencers flown out, event organized by Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, and all the costs were covered by Bill Ackman. Sounds like a cushy getaway, right? Except apparently this Hamptons retreat had become ground zero for the rumors that Charlie Kirk was pressured, threatened, or even blackmailed. Not just over Israel, but even over changes in thought regarding some of the people he had hosted at SAS, particularly Tucker Carlson. Now, Max Blumenthal was the first one to really lay this out in detail. In his Gray Zone piece, he described the Hamptons retreat as the moment Charlie was confronted about Israel. According to him, this was not a casual weekend in the Hamptons. This was a pressure campaign. He paints the picture of an orchestrated intervention where Israel and its policies were the red line Charlie wasn't allowed to cross. The article set the stage for the firestorm of speculations that followed. Now let's go ahead and take a listen to Max Blumenthal in his own words. Take a listen.
Following my September 12th report, which provided background about the pressure, the mounting pressure that Charlie Kirk was under from pro-Israel forces, from Netanyahu's cutouts in the United States, I gathered more details. The piece, it hit like a sledgehammer.
All right. Sorry, but it's kind of boring mainstream shit. I'm tired of it already. Let's change the channel. Hello. This is El Diablo Radio International. The greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody, bitches. 8 hours, 24 minutes live. Nobody does it like this. Nobody has this kind of stamina. Nobody has this kind of strength. Nobody has the mind like this. Imagination like this. Humor like this. Nobody does it better, bitches. Nobody. I bend over Team Evil losers every day and smack them on the ass and spank them like that. Just give them a good spank on the ass. I spank evil on the ass every day. I bend it over and spank it on the ass. Fuck them. They're my bitches. This is the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it like this. They can't do this. These fucking losers over there on Team Evil. Look at this shit channel over here. What's up, Cynthia? Bunch of losers. Joe Cool. This his stupid laugh is absolutely atrocious and cringe. It's beyond cringe. He should be floating away on a goddamn door. That's how bad it is.
Enough mushrooms, it will give you a very similar to DMT experience because of the chemical.
Hello, Bobby. Hello. Good to see you.
The DMT is actually, I think, I learned this from Terrence McKenna. He calls it 5-phosphoroxy.
Yeah, Terrence McKenna called it a heroic dose. Blah, blah, blah. Are you going to I gotta wait. I'd have to do the Terrence voice. I'd have to listen to Terrence again. It's been so long if I can do that Terrence McKenna voice impression, but well, guys, to do the heroic dose of DMT, to do a heroic dose of DMT, he had this nasally faggoty voice. It's been a long time since I heard any Terrence McKenna, but anyway, I can't stand these Team Evil
He's will
fucking
be like,
cockroaches.
what are you doing here again?
Oh, there's his stupid fucking cringe, man. He hits you with that fucking fake ass laugh that's fuck.
You haven't learned your lesson, and they will.
Oh, fucking hell. It's terrible. Let's see if I can get on their shit show. See if they'll
And
have
you've
me
been
on
doing
here.
this for 10 years, you said.
See if they'll have me
Yes,
on
in fact,
here.
I the first time I smoked salvia was in 2006.
I love that that you got that background and the way you say you began it. You studied it first. I was glad to hear you tell Cynthia that because that's the type of mind I want to do this shit. I don't want I don't care who do it. Your information is valuable, but I want the guy who goes in with an open mind and a skeptical mind and all that shit. I want that guy's testimony.
Yeah. I see you in the back there, King Stephen. I just don't know if I'm going to bring you up tonight. Because we seem to have a good vibe, and there's just something about you that usually throws the vibes off. But I definitely appreciate you coming up.
I told you, man, whenever you tried, I was telling, what is his name? Fucking TML, that whenever you try to reach a certain vibration, the demons will
Not a
try
good
to
look.
stop you. That
Not
shit
a good
happens
look
on
for
the
you.
fucking Panelverse all the time. And if you hit a certain frequency, motherfuckers are gonna break it, yo. Which is why Jack, I think, is doomed. He can never just strictly talk about God. He has not gone through the ayahuasca ceremonies and shit before he can hold that seat yet. He's too many people come and troll him off his square, and therefore you don't represent God well.
Hey, Joe, Jody, Rose, Peace Dynamo. Thank you, NPC, Jody. In case you guys are just tapping in, we were all over at NPC's live earlier.
So Peace Dynamo tried to fool me earlier, remember? Peace Dynamo was here, gotta go. They're watching the shit channels. They're watching the fake channels. Peace Dynamo is over there watching the shit show at What's Up Cynthia. And Peace Dynamo is in love with and addicted to the shit shows. So the next time you see Peace Dynamo here, just block her or him or whatever it is. Okay, please. There they are in the chat room. They're in with them. They're in with I'm pretty sure I've seen Peace Dynamo over at Tommy's. They are part of the shit panel verse, the demon verse. Peace Dynamo. So's Old Joe. So's Nude Guru. The same faces, same names, same shitheads. So they're not welcome here. They lied earlier. Gabriel, they watch all of these shit shows. They're not welcome on my channel. Look at Rose 777's over there. Watching Cynthia's as I'm live. It's always interesting to hop around to see who prefers shit over quality. I always take a look at these chats and who's there, and it tells me almost everything that I need to know. They show you what they are. Choose wisely. Anyway, Cynthia is too afraid to bring me up, as you heard. Too afraid. Too afraid. So yeah, if you see Peace Dynamo before I do, get rid of it, him, her, whatever it is. The avatar disturbed me right off the bat. And they lie. They lied over here, tried to kiss up to me, tried to love bomb me. Same tactics that demons use. And they got to go, well, they got to go watch shit shows. They prefer shit shows. They prefer gossip and the Team Evil shitheads. That's what they like. Just like Margot. It's the same thing with Margot. It's the same thing with all of them. What was that one? Fuck, what was her name that used to come here and then she preferred Tommy's shit show? I can't remember her name. A woman, I think she lived in Indiana with a creepy husband. What the hell was her name again? I can't remember, but there's a bunch of them, and they just prefer shit shows. Trash Luna's another one. They love the same shit. They want gossip. They want to hang around cockroaches. They prefer trash. They're degenerate. They don't want to learn anything. They're not curious about the realm. They don't care about beauty. They don't care about truth, beauty. They're not going to look into European castles. They're not going to look into the hell realm. They're not curious about life after death. Nothing. They just gossip and talk shit about each other. And then they're afraid of me, so they'll say, oh, you kind of ruin the vibe if we bring you up, or we're afraid it'll ruin. They say the same excuse every time. And people watch these demons and they think that how could they think that Cynthia's interesting? Could anyone possibly find her interesting? And I'd have to say, if they said yes, I'd say, in what way? What is interesting about her? What's interesting about cringy fucking weirdo old Joe with his fake forced laugh? As soon as I mention that, Tommy Methhead will say, he would say on his show, oh, that's season 1. You talk about Joe Cool's laugh. Yeah, I do. I wasn't around. It's that simple. I wasn't around 3 years ago or 4 years ago, or whenever people first talked about his laugh. They're just fucking psychos. That's what they are. And they deserve this realm. And they will get this realm. And that's what I'm telling you. They will get this place. They will inherit this hell realm, but they won't be going anywhere. And it's not going to be like this. This is luxury compared to what it's going to be. This is luxury. I've never found anything interesting about her. She's not funny. She's not interesting. She's not intelligent. She doesn't have anything to add to a conversation. She's just creepy. She's two-faced. She's manipulative. She's just fucking sick. She's very much like Bex and Yolanda and Margot. That's the way I see it. Bextra Large, Yolanda, Marg Ho, Cynthia, etc. are all alike. What's the difference? That's what I'd like to know. I'd love for somebody to say, here's the difference between them. They have major differences. I don't mean tiny little differences like this one's slightly taller and this one's boobs are bigger, or this one has a fatter head. Bex has a fatter head and no neck, and she's a bit fatter than Cynthia. What's the real differences? Because I don't see any. And those aren't the only ones. The bitches that hang out at Tommy's, what was her name? The moron one, Melanie, moron is another, etc., etc., etc. There's not much difference. They behave the same way. Venus Cupcake is another one. I mean, the behavior is almost identical. If it was a single man that was desperate for a woman and they said, take your pick, but you got to point out the differences, I don't know that they'd actually be able to do it. They'd be like, well, there really are no differences other than physical looks. The behavior's the fucking same. Desperate old hoes. Yeah, they're desperate old hoes. Oh, God, they're just disgusting. The whole panelverse is full of shit like that. Who would date them? I can't imagine a grown man with any level of intelligence, with an IQ over 70, dating any of them, ever. They'd have to be a douchebag that's completely desperate and just a smelly, drug-addicted loser of a guy to date any of them. They'd have to be. They'd have to be a demon. They'd have to be a demon. I would never settle for that in any of them, not even anything close. If the personality was like that, and I was single, and she was drop dead gorgeous and sexy, and Jackie, that was her name. Yeah, I think you're right, Bobby. I think it was Jackie. Jackie, I can't think of her last name. I've almost forgotten that bitch. that used to come over here. Jackie something. I don't know. Did she use a last name over here, or she came on here a couple times live and spoke, I remember. And one time she had a missing tooth. One of her teeth was missing. And she mentioned it. I didn't mention it and tease her over it. I tried to be nice about it. I didn't call her a toothless fucking old hag. But yeah, I basically forgot about her. Oh, was it Fox? Jackie Fox. Yeah, you're right. And her weasel husband, she had like this tiny little scrawny man-child of a cucked husband. Just a weirdo. He looked like a meth head. Her husband kind of reminded me of Tommy. I think he had a weasel mustache or something. I vaguely remember a scrawny-looking weirdo, like a Landry type, as her husband. And he made a video, and it was really weird. And I was like, this guy seems like a meth head or something. It seems like he's a meth head, and she works and pays the bills. It was a weird situation. Anyway, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. She preferred shit. I remember her saying that she wasn't coming to my channel anymore. She preferred Tommy's meth show. She preferred Jesus of Bethlehem. He looked like Howdy Doody on meth. Yeah, he looked like somebody said to him, do you want this kind of meth, or you want this kind of meth, or this kind? And they gave him 31 flavors, and he said, yes, all. He just took all the meth, and he did it. He did everything under the kitchen sink and did every chemical. He was just fucking so weird and methed out. As Mike Tyson would say. What happened to Mike Tyson? Hold on, everybody. I gotta figure this out. No, that's mushroom. Sorry. I have a lot of these memes saved, but I have so many and so many faces and so many characters here. This one here, and here he is. Hey, Mike, what's up? What did you say earlier, Mike, about Illumitami? Remember earlier when you were on my show? Hey, King Steven. Yeah, Illumitami messed up. He's messed up, man. He's messed up. Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Thanks for coming on. Mike was on here earlier, Mike Tyson. And he said that Illumitami's messed up. I agree 100%. I like the way Mike pronounces it, because you can't tell if Mike is saying that Tommy's messed up or methed up. It could be both. I think he's messed up and methed up. So in that way, Mike Tyson is good at that. I enjoy when Mike Tyson comes on here once in a while. Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
All right, guys. We are here with Steve Laws. Thank you for joining me.
No worries, mate.
If people don't know who you are, just tell a little bit about yourself. Introduce yourself a little bit.
So, effectively, I'll probably be called a remigration activist these days. I've stood in elections, I've campaigned for remigration, I used to highlight illegal immigration and so forth, so ultimately just an anti-immigration activist to simplify, but we just want them all gone.
Okay. How did you kind of start doing this? Because I know you've been doing this for a long time. What were the steps leading up to that? What made you kind of jump into this and do what you do today?
So I didn't really intend on getting involved in any of this at all. Going back about 6 years ago now, it was the illegal immigration, and the dinghies were flooding over and no one was really knowing anything about it. It wasn't covered on the media. So I'd go down the docks, I'd start filming it, I'd upload the footage online, and it sort of just grew from there. And then obviously the more research you do, you realise illegal immigration is far worse. You start campaigning down that route, you lead everyone to understand the problems and the demographic changes we're facing, and then everything sort of snowballs to the point where we're at now.
Okay. So was it a single moment, or was there a main moment that you could kind of pinpoint that kind of flipped the switch in your brain?
So this guy understands it isn't just illegal immigration, they're replacing you. So it's all immigration, legal and illegal. They are replacing you. There's a lot of conservatives, and at least they'd be called conservatives in America, Republican voters that would say, I'm not against immigration. I'm all for legal immigration as long as it's legal. Well, that's like saying as long as it's legal, I don't care if they replace me and make my child a hated minority in America or in England or wherever. That's what you're saying then. And people don't understand it. But that's essentially what you're saying. When you say, I'm all for legal migration, as long as it's legal, you're essentially saying, I don't care if white Britons are replaced or white Americans so that we become the hated minority and have to fight for our lives because these people already hate us. And then they'll outnumber us. As long as it's legal, as long as all the paperwork's done, it's okay if we get replaced and my children and grandchildren live somewhere. And I'm speaking for people with kids and grandchildren, of course. I don't have any, as I've mentioned many times. I'm worried about your children and grandchildren the way you should be, whoever's tuned in, and the millions that won't hear this. I'm worried about yours the way you should be. I'm worried about your children being on the run and your grandchildren having to say, where can I go that's fucking safe to live out the rest of my life because I'm so fucking hated and outnumbered. That's what I'm worried about. I don't want that future and fate for your children and grandchildren. I don't want that. Isn't that weird? But a lot of Republicans, a lot of conservatives in America see nothing wrong with that. They'll say, well, it's still America if white people become the minority. If we end up 20% of the population or 10% and we're despised, it's still America because we still have the Constitution. It's not America anymore. It'll be a third world, and you will be a hated and chased down minority by angry other races that absolutely hate you and blame you. They already blame you for everything when they don't outnumber you. When you're outnumbered 2, 3, 5 to 1, 10 to 1, 20 to 1, and they hate you. They outnumber you and they hate you. And they blame you for everything because they believe that you enslaved the world and you oppressed everyone and you did all these things, that all the Kool-Aid they drank. So some of you can't quite figure it out. You'll say, well, I'm against illegal immigration, the boats landing on the beaches. What you should be saying is, I'm for my country and I don't want to be taken over and replaced. I want England to be England for my children and grandchildren, and however long this matrix runs. Is that too much to fucking ask for? I want Canada to exist as Canada and America to be America for children and grandchildren, so that it isn't a third world hellhole, so that white children are not persecuted and chased down and horrible things done to them by these hateful monsters. That's what I think of, okay? I don't want that to happen. And I'm very different from most people, because most people I've ever heard in my life say they're for legal immigration. They're for third worlders flooding in from Africa and the Middle East and India. And they come here and they hate you. They come to Canada and they hate white people. They come to America, they hate white people. They go to Great Britain, they hate the British. They go to France, they hate the French. They go to Germany, they hate the Germans. That's reality. Doesn't matter if it's legal or they land on your beach in a boat. Doesn't matter. They hate you either way. They're trying to outbreed you. They're trying to replace you. And they would love to take over your countries and outnumber you and then treat you like shit and persecute you. So you're a fool if you say, I'm for legal immigration.
No, it was.
At least these guys on the screen understand that much, but that's pretty easy.
It wasn't covered on the media, so I'd go down the docks, I'd start filming it, I'd upload the footage online, and it sort of just grew from there. And then obviously, the more research you do, you realise illegal immigration is far worse. You start campaigning down that route, you lead everyone to understand the problems and the demographic changes we're facing, and then everything sort of snowballs to the point where we're at now.
Okay. So was it a single moment, or was there a main moment that you could kind of pinpoint that kind of flipped the switch in your brain?
No, it's actually really petty. So I was talking to my friends. He didn't believe me that the illegals were coming over and getting loaded straight onto coaches. Me being petty, just went straight down there to prove a point. I was like, there you go, this is happening. He was like, oh my God, this is happening. Assumed loads of other people didn't, considering that was my friend who lived local. And then from there, it just sort of escalated. So there wasn't really a pinpoint in one single incident. It just sort of snowballed over time.
And this was 6 years ago?
About 6-7 years ago, yeah, give or take.
How old are you today?
I'm 34 now. I'm getting on a bit. Not like you guys.
34. So what is kind of your main focus now? What do you think the biggest problem in Britain is today?
Well, immigration is the biggest problem we face, pretty much all over Europe and in terms of the Western world. But ultimately, the main priority we need is remigration. Everyone in this country needs to get behind the idea of mass deportations. It doesn't matter if they're a foreign criminal, a legal immigrant, whether they was born here, they came over illegally. It's all irrelevant. They've all got to go. We're on the course to become a minority in our homeland. We're not going to tolerate that. Everyone's got to go until we can protect that.
Some people think British people can be black. Do you think they can be?
No, not a chance, mate. This is embarrassing. No, they can't now.
So what makes someone British?
Well, it's through ancestry and through blood and soil. That is what our people are. There's no denying this. It's simple fact. It's a law of nature. To say an African is English is just embarrassing. In fact, it's ridiculous and it's insulting as an Englishman for somebody to say that.
In these past 6 years, it seems like the tides have shifted a lot. Like even a figure like Tommy Robinson, I know you guys have had your back and forths, has gotten a lot more popular. He obviously holds some controversial views. Obviously, you don't agree with everything, probably a lot of what he does. But how much have the tides shifted these past, 6 years?
So I'd say even in just the last year, an awful lot. Since the Southport riots, an awful lot changed. So the demographic situation, people were very aware of it. They realised that even people that have come over as children and grown up and they're so-called integrated immigrants can go on and be a brutal murderer and stab 3 little girls and so forth. So ultimately, we've gained a lot of ground. The likes of Tommy Robinson they're like a stepping stone. They do have their benefits, but they also lead an awful lot of people down the garden path. They promote Zionism, they put Maoris on stage doing the haka, they'll have immigrants and Indians and all sorts of people they bring over to these events. It's all funded by and so forth. So Tommy, I'm not his biggest fan, but the fact that he can be seen as a mainstream political figure now shows how much ground we've gained. Because a year ago, his name was taboo. You couldn't even mention it online and so forth. Now he's the safe option because everyone else is to the right of him.
How much of a difference do you see between the younger and older generation? Because I talk to young people, they kind of, I understand what you're talking about. And they don't really agree with Tommy, but the older guys are like, yeah, deport the illegals, but the Indians who are nonviolent, they could stay. Do you think there is more hope for the younger generation, and can you switch older person's mind about some of these topics?
So there are the odd older generation that you can sort of work on and bring them over to our talking points, but a lot of these people are sort of very much cemented in their ways. If you're over 40, 50 years old, you're kind of secure in your politics and your ideology, you know what you stand for. And these people, as you've said, do stand for what we call civic nationalism, where they don't like the illegals, they don't like the foreign criminals, but if you come over legally and you're an Indian and you've got a little corner shop, they'll love you. They'll stand there, they'll dance around with you and they think it's amazing. But it's not, it's ridiculous. So back to the point is, ultimately, yes, there are the youth that are very much more radical. I'm very hopeful with the youth because from my experience, of course, this isn't the 100% of every single youngster in this country, because that would just be a lie. But the vast majority understand demographics. They understand that they have no future. They're not getting a pension. They'll be lucky to own a house. They're lucky to have any future at all. So when they realise that that's all they've got and that's their future, it makes these youngsters radical. They don't care whether you was born here. They don't care whether you're a nice immigrant. They want you gone because it's their future that's at stake.
What would you say to someone who says they don't see race?
They're because race sees them.
But how could you convince someone, because obviously the brainwashing is strong, it is real, all throughout the school system, we're just different colors, everything about us is, the same. How can you convince someone of that, or at least lead them, give them a carrot to chase?
See, from my experience, the most people that have that viewpoint are people that lived in sheltered lifestyles, so they're not surrounded by the immigrants. They don't live amongst the multiracialism. They don't live amongst the violence, the thieving, the grooming gangs. They don't live amongst any of that. They don't see it in their day-to-day.
I want people to answer in the chat room. Hello, the Gola Duncan. Good morning. I want people to answer in the chat room. If I moved to Japan, could I become Japanese? If I moved to India, could I become Indian? Would I be Indian if I moved to India and lived in India for 5 years or 10 years, the way that black Africans moved to Britain? Are they British if they moved to Britain? Are black people from sub-Saharan Africa, whether it's in South Africa or wherever, can they become British? A black is black person from Africa, just because they live in Britain. If I go to Japan, can I just turn Japanese? If I go to India, you know I'm white. Can I become Indian? So how come this is what I want people to think about. How come we're supposed to say, well, they moved here, they're British, they're British now, right? They came from India, or they came from Saudi Arabia or Afghanistan or Iraq or Somalia. They're from what I understand, they're coming from all over Africa and the Middle East to Great Britain. They're not British. They'll never be British, as far as I'm concerned. If they land on the shore of Ireland or somewhere in England, they're not British. They can't become British. It's by blood. I agree with this guy on the screen. It's by blood. If I went to Japan and said, I'm going to live here, I'm going to do it legally, the Japanese would never say, Stephen, you're Japanese. You're just as Japanese as we are. It would never happen. I can't become Japanese. I'm not Asian. I'm not Japanese by blood. I'm not Japanese. I can't ever become Japanese. And I know that. So why do black people from Africa think they can become British? Why do Muslims from the Middle East think, oh, well, I'm from Afghanistan. I'm going to go to England. And I'm British now. I have a British passport. Look, I have ID in Britain. I have my card, my health card for NHS. I must be British, right? I'm from India or Afghanistan or Iraq or Palestine. Well, they're not British. How can they be British? They could be British as much as I can be Japanese, right? That's how I look at it. I can't change to be an Asian Japanese man. And they just point at their passport. I've got a British passport. Well, that doesn't change your race. Doesn't change your race, ethnicity, blood. You have no ties to Great Britain. You could be standing in England. It doesn't mean that you have centuries of ties to England. England is for the English. Germany's for the Germans. Poland's for the Polish. Sweden should be for Sweden. France should be for the French, the Frenchies. If I can't become Japanese and I can't become Indian by moving there, then they can't become fucking British. They can't become English. They can't become a Britainer. They can't become a Scot. They can't become Irish. They can't become a German. Think about it. Should work both ways. And it's that simple. People should just give that answer. No, you can't become British. You're not British. I'm even speaking about beyond how they feel, though. They can't become British because they're from fucking Middle East or Africa. You can't change your race just because you move somewhere. I don't know about anyone here, but my race doesn't move anywhere. Doesn't change when I move somewhere. If I travel, I've been to Mexico. I didn't become Mexican. I've been to Mexico. I haven't become Mexican. I'm not Mexican. I'm not Hispanic. I'm European by blood. That's my ancestry. And they claim, well, we're British now. Well, how is person Indian or Pakistani British? How is a Middle Eastern fucking Muslim British? How is someone from Africa British that's black as night? They're not. Okay? They're not. I don't even care how they feel. Doesn't even matter. They can't become that. And that's what people have to take a stand on. Otherwise, you're going to lose your country. People have to realize, oh, well, it doesn't matter how they feel. They're not. They can't be any more than I can change my race to Asian, Japanese, Indian, or Japanese. I can't do it. I can't become Chinese or Japanese. But they're telling you that they can be British. As long as they stay in your country, they magically become British. How so? I don't know why you people accept it. I don't know why you do. Too soft, saying, well, we like immigrants. You should be saying they can never be British. It's impossible. Just like I can't become Japanese. This is simple, and it should make sense to people. It's what the British should be doing. Saying, no, you can't be British. Just like I can't turn to become Japanese. It's the same thing. But white people just don't see it that way for some reason. Any British person calling a black person British, you're mental. You're absolutely caving in and bowing down to them. You're sucking them off.
Life. So to them, it doesn't exist. The only way these people will ever truly understand it is by living amongst it. The rest of us have seen it. We've all seen it grown up. We all know what it looks like. But these people, they haven't seen it. So there's the argument that you can show them. Even when you show them, they bury their head in the sand and they say, oh, it's just a one-off example. It's not all like that. So I kind of take the attitude that if you can't see it today, you're a write-off. Most people today understand it to an extent. They may not be quite where I'm at, but a lot of people understand that immigration is a problem. The numbers that are coming over is huge. The people that are coming over.
There's a problem if you don't do any research to get to where this guy's at. I would say that they're a problem. If they're living today and they're a grown adult in Great Britain, let's say they live somewhere in England, in the south of England, and they don't understand this and they're a grown adult, you have work to do. It's your responsibility as a British person to say, I better look into this. I better study this. I better look at some videos and do some fucking research into the numbers, into how we're being replaced, and really look into it. That's my responsibility. For myself, for my country, for my children, grandchildren, whoever. I just don't respect lazy people. I know what's going on there, and I've looked into it, and I looked into it 10 years ago, and I don't live there. So I'm wondering what's wrong with people that can't do that, that this guy will say, well, they're not at his level. Well, they haven't looked. I'm tired of so many people being lazy.
Over hate us. Most normal people can see that. The people that are coming over hate us. Most normal people.
Yeah, they hate you, but they'll never be you racially. And that's extremely important. Someone in Africa can't become like this guy on the right. He's British. He's white. He's white British. An African will never be that. Even if they say they love you, they can't change their race.
People can see that. So if they can't see that at this point, I wouldn't waste your time trying to work with them. I'd only work with the people that are on their journey.
I think he's right. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time, the ones that can't see it at this point. And I know some in this, if you want to call it a movement, would say, oh, Stephen, we always have to have hope for these white people that one day they'll wake up. I would start deporting I would float away some of the white liberals that support replacement. I don't want them around me. I wouldn't want them ruining England if I was living in England and if I was a British-born person. I'd say, well, let's float them away too. Float the white liberals to Africa, the ones that support our country and us being replaced and taking over our country. Let's float them away too to Africa. I'm not kidding about that. The traitors, what good are they? See, I don't understand the embracing of all whites, and that's the issue I have with the right wing and the alt-righters. A lot of them just support too much, and I just don't support that. I don't. If you're a grown man or a grown woman and you're 30 plus years old and you support liberalism and Marxism and feminism, and you hate your country and you want white people replaced, and you're for all these agendas that harm us, what good are you? Why should we want to live near you? Why should I want you as your blue-haired, green-haired neighbor that supports LGBT and drag queen story hour and everything? Why would I want you as a fucking neighbor in my country? Why should I want to tolerate you for life as a next door neighbor, whether you literally live next door to me or just metaphorically, you're my neighbor, you're in my city, and I have to see people like that all the time and hear them yapping and just subverting my country and wanting it destroyed. Why should I want to keep you around when you're disloyal to even my race? Why the fuck should I want you around me? I want people to answer this stuff in the chat room. I'm not kidding. Why should I want you? Why should I want your green or blue-haired, nose-pierced, feminist, LGBT, rainbow, mafia, agenda supporting, drag queen story hour supporting, Marxist, leftist, anti-white, degenerate ass living next to me or in my city or in my country or working somewhere that I buy coffee, for example. Why? Why the fuck should I tolerate that when they want my race extinct? You tell me. Because a lot of the right wing say we should embrace all whites, even if they're liberals and even if they're propagandized and programmed, and there's hope for all of them. I don't see it that way. Most of them never change. What do you think my solution is? Has anyone been paying attention for months and months? Because I've been talking about how I do have a solution for this stuff. And I know some people think it's just funny and that I wouldn't actually do it. No, I would do it. If I were in power, this would be done. Trust me. You would see a fucking flotilla of doors like you like the likes of which you've never seen on a waterway before. You'd look out and you'd see this to the horizon with tugboats towing them out miles and miles offshore so they couldn't just float back and try to get back again. They'd be pulled, dragged by tugboats right over the horizon. I don't want them around. I don't want, I'll spell it out. I don't want pieces of filth that hate me and hate white people and hate white men around me for life. I don't want that. Why would I? Why should I have to settle for that and tolerate that? And that's what white people have become. They've become cucked in a sense. They become weak to the point they tolerate everything. They just tolerate everything. They're way too tolerant. Okay? White people are way too tolerant of shit and haters and evil demons. And it's not good. It's not good. It's destroying everywhere that was good. That's what it is. It's not good. It's not healthy. And it's not just sad to see. It's devastating to see this and see and I see this. I think this often when I see white children out somewhere, and I think their future is going to be fucked unless things change at least a bit for the better. It's a terrible future ahead unless things change. And I would say more than a bit, drastically is what's needed. And I don't want that future. I don't want white children to live in fear and be chased down. And attacked and victimized because they're white. I don't want that. And if I was in charge, I would do anything that it took to change that so that that would never happen in the West, anywhere, so that they could live safe lives and not be preyed upon like what has gone on, including the grooming gangs that I guess they call Asian grooming gangs. I don't think they're Asian. When I think of Asian, I think of Japanese and Chinese. Should be called Muslim and Pakistani and Indian and Middle Eastern. That's what I would call them in Great Britain. And that's not the only place, but that's one example. That should have never happened. That should have never happened, ever. We shouldn't even be having to discuss this and say how fucking sickening it is that that went on for years and years and years and it was ignored essentially by cops and so-called authorities. These are the types of things about this realm that boils my blood, because innocent children are being preyed upon, especially white children, in countries that should be safe and were designed to be safe for innocent children. And they become hellholes, where the little girl in Scotland is walking around with a big knife and a hatchet. I call it a hatchet. They call it an axe. When I think of an axe, it has a long handle. It's not like that, but hatchet and a knife. That should not be happening. That's evil. That's waving it. That's evil right in our face, saying, look, it's evil. This is evil. That's what it is. She should never be living in a country or city where she has to do that to defend herself. That's what I'm getting at. It should never be that dangerous in any neighborhood in Scotland or England or Ireland or Wales, anywhere in the UK or Canada or America or France or Germany or Australia. Absolutely. These Freemasonic fucking assholes that are traitors to Great Britain. They're traitors to Canada. They're traitors to America. They're traitors. They are they're puppets of evil. Arresting people for a tweet on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. And then they're letting these evil fucks go scot-free and turning a blind eye to the most serious and grievous, atrocious crimes that you could ever imagine. They should walk the plank. They should be fed feet first to fucking sharks and gobbled up slowly. Fuck these assholes. I'm tired of these fucking demons that are part of this, complicit, and allowing this to go on. They're absolute sick fucking demons. I can't say on YouTube exactly what should be done to them because they'd say, you're too violent. You're going against the community guidelines or whatever. But no mercy for these demons. That's what I'll say. To turn a blind eye and allow this to go on, these fucking cops, it's evil. It's disgusting, cowardly evil. That's what it is. It's sickening evil. It's the kind of evil that I would like to do something, I won't say what, but to their throat and to just the worst, the most every sensitive part of their body. That's what makes me furious. It's one of the, I don't get that angry anymore. I'm not an angry person day to day, but it does boil my fucking blood to know that there's so many demons and then people just, oh, well, what, like they participate, these fuckers. They do. they're complicit, they turn a blind eye, or they participate, they're involved in the harm of children. These Freemasonic sick demons, the cops, government, religious ones, the whole system is rotten and demonic, obviously. But even the ones that didn't participate, that just turned a blind eye and, oh, it's racist, we can't do anything to them. We got to let, that's so sickening and cowardly. It's cowardly. But yes, I agree, they do. And they should all be held responsible. All of them. All these demonic fucks in government, police, religion, whatever position they're in. It's the most sickening, cowardly system of demons. And it's almost unbelievable that we've allowed it to get this bad and brazen and bold, and that many children to be preyed upon is disgusting. That this has happened and been allowed. There should be heads rolling down the fucking streets in reality. If I was running Great Britain, they'd be shaking in their boots saying, when is King Stephen going to send them for me to come and get me? These criminals, these psychotic, evil demons would be pissing themselves, afraid of what's coming for them. And sometimes when I speak about this, I get visions in my mind of going after these demons, a storm coming and fighting them and slaying them and taking swords and just chopping them off at the fucking knees, cutting their legs off. I don't want to get too graphic with this due to YouTube. But these evil abusers, these demonic abusers, these sick demonic abusers deserve all that is coming to them. All of the justice that we can hand out to them. They deserve all of it. All of it. I don't have a drop of sympathy for these fucking demons. Not a drop. No mercy. Okay? No fucking mercy for them. That's the stage I'm at. And then people defend this realm. And they say, oh, we have to go through this to learn. This is a school of hard knocks. I'm sick of hearing these assholes say that on YouTube all over the place. Not a drop of mercy. These children that have been harmed and murdered and brutalized and horrendous things done to them deserve justice. And I know I can't take away what has been done to them, but I can fight these demons with everything that I have. That's one of the things, it's not the only thing, but it's one of the things I really hate and despise about this hell realm is the abuse of the innocent. The most vulnerable are preyed upon in this fucking sick place. And it shouldn't be this way. Our countries, especially civilized, should have never allowed things to get to this level. We're out in the open. They're importing these fucking child abusers. And people deny that it's a hell realm. That in itself is enough to prove what this place is. Just that. Out of the thousands of things, I'm not saying it's small, but I'm saying that in itself, on its own, is enough to prove to me that this is a hell realm. The orchestrated, massive abuse of children. The trafficking, the abuse, the grooming, all of it, the whole connection with government, royalty, that in itself is enough. I don't need 10 million other pieces of evidence to show me what this is. That on its own shows me if there was nothing else bad happening here, or the design itself, if there was no other, like if that's the only evil that existed here and suffering, that's enough. by itself to show me this is a hell realm. The massive abuse of children. It can't be ignored and dismissed. And then there's fucking assholes on YouTube like Bextra Large that denies that this is happening. She'll say there's no Andrea Chrome browser happening with she would call them the so-called elites and royals and government and doing that abuse to children, harvesting. She's a liar and a denier. She's a liar and a denier. And she's not the only one. She's just a Bextra Large one. A Bextra Lard. She's a Bextra Lard one. But she's not the only one. But I saw her the other day on some shit channel saying that again, denying again. And that shows me what kind of evil demon that thing is. That's not the only thing about her that shows me that. But when she says that, it's just so fucking disgusting. How the fuck could she do that? How does she know? She's such a demonic sack of shit. Bextra Lard. And I'm so ready too. I'm so ready too. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. As someone who is an uncle and a brother, and I also try to be a good uncle to my girlfriend's family, the young ones, and support them. I won't give details because I know there's demons that are just disgusting, and I'll never put any at risk. But I try to be a supportive uncle. Without being married, I could be married. My girlfriend wants to marry me. I just don't like marriage and the legal system and contract with the government. I don't like I haven't liked the government my whole fucking life here in this realm. I don't like it. But anyway, I don't have children of my own, but I have had loved ones in my life that I care about, that I'm protective of, and it's beyond just the ones I know. It's children that I don't know, that I'm not their uncle, that I feel like I have to do something, speaking out and do something to protect them and stand against evil, speak against evil, not just here on my channel. I will do every fucking thing I can to fight these evil demons and stop this. This place is fucking demonic. It's a demonic hell realm. And it should not be happening. It should not exist. You'd have to be pure evil to deny what's going on in this place. You'd have to be pure evil to participate and be complicit and help evil and stand with evil. And I'm sick of the evil in this place. For the ones that might be tuned in here, if you can't see that this is a hell realm, by the massive abuse and suffering in this place of the most innocent, the most vulnerable, there's nothing I can say to make you see it. There's something fucked up with you, something very severely wrong. You're most likely a demon. And nothing I can say or show you is going to help you see. If you can't see by this point, you're massively fucked up. And all I can say is I want you to know I will stand against you. You'll be standing with evil. You'll be trying to hide behind demons. and I'll be slashing through them like a sword going through a hot sword going through butter. They're not going to protect you, and I'm going to be fucking coming for you. I'll tell you that. Spiritually. You'll see what I mean. And I'm not kidding about that at all. I don't care if you believe me or disbelieve me. It's going to happen. That's what matters. You demons love to play these little games, denial and disbelief and mocking and laughing. I'm dead serious about what I'm speaking about on my channel. The heads of demons are going to fucking roll. You'll see what I mean. Wait and see. And this place is going to be so nightmarishly hellish that nothing will prepare you for it. Absolutely nothing. There's nothing that will prepare you for how bad this will get here. Nothing. Not movies, not images. I was talking about shutting this place down in the 1990s with one of my friends back then, standing on my porch having these long talks when I used to smoke cigarettes, and once in a while I would smoke a bit of weed. Not often, not very often, but now and then. I wasn't one that would smoke to show off or make a video and got to show myself hitting the bong. And no, I never did that. But we would have these long talks. And a friend of mine that was very depressed, and I had to stop talking about all kinds of stuff with him because he was depressed to the point about wanting to end himself. So I had that on my mind and that pressure decades ago. Trying to get him help. Help in a hell realm. Help in hell realm. It's hard to get anyone help in this fucking hell realm. That's how fucked this place is. You can care. I'm going to close this, stop that screen. You can care about others in this place, but that's the fucked up thing. You can care, but it doesn't mean that you can help. You can care and you can feel helpless in some ways in this place. Now Restream is screwed up for some reason. It's not showing me the chat. Fucking hell, man. There's always some little annoying thing going on. Just give me a second. I gotta take another view because I want to see what people are saying, if anyone's still commenting. There's always some stupid little glitch or something going on. That's the thing about this place. You can care. And you can care deeply and worry about people and try to think of ways to help. And it's so difficult to do anything that really helps anyone in this place. That's how fucked up it is. I care about some of my moderators here that have health issues. But I don't know how to help. I care, but I feel helpless when they're in pain. How can I help? I wish I could help, but this place is so fucked up. It's like they want to make it impossible. These evil entities want to make it impossible for us to do anything that truly helps in a real substantial way or in a physical way. If someone has physical health issues, chronic pain, or there's all sorts of issues people have here. People have serious diseases and disorders. There's people on my channel that are bedridden, and this haunts me because I do care. And I don't think about it every second of the day or I'd be fucking destroyed. But I do think of them. That it does get to me. It hurts. And it's heartbreaking, and it's hard to know that there's good people. There's so many good beings in this realm suffering with pain, chronic pain, diseases, bedridden, things that won't go away, things that I can't say, try this, or how can I help you? Can I send you money? Can I send you this? I found this that, try this, and I don't have the answers to help them. I don't know how to help them. I don't know how to help some in my family, some of my loved ones that are going through fairly serious health issues right now. And that in the past, I didn't know how to help some of my loved ones that are deceased. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to help. I tried, but they passed away in hospital or in hospice care. Some were old age, and there was nothing I could do. They were upper 90s, getting close to 100 years old. There's nothing I could do. No matter how much their body broke down, nothing I could do. They were in a hospice. And they just say there's nothing you can do. It's just about pain management, keeping them comfortable, and getting them what they need. And if they need anything, and it's just a feeling of, fuck, I wish I could do something to help. I feel that way quite often in this lifetime, in this realm. I feel that way with my channel, with people that are part of my team, part of my channel, regulars, moderators, people that are here all the time that I know go through things. And I have this knowledge. It's not just knowledge. It's like carrying them with me, and it weighs on me. It weighs on my shoulders, and it weighs on my heart. That there's good spirits right here all the time, tuned in, suffering. And that's why it bothers me so much that it's just so clear what this place is. It's so fucking clear and so undeniable what this place is. So I know when people are here and shown the evidence and they deny what it is, it shows me what they are. It's so clear. There are good people on my channel, good spirits that are in chronic, constant pain, and some are bedridden. They're bedbound. I don't want to mention names to embarrass them, or maybe they don't want to be mentioned. And sometimes I just try to be careful and cautious about that. I don't want to do something if people don't want the information out there. But just know that I do think of all of you. I hate this realm too, Salty Siren. I hate that you're going through that. I just hate it. And I don't say that often. I don't say that I hate it or hate this place. I try not to say that too often. I'm trying to be not just strong, but I try to lead by example and empower people. But I really do hate the fact that good spirits suffer in this place so much. I know I'm strong enough to go through pain and suffering. It hurts me a lot more to see others going through it, or seeing and knowing and just and I know how wrong it is. It shouldn't be like this. It's wrong. It's sickening. And wrong is not nearly a strong enough word for describing. I've had many bad nightmares in my lifetime from childhood up until present day. And none of them compare with how bad this reality actually is. No matter what goes on in these nightmares, this place is still worse than my nightmares. So when people say this is a nightmare, this is a dream, no, it's worse. It's worse. If you look into the suffering that goes on here and how widespread it is, how massive it is, it's worse than my worst nightmares. So there is something very, very wrong with anyone who defends this place. So sorry to hear that, Salty. I'm sending you hugs and good energy, and I hope the very best for you. I truly do. You are in my heart, and I really care about you. And I fucking hate this place that people are going through so much in this place. This might be the worst, most wicked place ever. That's a possibility. I know it's a possibility that there could be sorry. I know it's a possibility there could be other matrices. But it's still a possibility that this could be the worst that there is anywhere. That's how bad this place is. And there's so much happening to people I know through this channel. So many are going through things. So many people I know, so many spirits I know on here and beyond my channel. It's horrible. So there is something very wrong with people that can't see that this is a hell realm. I don't trust them. Should be able to see it at this point. That's how I look at it. They've had long enough to be able to see it. Just checking on something in private. Thank you to Anna Faye. I just noticed she shared something with me. Let's cover this while I'm here.
Internal affairs, including national security, counterterrorism, policing, and immigration. So the UK now has a Pakistani woman in charge of policing and immigration. Look, I'm not surprised. I told you all in a video like a couple hours ago that the UK has fallen. Because this isn't the first position that was taken. I mean, there was the mayor of London, mayor of Birmingham, mayor of Leeds, mayor of Blackburn, mayor of Sheffield, mayor of Oxford, Luton, Oldham, Rothschild. I mean, in the UK right now, there are literally Muslim-only sections. 78% of the Muslim refugees don't even work. Oh, I'm sorry, that was just the women. 63% of the men also don't work. And 8 out of every 10 of them are on free government housing. Oh, and just recently, I'm sure it's a coincidence, all schools in the United Kingdom are now required to be halal. So yeah, with all that in mind, this makes total sense.
Thank you, Anafe, for sharing that with me. I've been saying for the past decade or more than that there's a war on white people. And I know some people would argue and say, well, Stephen, we're all one. It doesn't matter what race you are in this hell realm. Well, why are white countries targeted? Why are white children targeted? Why are they trying to replace white British and white Americans and white Swedes and white Germans and white French people, country after country? It's obvious. Patterns right there. Are they trying to get Saudi Arabia full of white people? Or Palestine? Or Iraq? Or Iran? Or Jordan? No. No. Are they trying to flood Sudan with white people? Or the Congo? Or Nigeria? Or Liberia? Or Zimbabwe? Or Somalia? No. No. Are they trying to flood Japan with black people? Or with white people? No. China? No. India? No. Is India flooded with white people or Africans, black Africans? No. So look at what's going on. I know a lot of liars on YouTube that call themselves truthers would say, hey, it's a war on all of us. Doesn't matter what race. Well, how come it's white countries under attack and being replaced? I noticed that over a decade ago, and people, some of you see it, of course. The core group on my channel, the ones that I call part of my team, moderators and even regulars that might not have a ranch or for whatever reason. I just at a certain point stopped handing out wrenches. But you're still part of my team. If you're a regular here and you're not just watching my live streams, but commenting on my videos like my Esoterica series, and you're part of my channel. I know a lot of you, most of you see what I'm saying. But do most people that call themselves truthers or part of the quote truth community see what I just said? No, they don't. They don't. There's a war on white people. It isn't just a war on all of us in this realm. Or you'd be seeing this happening in Japan and China and the Asian countries. You'd be seeing this happening in Pakistan and India and Bangladesh. You'd be fucking seeing this happening in Iraq and Afghanistan and all the Middle Eastern countries, Saudi Arabia and Israel as well too. Are they being flooded? No, of course not. Of course not. Are African countries being flooded? Are we saying, hey, we're going to flood in there? They got lots of land. They got natural resources. They have fucking diamonds. And I'm just going to flood. We're going to flood white people in there. And millions are going to move to Nigeria or Sudan. Is that happening? No, of course not. So think about it. Think about it. All right, the Gola Duncan. It's always good to have you here, man. Hope you have a good walk. I wish the best for everybody that comes here that's not a demon. And that's basically, if you're not a demon, I wish the best for you. Whoever you are, wherever you live, even if you're not white, they'll be upset about that, but even if you're not white, I have moderators, and I've had some in the past that are not white. I have some currently. Not everyone here is white, and I'm fine with that. But there is a war on white people, and that's undeniable. Just like there's a war on straight white men in all of the media in the West, from Germany to England to Canada, United States, down to Australia, everywhere you look. Everywhere you look. And some women notice this, but most don't. I won't say all women. I don't even think every woman on my channel notices. I don't even know if every core group that's part of my team, maybe the ones that don't have wrenches, there might be some still on my channel that still don't notice. There's a war on straight white men. And I know the Christian ones would say, but Christian men? Yeah, maybe. But you don't have to be Christian. They're portraying straight white men for over a decade now in adverts, as they call them in England. We call them ads or commercials here. In a certain light, on purpose, to demean, to degrade, to try to say white men aren't cool, white men aren't good, white men are shit, white men aren't strong, white men are dumb. It needs to the black man to come and figure shit out. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. The white guy's lost. He needs the black man to tell him directions. The white guy can't figure out technology, but he invented the technology. They portray white men as unable to use the phone a decade ago and order a pizza by phone or over the internet. And the woman has to come in. The mom has to come in, or his wife, and say, here's how you do it. I ordered. She comes to the rescue. And that's been an ongoing theme in media for well over a decade. Well over a decade. It didn't just start recently. They've been programming you. So for the TV watchers that say, hey, Stephen, what's the harm in watching TV and consuming TV and movies and filling my head with shit? You're getting programmed. If you don't like it, too bad, but you're getting programmed unless you're fully aware of it and are able to watch it and not let it go into your subconscious mind. Do I think most on earth are capable of doing what I just said? No, I don't. I don't. I see that most in this realm are programmed by media, by billboards, by magazine ads, but especially by TV with the flicker rates and the subliminals and the feminist programming and all that goes into it. The anti-white, it's anti-white women, anti-white men, but also especially anti-straight white men. They want to show you dating black men all the time, interracial ads and shows and characters, and then the trans agenda and the LGBT. If you just watch TV and movies today, you'd probably believe that 40 to 50% of America is gay or trans. They're represented that much in shows and ads and just everywhere. And in reality, they're a tiny percentage. They're a growing number, though, because they're brainwashing children. But they're not 40 to 50% of Americans are not LGBT. But if you are a big consumer of media, that's what you'd be like, fuck, there's way more than I thought. Every time I watch a show, it's gay people and almost every commercial, and there's Pride weeks and they're wearing rainbow, and you'd think, well, goddamn, is half of America gay? They're overrepresented on purpose by design to make you believe that there's way more. Just like the interracial couples. And it isn't just in America. I mentioned the UK on purpose. A lot of Brits have been noticing this for the past decade. And their Christmas commercials, they have we have that too in Canada, or we used to. I haven't watched TV for years. But anyway, we used to have that in Canada and America, the Christmas ads, where they'd have commercials and it'd all be about Christmas and Christmas gifts. And they might show Christmas dinners, and certain big chain stores or certain department stores would have these holiday ads for Christmas. And in the UK, they started noticing year after year, every single ad for their big stores, it was all interracial families and couples, every single one. And it wasn't black women with a white man. It was always the black man with a white woman, either dating as his girlfriend or the wife or something. Always. And it was enough of a pattern that even some of the dummy normies that aren't researchers noticed and started to say, what, scratching their heads and waking up from a slumber going, oh, wait a second. What's going on here? Every Christmas ad. What's going on here? Every Tesco ad and every ad for Marks and Spencer's and this and that department. It's all interracial couples. Oh, I'm still half asleep, but what's going on here? It was that noticeable. Where they came out was so blatantly obvious and it was just pushed down their throats. It would be like if all of a sudden every fucking ad was for Jehovah's Witnesses on television. You might scratch your head and go, wait a second. It's Christmas time. Where did all these Jehovah's Witnesses? What's going on here? And I know some people would say they made a mistake. They're waking up. I think it's all planned. I think they know what. I think evil's not stupid. I think they know what they're doing. They want people, in a sense, to partially wake up and get upset. And they also want people to think, wow, our white women are betraying us. They all are going for these Negroes and they're disloyal, and white women don't want us, white men. They want to disempower white men and make them feel like shit or make them feel down, or it's psychological warfare. That's what they're doing. And I've researched all of this. For me, this is baby truther stuff. And it's not an ego thing to say that. But the reason I say it is it's stuff I looked into 10, 12, 15 years ago. It's not new to me. It's not something I just discovered today or yesterday or this year or in 2024. It's old news to me, but I have to bring it up once in a while. It is amping up. It's important. But I call it baby truther because it's low level, easy to see stuff. It's basic stuff. It's 1 + 1 = 2. Doesn't mean it doesn't matter. It just means it's obvious. If you don't see it by now, I don't know what's wrong with you, because it's everywhere. I could look at any Canadian ad for online stores. It's not just television. If I subscribe to a certain store that I like or a certain whatever, and I get, sometimes they'll email me shit. And all of the models, almost all of them are black. Well, I thought blacks were such a minority in Canada when all of the models for clothing, for let's say leather coats, they're all black. They're all Negroes. Or they're black men and then Asian females modeling the women's clothing in the ads or the flyer or whatever their sale is or something. They'll have a summer sale or a fall sale or Christmas. Do you notice that? I do. Now, if you looked at just the ads and you're judging from another country, you'd say, well, Canada's so multicultural. There's no white people there. They're all blacks and Asians and Chinese and Indians and Muslims. If you looked at just the ads for the paper ones or the ones that are online in clothing, the digital clothing ads for different stores and whatever, you'd have to say there's almost no white people in Canada. You almost never see a white person portrayed. Anywhere. In any advertisement. Online. And then you go to their sites and they show them the models wearing the clothing. It's like you see a white person, a white woman or a white man wearing jeans or a shirt or a suit. Or a coat. It's almost impossible in Canada that wants to it's all diversity and you have to represent everyone except white people. It's like you've been erased, like you don't exist. Okay? It's by design, by the way. That's what I'm saying. It's by design. It's not an accident. It's not just a trend. It's not just companies saying we'll make more money if we advertise this way. It's not that. There is a spiritual and psychological war going on. That's what's really going on. Now, do I expect everybody that tunes into my live stream or finds my channel to hear me say that and go, yeah, I see it? No, I don't. Because time and time again, very few people end up seeing this. There might be a whole 30 or 40 or maybe 50 people that like this live stream out of the entire realm. So yeah, that's dozens. That's not hundreds. That's not thousands. And you show me time and time again that there's not that many that see it. See, if you liked my channel, you don't have to like everything I say. You should be saying, I'm going to hit the like button to support his channel. It's about supporting the channel. But not very many people can even do that for free. They'll pay demons. They'll pay shitheads that lie to them, program them, fill their heads with programming and lies. People pay for that every day in this realm, all over YouTube. They pay for that constantly. With a smile, they'll pay to be lied to and programmed and duped by demons and gatekeepers and shills. But a free channel like mine, you can't convince them to even hit a like button. It's the way it is. It's the way it is in this place. So it shows me constantly that very few in this entire realm get it. Very few. And by the way, I show lots of stuff here like right-wingers or ones that are trying to awaken the Brits. Do I think they would see everything that I see? No, I think they're one topic truthers for the most part. For the most part. Maybe not all of them, but most of them for the most part. The ones at the rallies that I've been showing in the UK, do I think they would understand most of what I share on my channel? Topics I get into here? No, I don't. I don't. I think they would come here and immediately think I'm crazy or something. That would be more likely than them coming here saying, oh, I get it. This guy's not just focused on the mass takeover of the UK. He has a big picture view of reality itself, life, death, the design of this realm, all sorts of things. I don't think they would get it. I don't think most in this realm are capable of getting it. I don't. I don't think most can even pay attention long enough to get it. But even if they could and really stayed here long enough for months and listened and paid attention, I still don't think most can get it. I don't. I don't think it's just mental. I think a lot of it is spiritual. I don't think they can get it because of what type of spirit they are. Just like if a cat can't hear a certain type of sound, or a dog, or a human, and that sound is played, a dog whistle. Well, all the people around aren't going to go, what's that whistle? They can't hear it. And it could blow that dog whistle, and the dogs will hear it. But humans don't. They can't understand me. Their frequency, their spiritual frequency and spiritual signature, and their spiritual consciousness and spiritual ears, if you want to call it that, they can't understand what I'm saying. They can't get it spiritually. Even if they sat here for a year or 2 years, they can't get it. When I'm speaking spiritual wisdom here, that is absolutely true that you can observe in this hell realm. Here's what they're hearing. It's akin to this. Underwater. And I'm doing that on purpose because it's a way of really making it hit home rather than just saying they don't understand me. It's like I'm speaking a different language, a lost language, underwater, that they can't read a book and learn or get a software program. There's no way for them to understand. It's not going to happen. I don't expect it to happen. I'm not delusional. I'm not hopped up on hopium. I don't think that everyone that comes here is going to get it. My message. And I know it's not the case. I know that thousands and thousands have come through the doors of my different various YouTube channels and not understood what I'm saying at all. At all. They might understand the very most basic surface smallest parts that I've spoken. And that's about it. That's about it. And most of them just condense things like the way Hank does. He'll just say, you talk to demons, you call it a hell realm, and that's it. That's like they boil it down to that, and they're at that level. They're at a demon-tard level. They're at a demon-tard level of consciousness. And spiritually, they're so different that it's not even like a dog trying to talk to a cat. It's more like the most beautiful, and I always go to this. I'm sorry if people get tired of hearing it, but I like hawks and eagles and ravens, of course. It's like the most beautiful large bird, maybe an owl. And they're a bird of prey, obviously. Owls are birds of prey. And they can see in the dark, and they're just very cool. They can fly with basically silent flight. They've even tried to measure them with the most sensitive microphones that we have. And it's just almost dead silence. They can fly silently. They're amazing. Owls are amazing. But it's like an owl trying to speak truth and esoteric truths and philosophy and spiritual wisdom to a slug or to a leech in a creek. It's not going to work. The owl is beautiful, intelligent, magnificent. They can turn their head backwards. They can see so well in the dark. They could spot a little mouse and they're way up in the air and it's dark, it's pitch black, and you're like, how the fuck could they see that and swoop down? Because they have vision, night vision, that's unlike ours. They're amazing. And they look beautiful. They look cool. And they seem to be spiritual. And slugs don't. And leeches don't. And maggots don't. And gross things don't to me. The gross shit on the ground crawling around is not going to understand the owl. They won't understand the owl that's soaring above in silent flight, a bird of prey at night, seeing in the dark, with all these amazing abilities and the ability to communicate with other owls, with their own language. The slug can't understand. These little demons that come to my channel can't possibly understand what I'm saying. They can't get it. And neither can the ones that are not fully demonic, the ones that just might be for right-wingers, that their whole thing is immigration. And they're one-topic truthers. I would never expect them to come here and get what I'm saying. It's not that I'd be shocked that, oh, well, they're calling themselves this and they come here and they don't get me. I'd never expect them to get me what I'm saying here. Most don't in this realm. I've been doing this for decades, long before YouTube was around, before YouTube was invented. Okay? Before YouTube, before Instagram, before Facebook, before MySpace, I was doing this. I was a truth seeker, truth speaker, truth researcher, publisher, someone that wrote and published truth. I had a website in the 90s. I had a zine that I created and published and wrote for. And I've written and published my writings in various countries of the world under various names. Okay? You don't have to understand, but I've been trying for a fucking lifetime to reach as many as I can. And I'm not shocked at this point because most cannot understand what I'm saying. I might as well be speaking a foreign language, a lost language underwater and saying, don't you understand? Like you don't understand. Most never will. So I'm trying to reach the ones that I can. I'm not under any illusions that I'm going to reach everyone or a massive amount. Or people come here and say, if you weren't this way, Stephen, if you didn't make fun of people, you'd have a big following or a big... That's bullshit. I'll never have a big audience. Bullshit. If I paid YouTube every day to advertise my channel, not for ads, not to monetize, but paid my money to promote my work and my channels and my videos, I'm not reaching people, no matter what. People don't get what I'm talking about. Again, the analogy, I might as well be speaking underwater a foreign language that's a lost language, an archaic language that is no longer used. There's almost no chance of a person coming across my channel and understanding what the fuck I'm talking about. And a lot of you just dip, a lot of the new ones, sorry, not you, a lot of new ones dip in and dip out. Just like that one earlier that I said ban her the next time she comes here. She's over there hanging out on Cynthia's channel. She's from the Demonverse. She prefers shit. I don't want to waste my time on that and energy and even commenting and seeing the reading the comments in the chat. It's just a waste of my energy. I don't want to do that. So again, if you see that one, what was the name? Peace Dynamo with the weird looking avatar that looked like some kind of lefty hippie or something. Stupid looking cartoonish avatar. Just ban them. Whether it's a guy or a girl, I don't care. Whatever it is. You see Margot here? Again, if she comes back, ban her / it, whatever it is. I don't care what it is. Get rid of it. Any of them. You know, I've never, I can honestly say, and I think everyone can agree, well, honestly say, but I can say put it in a better way of phrasing, I can say with almost complete certainty, I don't recall ever chastising or reprimanding or saying, oh, you shouldn't have banned this person, and coming down hard on any moderator for banning someone on any of my channels that I can remember. I trust my mods when they ban someone. I can't think of a single time where I said, you shouldn't have banned them, they're good, or, you know. Orphan Annie, that loser early on, said that I came down on her and said, ban more, or you're not banning enough. I never said that to her, but she said I wanted her to ban more people or something. I don't think most in this realm are good beings. I don't think that most that have shown up on my channel over the years are good. A lot of times their first comment here reveals that they're just a nasty piece of shit. They just come in firing away insults. They show up the way that a demon would in person. I wouldn't want them around me in person. I like people that have manners, that have politeness, that have manners, etiquette. I like beings that have morals and ethics. I don't want shit demons around me. I just don't want it. I don't want that around. I want quality around me here and in so-called real life. I'm selective. I have discriminating taste. And that bothers demons. They hate that. They'll say, he discriminates. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. He's racist. Call me racist if you want to. Go ahead. I love my people. That's my response to you calling me racist. I love my people. I love my people. I never said I hated anyone else, but I love my people. My people? They'll say, what do you mean my people? White people. European people. European stock. I love my people. Does that bother you, anti-whites? I guess it does. Good. I hope it does. I hope I'm a splinter in the brain of demons that hate white people. I hope it bothers them every day when they think of me. When they think of King Stephen, I hope they say, I fucking hate him. He's like a splinter in my brain and he just gets to me. Good. I hope I haunt you. You anti-white demons. You're the haters. Fucking demons. There's a lot of them in this realm. There's a lot of creepy creatures that hate white people. And that is the truth. And they show it. And they show it brazenly, openly, and often. they show it. Creepy creatures. Hello. I had a few questions for Jack. I just found this funny, okay? And they'll say, he's hating Jack. No, this is, get a sense of humor.
He's asking if you're tall enough to ride on roller coasters, Jack. Can you ride?
That was me asking Jack if he's tall enough to ride on roller coasters, because they always say Jack is short caught. So I was asking, hey, is he tall enough to ride on roller coasters? I thought it was funny.
On roller coasters?
It depends on the roller coaster.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously.
For me too. There are some roller coasters I'm allowed to ride, and there's one called Riddler's Revenge, which I'm not allowed to ride because.
So this was when Jack was calm and peaceful. I think he should move to New Orleans. I'm not kidding about that. For the ones that say, yeah, he was a lot calmer. He was a lot better towards people when he's in New Orleans. I noticed the difference. He's a lot better. And I think it would do him a lot of good. He's way less angry when he's around people. He's been socially isolated, and I think it has made him angry. When he was around Rose, he was a lot better. A lot better.
Because it would hurt my crotch because you have to be standing and there's something that goes in between your crotch, so I'll never.
Oh, it would hurt her crotch. Rose, please don't talk so much about your crotch. I had to say it. I mean, anyway, I'm laughing. I have to laugh because this place is so dark and evil and sad that we all, that's one of the rare times that I say we all, but we all need laughter. Everyone here needs laughter. And I don't care about the demons if they laugh or not. Fuck them. But good spirits need laughter in this place. Anyway, one more time for the ones that think, oh, Stephen, you're trying to wake up the world. No, I'm not. I've just openly said in a very clear, I think it was a very clear way, that I might as well be speaking a foreign lost language underwater. I don't expect it. I expect very few to understand what I'm saying because it's spiritual. It's not just about words and language, and it's not just mental and intellectual and consciousness. It's spiritual, and I just don't expect other spirits to understand what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't. And then there's other aspects. I don't expect them to have the focus, attention span, patience, desire to learn, the curiosity, spend the time, energy, all that goes along with learning. I don't expect that either from beings in this realm. I don't see most doing that. They'll fill their heads with 8 or 10 hours of shit every day, but they won't spend their time trying to study this realm and study things that are spiritual and meaningful.
I'm coming.
He said he's not a singer. He said that he doesn't sing. Yes, he does sing. Yes, he does.
Home, I'm coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home.
He's coming home. He's coming home. I don't know how he can sing with those teeth.
Let the rain wash away.
He is. There's the Cocoa Puffs. Look at this. Look at this. What a performance.
All the pain of. Can you imagine if Puff get released and you hear this song in the background? Kingdom awaits.
He's a fan of Puff Daddy. He watches him. He thinks he knows America better because he watches American rappers and Hollywood bullshit. He thinks he understands America watching American shit from South Africa. He's that much of a demon tard. He talks about Puff Daddy. Is that your hero? You're such a fool.
They're forgiving my mistakes. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home.
I almost feel bad because I dismantled someone that might just be mentally retarded, mentally disabled. I almost feel bad that I just thrashed someone that is, what's his IQ? Is it 70, 75? Is he average in South Africa? Is he around 77 maybe? Is he high IQ for Africa? Is he above average? Is he 80? Is he a whole 85? 90 maybe? Maybe he's really high IQ for a South African Negro. Maybe he's 90 IQer. But I almost feel bad because it's just like it's just you're not in my league. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. I'm coming. Oh, it's just what the fuck?
I'm going home tomorrow.
Yo, I hope my nigga can dance better than he can sing. God damn, what was that?
I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home. Let the rain wash away all the pain of. Can you imagine if Puff gets released and you hear this song in the background? Kingdom awaits. They're forgiving my mistakes.
Oh, the kingdom awaits. You came to my kingdom and you got destroyed.
I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home. I'm going home tomorrow.
I'm going to live stream this for you. I live streamed the post, and here it is. I'll read it for the ones that are not looking at the screen, that are just listening. At Benedictine the Truth, I tagged him, his channel. I tagged Benedictless. Be honest and don't be too humble. You do sing. Here, remember this? Here he is, Benedictine the singer. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. There you go. There you go. I tagged him right there. He's going to see that. So he said he doesn't sing. He lied and said he doesn't sing. Yes, you do. You're right there. You were singing. I remembered it. You can't hide. You can't lie and fool me. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. What's going on with Restream? Something weird was going on there. Just a second. Are we still? Is the audio still good? Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I've been streaming now for 10 hours and 14 minutes. I know these demons get tired after an hour or 2 hours that are younger than I am. Why don't they have any stamina and endurance? They start yawning and go, oh, I think I'm going to end it here. I'm just so worn out. I've live streamed a whole hour and 30 minutes. I'm just tired. And it's afternoon and they're just fucking worn. Like, what is wrong with these creatures? Have you ever heard of stamina? Creepy creatures. Creepy creatures. Creepy creatures. There are times that my intro music is 25, 30 minutes, and then I'll stream for 10 hours. I just don't get worn out easily. Vril power. License to vril. I have a license to vril. Vril. Virile. Stamina. Endurance. Viking strong. These weirdos that are just worn out from live streaming for 1 hour and speaking nonsense. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with them? These low T demons.
That means, you know, my intuition was right. I was talking.
So this is the trans voice, soy voice, this creature.
About somebody else. And person basically low-key, not really even low-key, like totally insulted me and said, yeah, I need somebody with more compatibility and more ambition. And it's like, fuck. Ambition. No, just because I don't have the, let's say, the ambition that somebody might be looking for, like being a part of the rat race and being a slave, a good little slave, then, you know, okay, well, fine. But I have, like, it's not that I wouldn't do things and I can't do things, because I can very well. And that's the thing. I think that because my self-concept has expanded and the self-love, which is what I really want this channel to be about, is stepping into your power. I think that's just completely shifting everything. I have a lot of ambition and I do a lot of things, and it's just kind of sad that somebody doesn't see that within me, but that's okay, you know, like those people aren't for you, friends or dating wise. Those people that don't see your worth and just want to basically essentially use you. Man, I would never.
So Mushroom, you have a lot of ambition. Why did you make this video? For what reason? To get sympathy? Why would you make a video like this? For what reason? Inside Canada's Indian metropolis. Now, why should there exist an Indian metropolis in Canada? Why? Why?
Canada has changed, and nowhere more so than Brampton, Ontario. 60 years ago, Brampton was a farming town of 18,000 people. Today, it's a metropolis of 750,000, a majority of whom are of Indian descent.
Well, we're now a minority and we never were before, so that's kind of a tough pill to swallow.
If there is a more immigrants came, we should be like a very happy. They sell amongst themselves, live amongst themselves, pay no taxes. I didn't see any discrimination since I came here.
How did this happen, and how did the locals feel about it? We went to find out. We'll get to the Indian side of Brampton, but the first thing we saw in the city was this.
You want to see reality? Go through these doors here, go downstairs, walk around, take a look what you see. It'll give you an idea what goes on in Brampton.
In this basement were dozens of homeless people, none Indian, looking for a free meal. We saw the same scene in every Canadian downtown we visited.
Hey, no video, no video. They told us inside that we were allowed to. Not here.
In the city center, everyone brought up how the city had changed. Some were happy, many were not.
It used to be a town of 28,000 people. Now it's got what? Probably got 1 million.
How much of that is from the growth of the city? You know, people moving here from other parts of Canada. How much of that do you think is from immigration?
All of it, and specifically out of one country. Just look around you. What do you see?
A lot of Indian people.
Right.
We didn't know there were rednecks in Canada, honestly.
More every day.
Why is that?
Because the way the country's going.
Say more about that. What do you mean?
Immigration. Like I came from Portugal. My dad was here before us. We have to have a visa. My father had to produce that he could support us when he come here. It's not like that anymore.
So you came here from Holland. How do you think your view of immigration is different from a lot of the people who are coming here now?
It took me a year to get a permit. Now, you just jump the border and you have filed for asylum. Canada is a sucker for that anyway. The country they lived in was a shithole. So why wouldn't they want to come somewhere that's the greatest country in the world? Sorry, guys. Guess if I was born there, would want to get out too. This used to be called the Flower Town. I don't know what it's called now.
And it's not called Brown Town for nothing.
You two gentlemen and myself, men of non-color, are the minority.
It used to be a multicultural city, and now it's kind of bicultural.
Do they assimilate?
Nope. You all have the right to live here, just like I want.
So do they assimilate? Nope. It's just mini India. That's what it is. So when people talk about Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan, Brampton is little India. That's what it is. It's almost all Indian. Brampton.
Nope. You all have the right to live here, just like I when I came here. I'm not prejudiced against anybody.
Do you think people would have voted for this?
Makes no difference. Politicians do what they want to do anyway, especially not if you have Trudeau.
They saturate the government. They get elected by their own kind.
Let's say you come over here as an illegal. If you go to the hospital, you're taken care of. It doesn't cost you a penny. While people that live over here, they get to pay an arm and a leg.
We had immigrants since the 30s. They simulated with everybody, paid taxes, worked hard, and built this country. The new Canadians, they sell amongst themselves, live amongst themselves, pay no taxes, and they abuse every system this beautiful country has to offer. It's bullshit. I think a lot feel that way, but they're not going to say it. I really don't give a shit anymore.
It wasn't just white people who expressed concern. This man of Pakistani descent said assimilation wasn't happening.
Okay, we were just talking to a guy over here. He prefaced it, he's like, I'm a redneck, so take this with a grain of salt. But he's saying, you know, there's a lack of assimilation with immigrants. Do you think there's any credence to that, or do you think
that's pretty true? I think the influx of immigrants and the ratio.
It's interesting the way they speak. Even when they agree, they disagree and say, no, that's true. No. They don't say yes. That's a cultural difference right there. Indians and that South African last night. Just no. Their first instinct is to respond with disagreement. No. Well, no doesn't mean you're in agreement at all. You're telling me, no, I disagree with you. Okay?
I think the influx of immigrants, that's pretty true. I think that
a grain of salt. But he's saying, you know, there's a lack of assimilation with immigrants. Do you think there's any credence to that, or do you think
that's pretty true? I think the
Do you think there's any credence to that, or do you think
that's pretty true? I think the influx of immigrants and the ratio of how we, or like me, were brought in was kind of over dominating. Because the economy couldn't siphon me in, I had to build my own little world. I opened a shop where I service clients that I know speak their language. We live by our own rules. They don't learn. I don't learn. I will service them how I know. So my grandfather came in the 70s, and if I tell anybody of my family that I can go days without speaking to anybody in English, they would be shocked, because they came in a time and they grew up in a time where dominant culture was Canadian. You can get away from being affected by policy or use policy to your advantage because you live in such a tight bubble.
A lot of our cities are kind of dying, the population's going down and whatever. Whereas you look at Brampton's population, it's like...
Because what you're seeing is face value. It's booming because you're next to the airport, immigrants land here, they will seek like-minded, like-skinned people. You can't look at this in a silo. It's a booming economy. That is why we have an upsurge of population. Maybe not. Maybe there's other questions that need to be asked from an economics lens.
Outside of downtown, Brampton looks like an endless AI-generated suburb.
How does Brampton even, if their economy's booming, help Canada anyways? So what? All the money's kept with the immigrants, whether legal or illegal. How does that help me or any Canadian? Anyone across Canada? It doesn't. So who gives a shit if their economy's booming in that one place that's all Indian? Doesn't help anyone else. Doesn't help the country.
Of subdivisions and strip malls. The rate of growth has exploded in the last 20 years, yet even Indians who've lived in Canada a long time aren't happy about it.
Your family immigrated here 50 years ago.
Correct.
So it's not like immigration here is anything new. This is decades old.
Yes, but what's happening right now with the immigration is we old people are not happy. We were called the package. We were not given the jobs. So we paved the path for the new immigrants. There's too much righteousness for everybody who's coming in now. For example, the students put the tents up there and saying we shouldn't be paying international student fees. But our kids were born here. When they go to another country, whether it's India or any other country to study, they're paying international fees. A lot of illegal colleges came up.
Illegal colleges, so they would essentially, someone would secure a student visa, come here to study, but it wasn't really studying.
I know when we go visit back home. There were boards after boards that we will get immigration to Canada, we will get immigration to Canada. Even though we tell them life is not the same anymore, that things are not the same anymore, the country itself is in recession, we are struggling ourselves. They don't listen, they think, you know, this is the land of opportunity, we just want to get here with a hook or crook.
Do you think it is safe to say there's kind of a generational divide between the more original immigrants and the newer immigrants?
Yes, definitely. We came with the mindset, we know we have to go there, we have to work hard. The ones who are coming here now, what they think we can get ahead because of the knowledge they have today. Can't just get overnight rich. You know, you can't go start robbing liquor stores and start robbing people on gunpoint and think, well, they have it, so I should have it too. We worked hard for it. It didn't come easy to us. The kids who are coming in, they're taking away our identity.
Okay, now if you're enjoying this video and you want that burning hot, home cooked, perfectly spiced, authentic news, you gotta subscribe to Roken News. Smash that subscribe button if you enjoyed this video. Thank you for watching.
Never been like that. Turn the country to communist country. I'm coming from Poland.
This man on the street. Yeah, they portray Trudeau as being very popular. They portray Canada as being kind of like a utopia in a way.
Never.
No.
He's never been like that. Turn the country to communist country. I'm coming from Poland, right? And that country was communist. I grew up in communist country. We did the same thing regime. So you can't speak up to anybody.
Brampton's like ground zero for immigration.
From India.
From India.
They're turning everything upside down. For example, my neighbor was 14 people living in this place. So the garbage and mess, you couldn't believe it.
Why do you think the government's letting this happen?
Trudeau brought everybody here.
Why?
With the NDP.
NDP, that's the party led by Jagmeet Singh.
That's right. He was the one who brought everybody here.
How do you think the immigration that's happening now is different from when you immigrated here?
I was working. These people don't work. They work for cash and they work for the people from India. You drive an Uber, for example. I was talking to a guy. I said, you have a Canadian license? Because you just say you just came here. No. And you drive an Uber? Yeah, they all look similar, so they're using somebody else's license. They immigrate him, the government give him hotels and place to stay. I said, are you joking right now? What happened with immigration in the 80s when we came? We got to work. Nobody cares. But these people don't work. We can't stand it because they're very dirty people. So they don't clean their own. And they never even cover the window. They walk naked, so it's kind of embarrassing.
Nearby, we spoke to one of his Indian neighbors.
This is a beautiful city and I like so much about things. I came here as a student. I came here from India.
What does it mean to be Canadian?
It's proud to be Canadian, yeah. Every person living here in Canada is worth it. Honestly, I didn't see any discrimination since I came here from like 7 years. And I don't feel any difference between India and Canada.
If you stayed in India, if you never came, would your life there, do you think you'd be poorer? I mean, what would be the difference?
Life in India is more easy for us. In India, if one person is earning and doing job, whole family can sit and eat. Here, each and everyone has to work. If you are a Canadian, you're gonna pay $2,400 for your semester fees. If you are an international student like me, I have to pay $8,100 for same semester and same study.
So then why did you decide to come to Canada?
For better future actually. In India, we really had less job opportunities. For example, I was a registered nurse in India. So I got better opportunities here as a nurse. Wife is RN and I passed the exam as RN. So
you're
life
both
is
nurses.
pretty easy now.
What some people say is that a lot of people come here and they don't want to work. And they want free stuff and they want free healthcare and free this and that. They only want to work for cash.
If you work like on a cash and you didn't pay tax, then it's really difficult for government to run the city.
Let them take over the country as long as they work and pay taxes. Who cares, right? That's the attitude of most people. Who cares as long as they work and pay taxes?
I didn't even work on a single day on a cash.
Hundreds of thousands of people like this man have come from India to Brampton, and with them have come hundreds of temples. Some are huge and new, others have taken over old structures like this church.
So it says here that this actually became a church in 1876. The issue is there. That's
There's that stupid Ganesh, that stupid elephant-faced god that they have.
This is for you. For us? Yeah. What kind of snacks do we get? Okay, we got a banana, and we got a box of Indian sweets. Have to dig into these a little bit. Purely vegetarian. Pure veg Rajdhani. Nice people.
I wouldn't eat them. I wouldn't eat them. Piña, coña, na, na. Piña, coña, coña. Fuck them. Throw them in the garbage.
Because, let's be clear, there's more of those than there are of the others.
What steps do we have to take to get ourselves out of this situation? Because, I mean, the Muslims, the Indians, they're breeding like rabbits, right? They have like 8 kids each. And then if you look at the European birth rates, it's like 1.5 per woman. So is it even possible to reverse that, or is it too late?
No, it's never too late. It's very much possible. It's just got to be done in stages. So at the moment, the general public, in terms of what's safe and okay to support, they support the deportation of all illegal immigrants, regardless of when they come over. They deport all of the foreign criminals. That's what I would call stage 1 of remigration. So once all of that's been carried out, that gives us a little bit of breathing room. It doesn't make a huge difference in terms of demographic change because the legal immigrants are the problem, but it does create a sort of environment where people are okay with deportations. They go, oh, it's not too bad. This person's gone home now. We didn't really notice any difference. Then they'll start looking at legal immigration and go, there's still the problem there. We're going to have to get rid of these people. And it's a case of doing it stage by stage. If you start going around and say, although I'm quite guilty of this because I try to drag the window, but if you're trying to sell it to someone who doesn't understand immigration, that they've all got to go from day one, they're not going to listen to you. But if you break it down into barriers and you say, this person's got to go because, look, there's foreign criminals here. These people that are not even working, why are they in our country? They're just taking all our resources. And you start going down these avenues, people understand what you're talking about, and they start supporting it. And it doesn't sound so radical, but it's just a case of getting that first stage over the line, which is deporting all the illegal immigrants. Even left-wing Labour government we've got now are starting to deport illegal immigrants, so that ball's rolling. Once that hurdle's been jumped over, then it's anyone's business. I would never say it's too late, nowhere near. We're still 74% of the population. We've got a long time yet.
How did we get to this point? How did the powers that be convinced, the general person that they should be guilty of being white? You were colonizers, you owned slaves. How did we get to this point? And kind of, I guess, what are the first steps someone can take to kind of get out of that mindset?
Hey, Footprints, good to see you. He asked him about colonizers. I was called a colonizer last night by Benedictless, the Negroid from South Africa.
So you could discuss this all day long, really, couldn't you, on how it started and who's behind it and so forth. But ultimately, it's propaganda that's the main priority towards this. And then that ripples through to the schools, into the unions, into the workplaces, into every sort of environment. And then there creates a culture, because that narrative's so set in stone, creates a culture that anyone steps outside of that is seen as a radical and seen as a racist and extremist. And it sort of group thinks that person to not speak like that, because everyone will turn on them and go, you can't say that, you can't say that, how dare you say that? And then everyone else listens to that and thinks, I better not say that, I don't want to be the outsider in the group. And it's sort of that sort of mentality that snowballed throughout an entire nation until we've reached a point we've reached now where entire generations are turning back and saying, no, we reject all of this. Whether there's truth to any of it or not is irrelevant. Everyone just rejects it outright and wants everything gone, reversed back to what it should have been like, where it should be just our people in our country, putting our people first. And that's kind of what's going to happen. But in terms of how you reverse it and how you change everyone's mindset, if I had the answer, mate, we'd already be fixed.
Yeah. What would you do with the people who have like mixed kids, or like they're partially British? What's the threshold? Like where do the people who are, you know, mixed with everything go?
So, this one gets me in trouble, so I have to be careful how I answer it. I don't care whether you're mixed race, because I don't see you as fully English. Whether that's controversial or not, I don't care. If you've got a Jamaican father or an African father or a Chinese father, you're Chinese. You may have an English mother, but you are not English. You're something else. If you have a German Shepherd, you breed the two together. You no longer have a German Shepherd or a Labrador. You have something different entirely. And my problem is with this, whilst yes, it's a small minority of the country at the moment, if this demographic climbs, increases and starts becoming 5-10% of the population, there's serious questions that need to be asked. So ultimately, yes, we have to nip this in the bud. Personally, I would support them if I had the power, but I wouldn't go out the streets and campaign to get rid of everyone, because it's a non-starter from day to day. If we can get to a 95% white Britain, I'd be happy with that. I wouldn't be dancing over the moon, but I wouldn't have to go out on the streets and campaign against this anymore.
What are the biggest differences racially between us? Is it skin color?
No. Skin color is just a manufactured of it. It's behaviour, it's IQ, it's everything down to diet, down to bone structure. There's a lot more of it. Of course, skin color is different as well, and that's the obvious factor. And so everyone goes, oh my god, he's black, he's white, you hate him because he's black. Technically, yes, but not because of the colour of their skin. It's because of their behaviour and the way they act, and they shouldn't be in our country. I wouldn't care. If you was an African and you was in Africa, you do you, mate. I don't care. That's where you should be. But when you're in the UK and you're sitting here and you're doing all your tribal dances and you're eating all your barley rice and stuff, and then you're telling us that we should be apologising to you because of our past, and it's like, no, we're very proud of our past. We do it again. It's like, why are you here? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you can go down the IQ arguments and you can go down every other argument, but the reality is, every race has their own continent for a reason. It should stay like that.
What do you say to people who say this is like a natural process of evolution, and eventually everyone's just going to have to, I guess, merge together?
But it's not natural because it's forced. This isn't something that's happening naturally. It's not like people are just randomly arriving in the UK because they went for a stroll. These people are being encouraged and brought to the UK on the promise of incentives and housing and so forth. This isn't something that's happening naturally. If it was something that's happening naturally, we could put barriers in place to stop it.
Okay. What are some things you are working personally in the future? Are you?
Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate.
Walks running down the street, people way down low. Ain't no sound but the sound of his feet. Machine guns ready to go. Are you ready? Hey, are you ready for this? Are you standing on the edge of your seat? Out the doorway, the bullets river to the sound of the beat. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Sing. Another one bites the dust. Sing. Sing. Another one bites the dust. And another one gone, and another one gone. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust.
Hey, let me get you too. Come on, demons, bring it on. Come on, demons, come over here. Come over here.
There's words that I can't say. There's stupid rules of fucking game. I'm listening to my favorite rap song, and I just want to sing along, nigga. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm all by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga. Well, hard on. I don't care if you get your feelings hurt. Your reaction to the word is worse. I'm just trying to celebrate black art. Now please step away from my car, nigga. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm all by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga. Well, hard on. Gonna say Nick, gonna say Nick. Gonna say Nick, gonna say Nick. I sing the N-word every time I hear it. Don't blame me, I didn't write the lyrics. I'm not a hater, I just love rap songs. Please just let me sing along, nigga. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm all by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga. Well, hard on. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm all by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say
Thank you,
nigga.
DJ Jesus.
Well, hard on. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah.
Thank you, DJ Jesus.
And I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga. Well, hard on.
Thank you, DJ Jesus. Thanks for the songs. That was DJ Jesus with the music. We have every kind of Jesus. Every kind of Jesus here. We've got more Jesuses than you can shake a Jesus stick at. Nobody has more Jesuses than here. We have the greatest diversity of Jesuses. Jesus Christ. Every kind of Jesus. Got DJ Jesus. Got Viking Jesus. Got Dolphin Jesus. We've got Mexican Jesus. We've got Russian Jesus. Eskimo Jesus. We've got junkie Jesus. We've got homeless Jesus. We've got Jesus everywhere. You've never seen so many Jesus around. But thank you to DJ Jesus for that music. You know, I think some of the Christians are pissed off with me on YouTube. I think there might be a few Christians that are upset with me. They're triggered. Well, so be it. Kiss my crazy ass. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. And there's not a damn thing you Christians can do about it. You've tried to reduce Western civilization to a bunch of wimps. And I make no apologies for all the Jesus characters. For Damon Jesus. Got every kind of Jesus here. Fire and brimstone Jesus. I'm not going to apologize to you stupid ass Christians for all the Jesus characters. More Jesuses than you could shake a crucifix at. DJ Jesus dancing while cooking bacon. We bring the bacon. The immigrants don't like bacon. I was on a panel the other day and some Jew was talking about how they don't like bacon. Well, I'm going to eat more bacon. I love bacon. Bacon, pork chops, roast pig, pork loin roast, you name it. Pork sausages. Only losers hate bacon. You'd have to be a loser to hate bacon. You'd have to be a goddamn loser to hate bacon. Am I right? I think I'm right. You'd have to be a loser to hate bacon and be a vegan pineapple head. To be a vegan pineapple head, you'd have to be a loser. Just a loser. Am I right? Yeah, King Stephen, you're right. You're right. Bacon is incredible. It's incredible. Thank you. Thank you, Mike Tyson. You're welcome, King Stephen. Thank you, Mike. Thanks for coming on multiple times here tonight. I love bacon. I love bacon. Yes, Wendy, I agree. Make it compulsory. You can't live in the West without eating bacon and eggs. Float them away on doors. You don't like bacon? Get the hell out of here. If they don't like bacon, get them out of here. Get them out of here. I'll float them away on doors and they can go to Pineapple Head land. They can go live with the Pineapple Head. They can go to Africa or some Muslim Middle Eastern shithole country. They can go to Israel. 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 They sound like Hebrew, like they got phlegm in their throat. It sounds awful. The Hebrew language is terrible. The Hebrew language sounds like Satan with a frog in his throat and a cold. It sounds terrible. It sounds stupid. It sounds absolutely stupid. I think Hebrew as a language is terrible. Terrible. I don't even want to be in a realm where that's spoken. They don't like bacon, and their language absolutely sucks. Their language absolutely sucks. I'm not trying to piss off every Christian and every Jew and every Muslim on earth. I'm just good at it. I'm multitasking right now. I'm drawing Muhammad with Jesus. I'm not trying to piss them all off. I'm just good at it. Fuck them. Fuck them. They're a bunch of fucking idiots. These religiotards, these demon-tards. Fuck them. Fuck them. And their stupid holy books. Stupid. They're stupid. They're stupid. The books that they call holy. It's a waste of trees. Hold on, I'm drawing Muhammad with Jesus right now. I'm drawing a cartoon. I'm not trying to piss them off. I'm just a natural at it. I don't have to try. I don't have to try hard. I just piss off these idiots. These demon-tards, religiotards. These haters of bacon, these fucking idiots from the Middle East. They're stupid. They're smelly. They're stupid. They're not fit to be in the West, to be in Western civilization. They're savages. They're not civilized. They're not civilized. They're cretins. Cretins. Cucarachas, as the Mexicans say. They're cucarachas. La cucaracha, la cucaracha. They're putos, as the Mexicans say. Putos. Fuck them. They're unfit and undeserving to be in the West. Float them away on doors. That's my solution for them. Float them away on doors. And send them over to Pineapple Head land. The one on the screen. He got destroyed on my last live stream. About 24 hours ago or what, over that. He got destroyed. He got destroyed with the truth. That's all I have to do is speak the truth, and the demons get devastated. Now I want to share something with you all. And I do love you all. I shared this earlier, but I'm going to share this before I go to bed tonight. And I want you to watch the earlier part of the stream. If you can, I know it's a long stream. It's a decent length. We're at 10 hours, 56 minutes coming on, approaching 11 hours. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. This is a castle This is a castle in Germany, in Bavaria. Neuschwanstein. I'm very bad at pronouncing that. I'm sorry to the German speakers. I do not have your language mastered by any means. So I'm sorry, but flattened like a Cocoa Puff yesterday. Yes, he got destroyed. Did you see it, Wendy? Did you see the destruction of that Cocoa Puff? This is a gorgeous, magnificent, stunning castle in Germany. There are castles all over Europe that our people built. This one was built in the late 1800s, but we've been builders of castles for centuries. Centuries upon centuries. We are builders of castles. We are builders. We are creators of beauty. Who do I mean by we? White people, European people, European stock. We created civilization, period. We did. Us, our ancestors. We are builders of castles. We are builders of beauty. We are inventors. We created civilization. We built civilization. This realm everywhere would be savage without us. It would be unbearable. We are builders. We are builders of castles. They lie to us and they lie to our children and they say we have no culture. Look at the screen. This is part of our culture. This is European culture. This is the European spirit on the screen. I want you to understand this. I want you to understand what I'm speaking about. And I'm really serious about this. I want you to understand. I'm going to show another image. Germany has many castles. So does Great Britain and all of Europe. We are builders of castles. We are builders of cathedrals. We are builders of bridges and great architecture. Various types of architecture in homes, buildings, music halls, cathedrals, Capitol buildings. Look at what's on the screen. Do you find that in Sudan, in Nigeria, in Kenya, in Somalia, in Ethiopia, in Liberia, in the Congo, in Zimbabwe, in South Africa? No, you don't. And you won't. There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. The European spirit, our consciousness, our mind, our spirit is different. It's different. It's breathtaking architecture, but it's beyond that. It reflects who and what we are. It shows us. You're looking at the European spirit, one example of it. European spirit. Yes, just that's what they build. Shanty towns, mud huts, shit huts, dung huts. They're burning camel dung and elephant dung. And they're building shanty towns with scrap metal and garbage, and they don't have plumbing. This is what we build. And we don't just build buildings and castles and towers and walls. We do that. We do that very well, better than anyone. We build magnificent, beautiful, breathtaking castles and homes and cities. and cathedrals and music halls and all sorts of things. Colosseums, arenas. We can build anything. But we're not just builders. We're different in here, spiritually, in here. In here. We're not just different with what we build. We're not just different because we have ballet and we have chess and we have music halls. We have symphonies. We have art and culture, European painting and drawing and museums and art galleries. They don't have that in the fucking Congo and in Ethiopia and Liberia and Zimbabwe. It's not just the buildings. It's not just the buildings, and it's not just the art, and it's not just the culture, and it's not just the nights that we've had and the warriors. We're different. The European spirit is different. We're built differently from them. I don't care if it hurts them to hear that we're different. I don't care who's triggered. I don't care who's offended. I don't care who gets enraged and pissed off and jealous and envious. These demons can't handle the truth. We're different. The European spirit is different. It is unique. It's a gift to this world. They should be thanking us. You notice that asshole last night could not thank me and he didn't even have to thank me personally, thank white people. He wouldn't thank white people. He wouldn't say, thank you, Europeans, for the internet. Thank you for the telephone. Thank you for electricity. Thank you for what you've given to us. Thank you. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't even thank me for my donation on his shit channel, his stream before he went live here. He wouldn't say it. He wouldn't say, thank you, King Stephen. Thank you to the Sanity Machine for donating $5 Canadian. He'll never get another dime out of me. I wanted to show you how ungrateful these niggas are. No thank you from him during his live stream. Our spirit is different. Our European spirit is different. It isn't just the mind. It isn't just IQ differences. It isn't just differences in how we are caring and polite and generous. And we're not savage and go by our impulses and violent like animals. It isn't just that. It isn't just differences in art and culture and architecture and all the beauty that we add to this realm. Beauty, technology. Everywhere you look at what Europeans have done. Look at what we built and given this world. And as I said earlier, we are the most diverse with hair colors, eye colors, the way we look. Swedish women, for example, look different from British women, from French women, from women from the Czechoslovakia, the Czech Republic. Irish women, a red-headed Irish woman looks different from a blonde-haired Polish woman from Eastern Europe. And it's not just the West. I respect and love our Eastern Europeans as well. And I love the way they have rejected mass immigration. They fight against it. I love the European spirit. Without Europeans, this would be a hellhole. Worse than any of you can imagine. It would be that bad. And it's not as simple as saying, remove this invention, remove electricity, remove the printing press. remove the telephone, remove this, remove that, remove this. We invented this, we gave you this. It's beyond that. It's beyond that. Civilization. We created civilization. That's us. We built modern civilization. That's us. We're not just builders of castles. We built modern civilization, the European spirit. The European spirit. And I have a strong spirit. Live streaming now for 11 hours. Let's see one of these weaklings go live for even an hour or two, and they're exhausted. We're not the same. We're not equal. No such thing as equality. You look at what's on the screen and compare it to anything that Black Africans have made anywhere. No comparison. No such thing as equality except in mathematics. Like 2 + 2 = 4 using the equal sign. That's it. Otherwise, it's meaningless in terms of people and consciousness and spirits. We're not equal. Just like the mud huts are not equal to this. This splendor, this wondrous, amazing, breathtaking beauty, this magnificence on the screen. This is the European spirit shining through, showing you visually. Look, appreciate, admire. And they don't, the others don't appreciate us and what we've given. They show it. Every chance they get, they show it. They mock us. They're ungrateful. They call us colonizers. They destroy what we build. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this hell realm. But I do not want European children, European stock, no matter where they are in the realm. They could be living in Australia and they're still European stock. Okay? They could be living in Canada and they are European stock. They could be living somewhere in Tennessee or Kentucky, USA, or Mississippi or Alabama. They could be living in Georgia. They could be living in New York City in a hellhole of multiculturalism. They could be living in freaking Los Angeles. White European stock, anywhere. In Canada, New Zealand, Australia, anywhere. They could be living down in Brazil and they're European stock. They don't deserve to be hated and demonized and blamed and vilified. And I don't want that for children, grandchildren, for your children, I don't have any children. I refuse to bring in children into this place. That's my choice. And I'm not faulting the ones that did. Because they probably would have ended up here as spirits anyway, with parents that probably weren't as good or wouldn't have been as good as you, the ones here listening to me. Good spirits on my channel. They were coming here into this realm one way or another, and they could have had it much worse in this hell realm. But what I'm saying is, I don't want this place chasing down the last white child with hatred, with envy, with blame, false guilt, demonization. I know what this realm is, but I also know that what our ancestors have done, European men and women, tried to build the best places they could for their children and future generations. And it should not be destroyed and overwhelmed and made evil and made demonic and degenerate and made violent and unsafe for European children. It's wrong. As I mentioned earlier, the Scottish girls and the one with the hatchet and the big knife, They should never have to arm themselves in Scotland. Scotland is for the Scots. Okay? And I would stand on at a podium on a stage, and I don't like public speaking. I don't like it at all. But would I get the guts to stand there and face a crowd and say this? Yes. I'd stand on a stage in a stadium and say this, even if I'm hated for saying it, even if all of them hate me and rage against me and yell and make threats. I'm standing by what I say, and I'd stand on a mountaintop and say it. The European spirit is beautiful. And they don't deserve it in this realm. They're ungrateful for what we are, not just what we built, for what we are. That's how far I'll go. Not just us being builders of civilization. We invented civilization. That's us. That's Europeans. And we are the greatest builders in this realm of castles, cathedrals, cities, homes, music halls. What's our culture? Symphonies, ballets, castles, architecture. It goes on. Painting, European painting, art. We have the best art and culture. They say we have none. We have the best, the most elegant and beautiful and sophisticated and civilized. We have the most amazing art and culture in history. That's why they hate us and say we have no culture. They say white people don't have any culture. They're lying to our children. It's despicable. It's atrocious. Just like they lie about me and say all I do is trash people, that I don't have any truth on my channel. I have more hours of truth than they'll ever go through. Not just truth, spiritual wisdom. Spiritual wisdom. They lie about us and say we need diversity. We're not diverse enough. We have the most diversity, Europeans, with eye color, hair color, the looks of a Slavic person versus a Celtic person. Diversity. Beautiful diversity within Europeans. Red hair, green eyes, blue eyes, blonde hair, brunettes, skin tones, all various types of skin tones. From Ireland to Sweden to Germany to France to Greece to Rome. Eastern Europe, Western Europe, Northern Europeans. Some people would say, well, you shouldn't say you're the best, though. Or, yes, we are the best. We are the best. Why shouldn't I say we're the best? We are the best. I'm giving Wendy the tingles. Her spirit has the tingles. I love it. We are the best. And as I mentioned earlier in the this live stream, a lot of other races see white women as the most beautiful, the most attractive. And they also, by the way, see white men as the most handsome. Other races, Hispanic women and men, Asian, the browns, the yellows, and even the blacks. When they vote on who's the most attractive, it's not Europeans forcing it down anyone's throat. They've done studies on this. They're drawn to light skin. Even tribes that don't have television and Hollywood movies, I could go there and they would be admiring my pale skin, my Viking northern skin, and my green blue eyes, which they probably have never seen because most other races just have dark eyes, either brown or black. That's it. Almost no variation. And then their hair color, black. Dark hair, dark eyes. Not light hair, not light eyes. Not light skin. Light skin picks up more light. There's more variation. We can glow in the sunlight. Look, we can look angelic, Europeans. And there's a reason why we're admired and sometimes envied and hated for our beauty, for our intellect, for our ingenuity, our imagination, our creativity, our brilliance, our beauty, our brilliance. We're envied and hated because they can't be us. They can't be us. Pissants can't be Vikings. Africans can't build bridges. They need Europeans to come and build their bridges for them, and or Chinese construction companies. They can't do it themselves. When the white farmers leave Zimbabwe, they starve. They can't feed themselves. Millions go hungry and they beg, and then they'll say, well, it's our government. Why don't you grow your own food? See, I would leave them to their own devices. You resent us, you call us colonizers, you say you don't need us, good. Goodbye. Goodbye. And I would fund the farmers that say, well, we can't leave, Stephen. I have $1 million farm. I think our country should pay them and give them land over here. I'm not kidding about that. I would do that in a heartbeat if I was running America or Canada. I would say, you know what? You got a spot here. You guys are great farmers. You don't have to live that way and be unappreciated by the niggas that hate you and make threats against you and try to steal your land and then beg you to come back when they're starving. Fuck them. Come over here. We'll give you acreage. You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding at all. I would find them land somewhere, if it was in Canada or America, or if they wanted somewhere warmer, be some southern part of Europe, somewhere. But yeah, I would get them out of there. And the ones that want to leave South Africa, the farmers that are afraid and want to leave, are the ones that just are harassed and say, I'm done. I'd say, guess what? You've got a place here. Got a place here. Let them starve. You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding at all for the ones that say he must be trolling. Not at all. You resent us, you hate us, you make violent threats, you chant, you sing, you have these great big gatherings with 100,000, 200,000 that hate white farmers. I would treat them with a hero's welcome. That's what I would do. And say, you are welcome here. Fast track to citizenship. You want to become a citizen? Fast track. You're not going through all the hoops. Beautiful white people, whether they're farmers in Zimbabwe or in South Africa or anywhere else there. I would basically say, fuck them. Don't feed the niggas anymore. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve our help, our money, our charity, our food, whether it's given to them or sold to them. They don't deserve it. And I'm not joking. They have shown that they just want to vilify us. When we give them money, they don't thank us. They're not grateful. When we donate clothing, when we donate all kinds of money to their, whether it's in 1980s Ethiopia to save them from starving, when have they ever been fucking grateful? They're not today, and I haven't seen gratitude or heard it from them. Hatred, envy, calling us colonizers, blaming us, saying we exploit them. Fuck them. That's my attitude. And if I could inspire millions of white people to nod their heads and agree and go, you know what? This guy's making sense. He's speaking sense. He's speaking truth. Fuck them. Stop helping them. Why are you helping people that hate you and that wish harm upon you and your children and murder white farmers? Why would you want to help them? I don't want to help them. And I'm not being hypocritical. I realize people, idiots that will tune in for 5 seconds will say, well, you gave a $5 Canadian donation to Benedict. Oh, I did, to prove a point, to show you something. He didn't say thank you at all. He read it blasé. He didn't say it was a donation. He didn't even mention I gave him money. He just read the super chat, the words, in a very monotone tone and moved along. He didn't say thank you, Stephen. He knows my name. He didn't say thank you to the Sanity Machine. He didn't say the Sanity Machine gave me $5. He didn't acknowledge money at all on his live stream. And that's typical. I wanted to show you something. I could give money to Haiti, to Haitians. I could give enough money to build homes in Haiti. I'm not kidding about that. I could feed. I'm not doing that, though. They wiped out the white people. They hate white people. I'm not supporting haters of European stock anywhere in this realm anymore, ever. The ones that hate English, British people, the ones that hate French people, anywhere on earth, the ones that hate German people, any Germanic peoples, Nordic, including all the Germanic tribes, Celtic people, I don't care what kind of European stock you are. I'm not supporting people or races that hate us. I'm not doing it. They make all kinds of lies and false claims about us. They blame us for everything. If we don't feed them, they blame us. If we don't clothe them and house them, they blame us. If we don't go into their countries, they blame us. If we go into their countries and build fucking post offices and railways and hospitals and all sorts of infrastructure, colonial buildings, they hate us and blame us. They don't maintain it. It all rots and gets destroyed. Of course, that's obvious. But they also hate us and say we exploited them. There's no winning with them. Whether you help them, don't help them, you go into their country, you don't go into the country, you feed them or you refuse to feed them, there's no winning with them. They're demons. They're ungrateful fucking demons. And they lie about everything and warp it and cry victim. When they'll sit there and lie and lie. You saw what he did last night. That's typical. That's the African spirit that you saw last night here. And I was trying to show you something. Beyond Benedictless. Benedictless the liar should be his YouTube name. I told him to change his name because he's not about the truth. I told him when he was live here he should change his name of his YouTube channel. And he just does a big smile and shows his weird teeth. But what I'm getting at, it's not just him. I was showing you the African spirit, not just South African. I don't give a shit if you're from the Congo or Liberia or Somalia or Ethiopia or Sudan or Nigeria. I don't care. Don't care. Because they've shown what they are. It's not just him. And it's also Black Americans that will say, well, we're not African, we're Black Americans. Well, what do they think of white people? Most of them hate you. Some of them, over a million, it might be many millions, are open about hatred for you. They openly hate white people. Black Americans openly hate white people. Now it's not all. And that's where white people are way too tolerant. And they'll say, not all, Stephen. Not all hate us. Hashtag not all. Well, just millions. It doesn't have to be all. It doesn't have to be all of them hating you for them to murder white children. You got to wake up, some of you. They shouldn't be in the same country with us. They don't belong with us. They don't belong with us. Can they tell the truth? Can they give Europeans credit for anything? No. Can they thank Europeans when they're asked to thank Europeans or thank white people? Can you publicly on my channel, Negro, thank white people? Can't do it. He wouldn't do it. I gave him multiple chances. I asked him a few times. He wouldn't do it. They'll call us colonizers, but they won't thank us. It's not just him. It's millions. And some of you will have to learn the hard way by them harming you. I don't want that to happen. I'm trying to prepare you and warn you so that you're not naive. The one that stabbed the Ukrainian girl in the neck in Charlotte, I'm bad with remembering names, but I think her name was Irina, a Ukrainian blonde. They show you. He said, I got the white girl. I got her. I got the white girl. After he stabbed her in the neck for no reason other than she's white and he hates good-looking white women. She was a blonde, white girl or woman, young woman, very young, looked to be to me. Very small, sitting there by herself, and he was a predator. A disgusting, violent demon. And people make all kinds of excuses. I showed earlier tonight, there's a white woman saying it's our city that killed her. The city of Charlotte did not murder her. Okay? And I'm just tired of all the excuses that are just absurd and ridiculous. Cities don't kill people. And it wasn't public transportation. It wasn't a malfunction. It wasn't a door that crushed her. It was a black demon that did it. That's what it was. You know, whether you want to hear that because it's true or not is up to you. A lot of people don't want to hear the truth. But that is the truth. And then they'll come out with all their stupid shit. Well, you hate them. You this, you that. I'm just saying what he did. You racist. You this, you that. Why don't you just focus on what he did? I haven't hurt anyone. He stabbed an innocent, young, defenseless woman from behind with a weapon in her neck and watched her and with glee bleed out. Ended her life. And some of you demons will be here saying, you racist. You show what you are. You're demonic. You support demons. And I stand against demons. I'm the opposite of you. So anyone that says I'm the same as whatever, you're wrong. I have a track record of a lifetime here of standing against evil, going back to me being a toddler and speaking out against evil that I witnessed. I've always fought against evil in this realm. And some of you that lurk on my channel are with evil. You support evil. And you're going to pay. You're going to get what you deserve. And I can't wait for that. There's probably some demons listening right now. Some demonic filth that supports evil. And that sits there, you're racist, King Stephen. You're this. You hate them. And blaming me for what? What have I done? I haven't murdered anyone. I haven't done what the demons do that you support, you fucking pieces of shit. You vile, nasty demons. You warp, twist, spin everything. Vile creatures. Do you know how many beautiful European children have been harmed, murdered, kidnapped, tortured by demons in this place? Do you even know the scale of it? How many have been attacked and gunned down and stabbed and brutalized and kidnapped and tortured and burned and everything else? It's not reported in the news. It doesn't make international news. The media doesn't care about my people, the controlled media. The matzo ball soup media. The tiny hat media. I don't want European children, no matter where they live, to be in fear and having to arm themselves against these brutal, sick, demonic invaders. Anywhere. Scotland, UK, down to Australia, over to all the way up to Germany, Northern Europe, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, Canada, United States. I don't want children, European children, to be afraid like that, having to live that way. Should not be happening. There also shouldn't be any European children east to west in poverty anywhere. We've created so much wealth and it's been stolen and given away. Trillions of fucking dollars, trillions and trillions and trillions. There shouldn't be any white children going hungry anywhere on earth. Anywhere. Anywhere. Ever. Ever. If I was given a position of power, the changes I would make heads spin around. You'd look at people and say, I didn't know people could behave like owls. The heads are spinning. You wouldn't believe it. The changes I would make. People that think, oh, Donald Trump made change. He hasn't made any changes. I never hear him speak about white people and saying, I'm going to do this for white people. He's talking about, I did this for Negroes. I did this for blacks. I do this for Hispanics. They cater. Always politicians cater. When was the last time you heard a politician on the world stage anywhere say, I'm going to do this for white people? I'm supporting white people. I'm supporting my people. You'll never hear it. In the UK, Canada, USA, Australia, they never say it. They'll never say that. They'll never say that. They'll never be a politician, a prime minister of Great Britain saying, you know what? I'm here to represent white people. I'm going to do this for white families, for white men. I'm going to do this, and for white women and white children are on my mind. I'm going to fix this. I'm going to start saying white children, white people, white British. No, they don't put you first. They don't even mention you. And they don't do that in America or Canada. This is a pattern worldwide with politicians, these fucking stooges, these puppets of evil. Things would be so different. And I've mentioned this before. You'd see floating doors, flotillas of doors being dragged out over the horizon with big tugboats with ropes and towing, thousands of them. Each tugboat would have thousands. They'd be able to, they can tow great big cruise ships. Tugboats can move huge ships. Well, they'd be towing these fucking floating doors. And that's what you'd see. And people would be like, I can't believe this. It's so inhumane. You should have been buying them first class plane tickets to fly back home on Arab airlines and shit. No, I'm not doing that. I'd be telling you as the public, no, I'm not spending millions of your dollars to get rid of people that hate you. I won't do that to you. I won't spend millions and millions and millions and hundreds of millions and maybe $1 billion or more to get rid of them. Like some of you think, well, we got to spend money, we got to pay them to leave. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not spending your money. I'm trying to save your money so that it goes onto your tables and in your fridges and feed your children. That's what I'm doing. I'm taking the least expensive way to get rid of them. They hate us? Well, they don't belong here. They don't belong here even if they say they don't hate us. Regardless, they're leaving. Do you mean voluntarily? They'd say, do you mean voluntarily, Stephen? No, they're leaving, period. They're leaving. How about that? How about saying something strong and meaning it for once? If I was running Great Britain, I'd say they're leaving, period. Well, how are you going to get them to leave? Are you going to... No, door to door. We'd be knocking down doors and fucking pulling them out. And you're leaving. It's time to go. There's an intro of a old Pink Floyd song. I think it was on the Dark Side of the Moon album. Time to go. Time to go. Time to go. I might even play that over loudspeakers if I was running the show. And the lefty cops that say we're not doing that, we're not deporting them, well, you're leaving too. Their heads had spin. Leaving? What are you talking about? Yeah, you're leaving. You're not staying here. You're traitors. You're disloyal, you fuckers. You're leaving. You cops that supported this shit and don't want to arrest them or deport them or be involved, and you did nothing to stop the grooming gangs, you let all that go on, you're leaving on doors. And you're lucky that you're not in dungeons, you fuckers. I would take the toughest stance. The Freemasonic halls, oh, they would be stormed. All of these places, these secret societies, they'd be ended. Ended is a nice way of putting it. It's a nice way of putting it because it wouldn't be nice. It would be justice, and justice isn't nice or pretty. It doesn't have to be. What about the banksters? Oh, they'd be taken care of as well. They'd be taken care of as well. All right. It wouldn't be a tea party for them. And the upper classes that went along with all of this and profited and made hundreds of millions or billions of dollars, they'd be taken care of as well. All the traders. Including, they'd say, Stephen, including the ones that rented out their migrant hotels and became a billionaire from the government spending our money to house these migrants and fill up entire hotels, luxury hotels in England. You take care of those hotels, they'd be taken care of. 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 Some of them would be taken care of in the fucking Tower of London or medieval ways. They'd be taken care of. I don't have sympathy for these fuckers that have sold out the British people, that have sold out the American people, that have sold out the French people, that have sold out Canadians, that have sold out Germans and Swedes. I don't. Why would I have sympathy for demons that sold you out for money? I don't. They could offer me $1 billion or $100 billion or $500 billion or $1 trillion tomorrow, They could knock on my door. Hey, hello? Hello? We're knocking. Hello, we're knocking on your door. Is anyone in there? Who is it? Look at the camera, look at security. Who are you? Oh, we're here. We want to offer you a deal. We want to buy you for billions of dollars. Fuck you. Well, all you have to do is sell out your people. You'll have $1 billion. I don't give a fuck about your useless money. Shove it up your ass. Well, to get the money, all you have to do is sell out your people. We'll pay you. Sell them out. Do this for us and we'll pay you this money. Sell out your people and you'll be a very wealthy man, a billionaire for the rest of your life. Fuck you. Burn in hell. I don't want your money. I don't want it. I don't need it. I put my people first. I put the truth first. My moral compass means more than all the fucking money in this realm. All of it. Paper money, digital money, cryptocurrency, gold, silver, gems, the fucking diamonds that people don't realize aren't rare. Everything else, fuck it all. I don't want it. I want my honor, my integrity. I mentioned earlier that I tracked years ago my ancestry, and I have knights, some of my ancestors, warriors that would fight to the death, generations, hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Ones that would fight to the death for a just cause, for a noble cause. And I think that's part of my spirit. It makes sense to me. I don't want your fucking money. You can't buy everyone here. Not everyone in your shithole hell realm is a sellout. They can't buy me. And they can't make me afraid of death or whatever. And their threats don't work on me. So they don't know how to handle me. Low-level demons or the other higher level ones. They don't know how to handle me. There's going to be hell to pay in this place. For what they've done. Mad love and strength to all good spirits. We're getting close to 12 hours. I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to rest. This live stream is worth watching or at least skipping through and finding good parts and enjoying it. Covered a lot in this stream tonight, today, wherever you are, morning, afternoon, night. Mad love and strength to all good spirits, good, true spirits, good, caring, decent spirits. You know who you are. And to the demons, justice is coming. I won't forget what I've seen done, what you've done in this realm. It won't be forgotten. Your crimes. You're going to pay for it. Any of you, the low level, the high level, whoever watches this, whoever sends this anywhere or hears wind of it or is spying or entities, you're all going to pay for your spiritual crimes. The demons are going to pay in this place. I'm going to make sure of that. I won't rest until that's done. All the money and riches in the world are not worth anything compared to that. They're going to face justice for what they've done and the innocents they've harmed in this place. I've spent many sleepless nights thinking about what they've done, the victims, the horrendous crimes, the tremendous harm. It won't be forgotten. I can assure you, I will not forget what you've done here. You're going to pay for it. Thank you all for watching. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And I want all of the good and innocent spirits in this place to realize these lying demons, these lying, filthy, vile demons blame us for what we haven't done. They play all kinds of tricks, nasty tricks. They're liars. And I love my people. I'm not letting these demonic creeps get away with it. Thank you all for watching. I will see you again soon. Take care, everyone. Bye for now.